Dear Civil Services Aspirants, the introduction of a separate paper, Paper 2, in General Studies in the UPSC Civil Services, Maine, examination clearly shows the importance of understanding the concept of governance and its basics for the aspiring civil servants. There is certainly many lacunas in understanding the concept of governance, especially by the public servants who have been conferred power to govern the people. Introduction of such paper will help the future civil servants be adept and help them cater the needs of the citizens in a better manner. This book is thus an endeavor in helping the students to grasp the basics of governance well and go beyond in getting transformed into agile and proficient civil servants. In this context, it is pertinent that all civil services aspirants should be well equipped with this topic. Keeping the interest of vast segment of the student community and my close association with the aspirants for the past 10 years, I thought of coming out with this book, which will suit the requirements of civil services main examination participants. Adequate care has been taken to make this volume as comprehensive as possible so that this will remain the major source of knowledge for all the topics with syllabus. Special features of this book: 1. This volume is written purely based on the requirement of the UPSC Civil Services main examination. This will cater collectively to all the topics included in General Studies Paper 2. 2. We have taken utmost care to keep the language of the contents very lucid and easily understandable so that the important aspects are comprehensible and retained by students to present a better answer. 3. Throughout the book, we have followed some unique patterns in the contents of all the chapters with learning objectives at the beginning of each chapter which will give the readers a clear idea about what the chapter is all about. 4. At the end of each chapter, adequate numbers of practice questions have been included to make the preparation complete. 5. Wherever required, we have included relevant examples and illustrations to make the students effectively understand the basic concept of governance. 6. Important and useful reports of various committees and commission have been included wherever required in the chapters. This will be very useful in answering with quality and to make your answer to the point. Structure of the book and UPSC syllabus. This book has been developed in a magnificent way to include each and every aspect of the syllabus prescribed by the UPSC. Since these topics are introduced very recently in the UPSC syllabus and the source materials for these topics are very vast as the topic governance covers entire gamut of the subject of public administration and political science, I have, therefore, prepared this book to be the single point ready resource material for governance, which covers both basics and associated aspects. Since the examination is of generalist in nature, I can assure you that you will definitely be in a much better stand to answer all questions on this subject with the concepts discussed in this volume. The very first edition of the book consists of various contents as briefly given here. XXI. XXII. Chapter I. Governance and Conceptual Introduction. This introduction chapter covers all essential and important concepts to understand the basics of governance. This chapter is quite elaborate so as to provide a strong basic to understand subsequent chapters better. Chapter 2, General Framework of Indian Model of Governance. This chapter provides an excellent depiction of how the Indian model of governance is devised and functioning. Discussions have been made pertaining to various organs and entities of Indian governance, viz., the Indian democracy, basic structure and principles of the Constitution, parliamentary system, Indian federal dynamics, various independent constitutional bodies and the Indian innovation of the three-tier system of governance and the two-tier system of federalism. Chapter 3, Indian Parliament. Indian parliamentary system is the fundamental institution concerning governance of the country. Hence, this chapter helps to understand the basics of Indian Parliament. Why was it introduced? What are its important features, its powers and functions, and various other recent issues and concerns surrounding it. Chapter 4, Issues concerning the judiciary. Judiciary is the pillar which supports and holds the democratic setup from collapsing. Though it does not directly involve itself in the process of governing and governance, it does have a vital role to play. This chapter deals with the basics of Indian judicial system, the powers given to the judiciary as under the Constitution, the unique independent nature of the Indian judiciary, various issues concerning the appointment procedures, importance of judicial review, the activism by the judiciary, and finally the reforms needed to make the judiciary function in a better manner. Chapter V. Issues and challenges pertaining to the federal structure. Indian federalism is unique and it is indestructible union of destructible states. This unique position has to be understood as per the constitutional provisions and also how it actually functions in reality. This chapter gives a detailed look into what federalism is and what are the various issues surrounding the Indian federalism at present. Other aspects such as the emerging pattern of coalition governments, impact of the neo-economic policies, reinvention of the self-governing institutions, and issues of decentralization have been presented so as to give the readers better grasp on the subject at hand. Chapter 6. Citizens' participation in governance. The participation of citizens in the governance process is important in the present scenario, as without their participation, the governance cannot be carried out. This chapter, in detail, deals with all the aspects concerning the citizens' participation. The concept and basics of civil society has been elaborated, theories of management relating to the citizens' participation has been discussed, and other important issues has been given in a detailed manner to help understand the growing importance of role of citizen in the governance. 22. XXIII. Chapter 7. Comparison of the Indian constitutional scheme with that of other countries. The Constitution forms the fundamental and basic law of all the countries. It provides the power, framework, and guidelines on the structure and functioning of the democratic institutions. Indian Constitution, though inspired from many others, has its own unique features. This chapter, therefore, compares the Constitution of India with that of other important constitutions around the world. This helps understand the unique aspects of Indian Constitution in an effective manner. Chapter 8. Statutory, regulatory, and quasi-judicial bodies. The governance is carried out by various democratic institutions and the constitutional, statutory, regulatory, and quasi-judicial bodies help in effectively and efficiently address matters related to governance. These bodies are the vital limbs of the democratic system, and without its able support the democracy will not function properly. This chapter gives an insight on various statutory, regulatory, and quasi-judicial bodies present in India. Chapter 9. Representation of People Act. Election process is the most important and vital in a democratic setup. Understanding the electoral process and its laws is important. Chapter X. Role of civil services in a democracy. The role played by the civil services in a democracy is the most important aspect of governance. The civil servants are the ones who implement the policies of the government, and therefore are the faces of the governance. Without their active and positive involvement, any reform in the governance process cannot be carried out. This chapter explains the role played by the civil service and various other issues involved in it. At the end of the chapters, certain important administrative reforms are also given which will be very helpful. Chapter XI. E-governance. E-governance is the latest facet in the field of governance. It is not a new concept, rather it makes the existing governance effective and more efficient. It harnesses the use of present information and communication technology to take the process to the people and help involve various stakeholders in governing. This chapter elaborates upon the importance and present growth of e-governance and how more effective can it be made. Chapter 12. Right to information. Transparency, accountability, responsibility are becoming the watchword in a democratic system. People have the right to know everything the government is doing, there should be no secrecy in what a government does and every information should be shared with the people. The Right to Information Act sought to do this. This chapter clearly explains about the struggle undergone to bring to force this Act, various other important provisions of the Act, and the reforms needed to make it more effective. XXIV. Chapter 13, Citizens' Charter. Citizens' Charter is another important endeavor to make the governance system more effective. It helps in time-bound delivery of services to the people. This chapter effectively explains about the basics of Citizens' Charter, its importance, view from international perspective, and important reforms needed to make it function in a better manner. Chapter 14, Welfare Schemes for the Vulnerable Section of the Population. The state in the present era is considered to be a welfare state, and therefore the state has enacted various legislations, constricted policies, and developed schemes to address the concerns of the citizens. In this context, it is important to know what has the government done for the vulnerable and the invisible section of the population, viz., the minorities, the schedules castes, tribes, disabled, and the women. This chapter elucidates various schemes, which the government has devised for the vulnerable section of the population. Acknowledgements. I would like to express my deepest and heartfelt gratitude to all the people who saw me through the first edition of this book, Basics and Beyond for Civil Services, Main, examination. I also individually thank all those who provided me constant support and assisted in the editing, proofreading, and design of this book. Such an effort to bring out good quality content focused exclusively for civil services main examination could never have been possible without a continuous and committed effort. I extend my sincere thanks to all those who supported me in this endeavor to complete this project. I extend my sincere appreciation and deepest gratitude for the help and support extended by Mr. S. Girich, Mr. T.V. Sharon Tej, Mr. Mohammad Yasser Arafat, Mr. Simeon Vedamanikam, who contributed in every possible manner for the first edition of the book to come out successfully. I would also like to thank the assistance rendered by Mr. P. Anbuselvan and Ms. R. Swathi Ratnam. I would also like to thank my students for their motivation and questioning minds which instigated me to come out with this compilation. Finally, I express my sincere gratitude to Pearson India Education Services Pvt. Ltd. With their continuous support and efforts, the book has been published as per schedule. My special thanks to Ms. Cheryl Simon and Mr. Balakrishnan for their extended support and motivation throughout the project. I take this opportunity to express my heartfelt wishes to all the readers of this book. For more updates on, stay tuned at http://cardikayan.net. In/governance. 24. mcardikayanholdsb.com. Degree from University of Madras, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India. Besides, he also holds a degree in law from Dr. Ambedkar Government Law College, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India. Presently he is a practicing advocate in the High Court of Madras, Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India. Apart from his profession, he is actively involved in various institutions in the capacity of director and visiting faculty to train students who appear for civil services examination. He has also authored Internal Security for UPSC published by Pearson Education, India. Stay tuned with his regular updates on at http://cardikayan.net.in/governance. The UPSC completely revamped its mains examination syllabus and pattern in 2013. Moreover, General Studies 2 covering the topics of governance and international relations was newly added to evaluate the conceptual understanding about the process of governance. The important aspect of the book you are having in your hand is that we have covered all the concepts till now asked by the UPSC in its General Studies 2 paper. The following is the analysis of the topics covered in the book and the questions asked by the UPSC. Years 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016 Governance, An Introduction 1112 General Framework of Indian Model of Governance 1111 Indian Parliament 1212 Issues concerning the Judiciary 1321 Issues and challenged pertaining to the federal structure 3122 Citizens' Participation in Governance *NA1 Comparison of Indian constitutional scheme with that of other countries *NA Statutory, regulatory, and quasi-judicial bodies 1222 Representation of People Act *NA Role of civil services in a democracy NA 122 E-Governance *NA Right to Information *NA Citizens Charter *1 NA Welfare Schemes for the Vulnerable Section of the Population 6342. It is clear from the above that all those questions pertaining to governance, general studies 2, till now asked by the UPSC has been covered in this book. Apart from those topics which are regularly asked by the UPSC, this book has covered other topics given in the syllabus which has not been asked in the exams till now. This is in view of equipping and preparing the students to face the examination in a confident manner. The topics such as Representation of People Act, E-Governance, Comparison of Constitution, and Right to Information are likely to be in focus in the coming years. These are of high relevance in the current scenario. These topics have been given an extensive coverage in this book to help equip the students for the exams to come. How to use this book? Since this book is different from those of other guides/books available in the market pertaining to governance, general studies too, I would like to recommend the students using this book, on how to use this book in an effective way. I would suggest to the students first to go through the previous year's questions asked by the UPSC given in the Annexure. This will help the students understand the nature and pattern followed by the UPSC. This will also help the students understand the usefulness of this book they are having. Each topic is written as standalone and thus can be studied and understood individually. I would suggest the students to initially start by studying the first 2 chapters of this book, Governance, An Introduction and General Framework of India Model of Governance. These chapters will help the students to get introduced to the concept of governance and understand its process and function. While studying each chapters, I would suggest the students to go through the learning objectives given in the beginning. It is the work plan of the and will help to get familiarized with the subject discussed in the chapter. Each chapter has been designed in such a way that the students are first introduced to the basics of that topic, after which in-depth explanation and analysis is presented. Students, therefore, will not face any hardship in comprehending a particular topic. Practice questions are also given in order to help the students to check their understanding of the topics. The intention of devising the book in this said manner is to make the students better understand all aspects of governance. The aim is not just academic and to help students get prepared for the UPSC mains examination, the endeavor is to instill the values of public service and create public servants who are much knowledgeable in all aspects related to governing and governance. 28, 29, 30. In this, you will learn about governance, good governance, Kautilya on good governance, Plato on good governance, Aristotle on good governance, origin of the modern concept of good governance, World Bank prescription, elements of good governance, forms of good governance, reinvention of the concept of public governance in the light of evolution of the concept of good governance, the Indian story pre-1991 and post-1991, state, market, and civil society, public choice theory, new public management, civil society governance as networks and collaborative government, role of state in era of governance. 1.1 Governance. Governance is the exercise of economic, political, and administrative authority to manage a country's affairs at all levels. It comprises the mechanisms, processes and institutions through which citizens and groups articulate their interests, exercise their legal rights, meet their obligations and mediate their differences. Policy Report, 1997, United Nations Development Programme, UNDP. Governance, a conceptual introduction. 1. The concept of governance refers to the processes and structures that are intended to bring about accountability, responsiveness, transparency, stability, rule of law, equity and inclusiveness, empowerment and broad-based participation. Apart from this, governance also represents the values, norms, and rules of the system through which public affairs are managed in a transparent, responsive, inclusive and participatory way. In a broad sense, governance can be defined as the institutional environment in which citizens and other stakeholders interact among themselves and participate in public affairs. Therefore, governance is more significant than just the organs of government. The key distinction between government and governance underscored by many scholars is the involvement of institutions beyond the state in the management of the public affairs. Deputy Secretary General of United Nations, in his speech said governance is not something the state does to society, but the way society itself, and the individuals who compose it, regulate all the different aspects of their collective life. The state thus is the wielder of power and the principal actor in the government. While in governance, whole society is involved in managing public affairs. The government still continues to play a key role in enabling and facilitating the participation of other elements in the society. The state, thus, as an enabler provides the important legal and regulatory framework and political order within which various organizations can act and function, and where the citizens act without fear. The following is the key distinction between government and governance. Government governance. Government is the structure which enables and facilitates the process of governance. Governance is the process whereby various actors work for the welfare of the people. It is the machinery and an organ which wields power of the state. It includes the executive, legislature, and the judiciary. It is carried out by various entities including the state and other institutions existing outside of it, which includes the civil society, non-governmental organizations etc. It is a formal setup which interacts within itself and outside of it. Though it evolves out of the formal setup of the state, it expands the scope of government and also intensifies the service delivery provided. There are various entities which are involved in governance. Apart from the formal government and its institutions, the other actors are the NGOs, civil society, research institutes, financial institutions, educational institutions, lobbyists, MNCs, media, cooperatives, etc. All these institutions play a vital role in decision-making and also influence the process of decision-making. 1.2 Good governance. The World Bank defines the term good governance in one of its reports as good governance is epitomized by predictable, open, and enlightened policy making, a bureaucracy imbued with professional ethos acting in furtherance of the public good, the rule of law, transparent processes, and a strong civil society participating in public affairs. Apart from this, good governance also refers to a participative manner of governing, which functions in a responsible, transparent, and accountable manner based upon the notions of legitimacy, efficiency and consensus for the purpose of upholding the rights of individual citizens. This idea of providing good governance for the people has been in existence since ancient time. The concept of welfare state has been dealt by a number of world-renowned philosophers, including Kautilya. The government is understood to bring the happiness and for the welfare of its subjects. In a democratic setup, it can also be associated with efficient and effective administration. So such an administration should be development-oriented and committed to the welfare of the people. 1.2.1 Kautilya on good governance. Kautilya in his Arthashastra elaborating on the traits possessed by the king of a welfare state, he stated that the happiness of the king lies with the happiness of his subjects, their welfare is his welfare, he should not act for his own pleasure but for the pleasure of his subjects. Thus, the king is just a title given to the one who governs. This titular role is thought to be the brain of the government, and the people, who are governed, are considered to be the heart of the government. The ultimate role of the king is, therefore to govern for the welfare of his people. Kautilya mentions the following imperatives of good governance of a king: a. Guide the administration effectively. b. Take the middle path, avoiding the extremes without missing the goal. c. Maintain law and order of the state. d. Pay fixed salary and emoluments to the public servants. e. Lay emphasis on the writers. f. Lead a disciplined life with morality and ethics. g. Merge his individual personality with his duty. h. Display administrative qualities. I. Carry out strong measures against corrupt officials. j. Replace bad ministers with good ones. 1.2.2 Plato on good governance. Plato is credited with creating the philosopher king as an ideal ruler. Plato believes that conflicting values in various parts of the society can be harmonized. The rational and righteous political order as suggested by Plato leads to harmonious unity of society where every part flourishes, without the expense of the other. Such a political realization is not possible without virtue. Plato in his book Republic calls for the rule of philosopher-king. The following are the important aspects of a philosopher-king theory as dealt by Plato. A. The philosopher-king can be men or women. B. Only the bright, stable, and courageous people are chosen to be a king. Special intensive training should be provided to them covering a wide area ranging from music, gymnastics to military aspects and city management. C. They should be imparted knowledge of being just, noble, good and advantageous. D. Goodness is not just a concept but it is the ultimate state of their mind. E. The aim of the rulers should be to spread happiness throughout the city by getting people close together in harmony. F. An ideal state is not governed for private gain and is free from any civil strife. G. The philosophers rule out of necessity and not for their benefit or pleasure. Hence, they should not have any attachment to the process of ruling and the power associated with it. H. According to Plato, freedom is one of the important values of the society. Apart from this, other values include wisdom, courage, justice, moderation, and friendship. I. The rule of authority is not only rational but also moral and is based on the consent of the governed. J. The underlying idea of governance by philosophers is based on the idea of welfare. K. Philosophers' rule calls for impartial and equal treatment of all citizens and social groups, and the government exists for the benefit of all the group of citizens. 1.2.3 Aristotle on good governance. Aristotle can be considered to be the first person to deal with the term governance when he classified political organization based on the manner they are ruled as dictatorship, autocracy, and finally democracy. In his book Nicomachean Ethics, Aristotle describes that only when man lives with virtue, he can live a happy life as intended by the nature. In his other book Politics, he describes the role to be played by politicians and the political community in bringing about the life of virtue in the citizenry. Some of the important aspects dealt by Aristotle are as follows. A. The end or purpose of politics is the best of the ends. And the main objective of politics should be to stimulate a particular character among the citizens of the state and to make them better beings who are prepared and willing to perform noble actions. B. Aristotle calls for the citizens to directly participate in the assembly not just by voting for their representatives, but deliberately and willingly serve in the juries to help uphold the laws, so that the citizens can become part of a group which discusses the good and the bad, the advantageous and the disadvantageous, the just and the unjust, and finally come to a decision and pass laws accordingly. C. The state should exist for developing the virtue of its citizens. Those who are the most virtuous are fit to rule according to Aristotle, and they will be the best rulers, on behalf of the citizens, instituting laws which lead to a virtuous life. D. According to Aristotle, no regime can exist if the laws do not rule them. E. Every human life has a telos or purpose according to Aristotle. The purpose and function of the political community is to provide education and laws that will lead people to pursue and achieve their telos. F. The best city according to Aristotle is one which is happy and acts nobly, and such noble acts are impossible without noble ends. G. According to Aristotle, the territory of a state should be large enough so that its inhabitants can live a life at leisure in liberal manner and at the same time with moderation. And the main concern of study of Aristotle is related about the life at peace and not at war, hence he elaborates upon the character of a peaceful state. H. Aristotle calls for proper and effective education be provided to the young, and it should be the main object of the legislator. Education should be same for all and common and should not be made privatized. The aim of education should be to empower the students to serve the common good of the city. 1.3 Origin of the modern concept of good governance. The concept of good governance emanated from the understanding of process of governance. Governance entailed participation from all sections of the society, and the concept of good governance emerged at the end of 1980s, an era of tumultuous global political scenario. The collapse of Berlin Wall on November 1989 triggered chain of events which ultimately led to the disintegration and collapse of Soviet Union, and as a consequence the decay of alliances in the Eastern Bloc. These political changes brought about the serious discussion on how a state has to be devised in order to achieve economic development, or in other words a discussion on good governance. In the 1989 World Bank study Sub-Saharan Africa from Crisis to Sustainable Growth scrutinized the development problems in Sub-Saharan Africa. For the first time, the term governance was used to define the need for greater institutional reform and a better and more efficient public sector in these countries. This study defined governance as the exercise of political power in order to manage the affairs of the nation. This concept of governance got further developed in the World Bank's 1992 publication Governance and Development, and the term governance was defined as the way in which power is used in the management of a country's social and economic resources for the purpose of development. So governance emerged from the understanding of the government and good governance from the understanding of the process of governance. This was done to help administrators understand the sound public sector management strategies. The governance cannot remain value neutral, and hence the idea of good governance is to qualify the process of governance. Because of its use by the World Bank and other international institutions, the concept of good governance gained impetus and is now at present widely welcomed and implemented in countries across the globe. 1.4 The World Bank prescription. The concept of governance has evolved and changed from time to time. Earlier it was only the process, and then it changed to governing by networks during the Cold War era. Finally, in early 90s, the conditionality vested by the West on the developing nations was not restricted to economics alone, it also extended to social, political, and administrative policies. The Third World countries, who got the development aid and assistance from the Western countries, had coined a concept of good governance. This concept was officially highlighted in 1989 in a document from World Bank on the context of sub-Saharan countries of Africa. It identified 4 dimensions of good governance: public sector management, accountability, legal framework for development, information and transparency. In 1992, the World Bank published a document titled Governance and Development. In the document, it states good governance is central to creating and sustaining an environment which fosters strong and equitable development, and it is an essential complement to sound economic policies. It also identified 3 vital aspects of governance: the form of political regime exercised, parliamentary or presidential, military or civilian, and dictatorship or democratic. The process by which authority is exercised in the management of the country's economic, political, and social spheres, and the limit to which the citizens are involved and given responsibility. The capacity of government to design, formulate, and implement policies, and in general to discharge government function. In short, good governance, according to World Bank, consists of political accountability, regular election to legitimize the exercise of political power, rule of law, participation of various social, economic, cultural and professional groups in the process of governance, bureaucratic accountability, independence of judiciary, freedom of information, transparency, effective and efficient administrative system, cooperation between the civil society and government. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, has also identified 4 major components of good governance: legitimacy of the government, accountability of the political and official elements of government, competence of the government to make policies and deliver services, rule of law and respect for human rights. As per the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, UNESCAP, good governance has 8 major features: participatory, consensus-oriented, accountable, transparent, responsive, effective and efficient, equitable and inclusive, and follows the rule of law. Responsive, transparent, accountable, consensus-oriented, participatory. Good governance. Follow the rules of law. Effective and efficient, equitable and inclusive. The United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, in 1997 on its document entitled Governance and Sustainable Human Development enunciated a set of few principles that are grouped under 5 broad themes. They are: 1. Legitimacy and voice, it deals with the participation and consensus orientation of the society. 2. Direction, it explains the strategic vision of the government regarding good governance and human development. 3. Performance, the effectiveness, responsiveness, and efficiency of the government are explained under this theme. 4. Accountability, it deals with the transparency and accountability of the government. 5. Fairness, the legal framework, rule of law and equity among the citizens are explained in this theme. Report on Human Development in South Asia, The Crisis of Governance, Human Development Center, 1999. This report lays emphasis on humane governance. It defines humane governance as good governance dedicated to secure human development. Governance must be seen by people as participatory and in their own interest, ownership, conducive to building of a society in which no one feels humiliated, decency, and embodied in structures which are transparent and accountable to the owners, that is the people. Accountability. Ownership, decency, and accountability are the bedrock principles underlying humane governance. While good governance must reduce transaction costs and enforce contracts, humane governance must be based on both real and perceived ownership, decency, and accountability for and by all citizens. People's active participation is the guiding force behind the concept of humane governance. Humane governance is a powerful concept which, if implemented, can help in enriching the life of the common people and lay the basis for fairer and more just societies in which human, political, and economic rights of all people are protected and their freedom of choice expanded. This report on human development in South Asia visualizes 3 dimensions of governance which brings about human development. They are political governance, economic governance, and civil governance. Political governance. The characteristics of a good political governance are regular, free, and fair elections, with participation in form of multi-party democracy and impartial judiciary protected by constitutional separation of powers, a constitution not easily amendable by any of the branches of government, accountability and transparency of elected representatives and public officials, full access of all citizens to justice that is prompt and affordable, elimination of all forms of discrimination against women and minorities, maintenance of peace and social cohesion within and between the states. Economic governance. The definition of good economic governance seeks an equitable outcome to the economic processes. Of the set of available policies that will foster competition, the state must choose those which will be most beneficial to the poorest sections of the society. The following are the basis for economic governance: macroeconomic stability, balanced budget, low inflation, stable exchange rate, with the help of an independent central bank. Guaranteed property rights for the people. Taxes and subsidies must be progressive. Sufficient budgetary allocations to social priority areas, such as basic education, primary health care, safe drinking water, adequate nutrition, family planning services, and microcredit schemes for the poor, adequate job creation. Efficient and well-targeted subsidies for the poor. Equitable access to credit and land. Civil governance. Good civic governance has several components. At its core is the determination and self-initiative of people to improve their capacity to govern their lives, by creating informal structures and processes to address the following basic concerns: protecting basic human rights, particularly the rights of the disadvantaged members of society, and securing fundamental political, economic, and human rights for all. Thus, from the above discussions we can deduce that governance is very dynamic and evolving in nature. It implies the following: taking care of the functioning of the state for the well-being of its citizens, securing the citizens the fundamental rights guaranteed in the Constitution, enrich and improve political, economic, and social life of all the citizens, institutionalizing the system of governance, ensuring that the process of governance is transparent, responsive, responsible, accountable, action-oriented, ethical and accessible for all. 1.5 Elements of good governance. Good governance is a universally acclaimed, dynamic concept which is mainly associated with the effectiveness and efficiency of the administrative system in a governmental framework. The good governance is distinguished by the following aspects: participation. Participation means that the people should be vested with the power to take part in decision-making by participating in the organs of the government, that are executive, legislative and judiciary. The entire society should be involved in the governance as envisaged by good governance. The motive of good governance is, people should not only be the ultimate beneficiaries of the development, and they should also act as the active agents of development. Transparency. Transparency is another major attribute of good governance. Free flow of information, separation of powers, checks and balances between legislative, executive and judicial branches, check on bureaucracy, etc., are the important features of transparency. Secrecy in governmental affairs leads to corruption, inefficiency, and weakens the governance as a whole. Example: the unprivileged, marginalized, and disadvantaged section of the society is affected to a large extent by not receiving the desired benefits from the socio-economic schemes of the government due to corruption or other malpractices of the officials. Good governance envisages on the need for the people to access quality information regarding the governance and make public all the transactions in which the public interests are at stake. Accountability. Accountability implies the key to good governance. It is an obligation or willingness to take responsibility or to account for one's actions. Good governance ensures that both legislators and executives are answerable for their actions, performances, and the use of public resources. It is the responsibility of the officials to explain or justify their actions to the people of the country, because it is from them the officials derive their authority. Accountability is closely related to participation, which ensures transparency. Rule of law. Rule of law is a principle that all people and institutions are subject to and be held accountable to law that is fairly applied and enforced. Good governance ensures that the legal framework should be fair, impartial, check excesses, protect human rights, secure justice, etc. In addition to the aforesaid aspects, good governance also includes the following: inclusiveness. Good governance secures dignity and honor for all human beings, irrespective of their sex, color, caste, and creed, and provide them with opportunities for their well-being. No human being should be excluded from the mainstream functioning of the society. Responsiveness. All stakeholders in a society will have to be served within a reasonable time frame by the institutions and its process. This is one of the objectives of good governance. Consensus-oriented. In a society, not all individuals are bound to have same interests. The aim of good governance is to mediate difference of interests has to be mediated through a broad consensus and arrive at a solution which is in best interest of the society as a whole. Community participation is a necessary prerequisite for good governance. Effectiveness. According to good governance, the governmental institutions and processes, which are responsible for the administration, should make use of the resources available effectively in optimal level for the development and to meet the needs of the society. This will help the government economically. Efficient. The resource usage by the government should always be in an efficient manner, that is sustainable with no wastage, and should also be environmentally conscious. Responsibility. Good governance holds the legislators responsible for keeping a constant vigil on the administration to maintain strong value and spirit to serve the people. It is also the duty of the legislators, as the people's representatives, to listen to the aspirations, political views, and issues of the people and create law that satisfies the collective interests of the people. Fair judiciary. George Washington once quoted, "The administration of justice is the pillar of government." It is the aim of judiciary to protect the citizens from the wrongful acts of the government. The law and legal bodies should be the guardian of the rights available to the people and protector of these rights from being mishandled or misled. If dispute arises due to the encroachment of these rights, the law institution should serve justice for the people with equality and with no discrimination. Empowerment. The civil society should encourage and harness the political energy of the people by making them take part in the societal development. Good governance generally empowers the marginalized and disadvantaged people in the society, by letting them be a part of decision-making process, since they are the victims of the government's inaction and apathy. Clean bureaucracy. The bureaucrats, who implement the policies of the government, should provide access to the people, all information they ask for, a genuine and easy mechanism for information sharing, effective grievance redressal mechanism, and above all should be free from all kinds of graft and corruption. They should also be impartial, alert, dignified with ethical qualities imbibed. 1.6 Forms of Good Governance. Famous American authors and consultants David Osborne and Ted Gabler have summarized how government can be reinvented. So according to them, the various forms of governments to make it more effective are the following. Catalytic government. The government should be steering rather than rowing. In other words, the government should bring in the public sector, private sector, and non-governmental sector players into administrative action to solve the societal problems. Community-owned government. The government should empower rather than serve. In other words, the government should include communities, citizens, and families in the service delivery, since they are the intended recipients of the services provided, and should also empower them with more control in the services from the control of bureaucracy to improve government performance. Competitive government. Competition is perhaps the most important element for improving both the quality and cost-effectiveness of government services. The government, to increase performance and reduce cost, should inject competition among various service providers by rewarding efficiency and economy. Mission-driven government. Transforming rule-oriented government into goal-oriented government is the main motive. In other words, the government should be driven by its goals and not by its rules and regulations. If mission-driven, the government seems to be more effective, efficient, flexible, and innovative. Results-oriented government. The government should measure the performance of its service agencies mainly in terms of outcomes and not inputs. The government should find results by encouraging target achievement and mission-directed efforts. If the results are not measured, the government can't tell success from failure. Customer-driven government. Customer-driven means the government should meet and work towards customers and not bureaucracy. The government should regard the people as their customers and offer them with choices, survey their attitudes, make service convenient, and most important of all, allow them to make suggestions. Enterprising government. The government should emphasize more on earning money rather than spending it. For this, the government should learn to recognize their assets and generate revenue from them. It should put its effort in resource mobilization by using fees, savings, enterprise funds, etc. Anticipatory governments should prevent problems rather than trying to cure them once when they occur. Long-term strategic planning, foresight in management, investment, and decision-making, sorting preventive measures are some of the aspects of anticipatory government. The government should prevent the arising needs first and not just deliver services to meet ends. Decentralized government. The government should transfer the decision-making authority to those individuals and organizations at the bottom of the administrative hierarchy, who address problems on a regular basis, to get effective and innovative solutions. This is the dispersal of authority from higher to lower levels of governance to emphasize participation and teamwork. Market-oriented government. The government should utilize a market mechanism rather than a bureaucratic mechanism to provide service to the public. Government can use policy to leverage the decisions and behavior of individuals, instead of attempting to directly control them through administrative programs. By following the above said goals, governments across the world have formed many mechanisms. They are: creating autonomous public organizations, reduction in the size of government, corporatizing government organizations, reduction in welfare expenditure, reforming bureaucratic structure, measuring and evaluating performance, privatizing public undertakings, decentralizing authority to lower levels, bringing in private agencies for providing service, promoting transparency in administration, encouraging people's participation in administration, declaration of citizen charter, etc. 1.7 Reinvention of the concept of public governance in the light of evolution of the concept of good governance. The characteristic feature of good governance, as seen in the preceding paragraphs, require us to redefine and reinvent the fundamental understanding of the state. Since ancient times, the state has performed functions pertaining to development, protection of sovereignty of the country, and law and order. Gradually its functions started to increase and it became so enormous that it covered all aspects of the life a citizen. It thus became a leviathan. It got burdened with all these functions, which only grew in intensity and density with time. Thus, as a result, the state was unable to perform all these tasks by itself. This therefore resulted in neglect of several vital aspects of governance. Some of the important aspects of socio-economic development got ignored or overlooked. The administration worked from the ivory tower, which was inaccessible and irresponsive to the needs and requirements of the people. Such a kind of system of governance cannot operate in the present era. Good governance. Thus, there is a need to redefine the state in the context of these. Some of the important scholars studying these aspects have said that usually the state is understood to be composed of only three traditional integral components: the legislature, executive, and the judiciary. The aspects of local government, private sector, and the civil society have been considered as components that exist outside the official mechanism. In the past, these elements, that is civil society, private sector, and the local government, were considered to be existing within themselves without any links to other state machinery, or generally they were considered to be non-existent from the context of the state, as they had, if any, only a minor impact. But as time progressed, their nature and role started to change. These informal agencies started to raise and expand when they were officially given recognition by the formal agents, that is the government. Therefore, the private sector and the civil society were encouraged by the formal agencies to participate in the process of governance. Such a development gave rise to many new organs of the state in terms of their social acceptance, autonomy, and resources, which called for the redefinition of the state itself. Thus, there has arisen the need to redefine governance, which has now replaced the traditional system of governance. This is either because of the deliberate politics played by the state in an evolutionary way, or because of enthusiastic private sector and expanding civil society, including that of NGOs and other such similar agencies. Therefore, the redefined role of state should be sustainable human development with inputs from the civil society and the private sector. The sustainable human development will ensure the following: 1. Develop cooperation, whereby everyone worked together. 2. Ensure sustainability, including the concern of environment for development. 3. Empowerment of people, increasing the opportunity for the people to participate in governance and decision-making process. 4. Provide security, creating a safe, harmonious, and conducive environment for living. 5. Create equity, equal access to public services for all the citizens. 1.8 The Indian story pre-1991 and post-1991. Pre-1991 This is the period when the birth of the new nation called India took place. After the recent freedom struggle, its leaders wanted to have a representative government which was answerable to the people, hence constitutional democracy was created. Since the country was still backward, the state took upon all the activities on itself. Even the private sector was underdeveloped due to lack of patronization from the British. Hence, the only logical way forward during that initial period was to depend on the state to carry forward all the activities. The private sector and the civil society had no experience in governance process and they did not represent the diversified population in India, hence they were not taken on board. The state became the guardian of all the activities concerning the citizens. One could experience state from the cradle to the grave. It was not long before the state became a leviathan. The state was not able to manage such an enormous burden. It became inefficient and inept. Moreover, the demon of corruption caught on and it further dragged down the state. This period was therefore called the License Raj. The idea of state providing all services was taken more seriously by the later regimes. It came to such an extent that the state tried to prevent entry of well-established private players in areas they specialized. The government thus created a system of getting licenses which tend to be a mammoth task in itself, and apart from this the officials had to have their palms greased in order to make the file move a bit faster. This system prevented growth and entry of private players. Also, the government reserved several key areas aimed at itself where such long-winding licenses were not given. Combined with such policies and bureaucratic red tapeism, the country went further back into debt, and which finally culminated in the year 1991, when the country had to pledge its gold in order to avoid default. Planned growth in terms of 5-year plans inspired from the Soviet Union was formulated and implemented. The socialistic pattern of society was sought by implementing such policies. The policy was called to be protectionist, and there was strong emphasis on import substitution and producing goods on our own. Economic interventionism became normal as state took over the control of the market. Such policy resulted in balance of payment crisis, increased the national debt and created numerous problems in the public sector. In order to overcome this crisis, it was understood that the state has to be rolled back. This was also the view of international institutions like the World Bank and International Monetary Fund, IMF. New Economic Policy 1991. The new economic policy formulated in 1991 reduced the scope and role of the government. The emphasis was laid on providing conditions wherein the public sector could function with competition from the private sector. This was sought to be achieved by deregulating industries and liberalizing foreign investments. Presently the state has only a few strategic and key sectors under its control where the private players are not allowed, otherwise all other sectors have been liberalized and the state now functions parallel in competition with the private players. Various other steps have also been taken in order to protect the public. Many acts have been amended in order to come to terms with the liberalist market scenario. Previous Highly Restrictive Monopolies and Restrictive Trade Practices Act, MRTP, which aimed to control the monopolistic and restrictive trade activities, has now been changed. Apart from this, the state has sought to disinvest itself from various industries in order to give leeway for the management board of such industries to operate in a bureaucratic-free environment. Such disinvested funds have been used for several development projects of the state. The state thus has not assumed the role of steering the economy from that of being the driver of the economy. Presently the role is to regulate the market, create environment conducive wherein no particular individual is preferred and the market competition takes over. Powers are sought to be given to the consumers of such services whereby they are free to choose any individual who is effective in providing them the services they need. The concept of minimum government and maximum governance has understood to be the way forward in the coming future. Fiscal reforms. The important element in the reform process was to bring back the fiscal discipline. The fertilizer subsidy was reduced, sugar subsidy was abolished and other rationalization measures were carried out. Tax reforms as suggested by Raja were implemented to raise revenue by bringing better compliance in case of income tax and customs and excise. It also tried to bring in transparency and stability in the tax structure. Monetary and financial sector reforms. The interest rate was liberalist, which ensured that the private players get better loans for their new and upcoming projects. Since the liquidity was freed, it brought in investments. Greater competition was created between the private, public, and foreign sector banks by eliminating various constraints. Reforms in capital market. Narasimham Committee recommendations for reforms in capital market was introduced. The Securities and Exchange Bureau was given statutory recognition. The state officially took over the role of the market regulator. It sought to create a free, fair, and competitive environment which would facilitate mobilization of resources. Industrial policy reforms. New industrial policy of 1991 was created. It aimed to deregulate to promote growth and competition. Hence, licensing was abolished except in some crucial sectors. Areas reserved only for the public sector were restricted to only a few and other areas were opened for the private players to venture. Disinvestment of the government share in public enterprises was encouraged. Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, was signed between the industry and the ministry in order to provide greater financial and administrative autonomy. Trade policy reforms. The main focus was to create openness. Policy was created to stimulate export and reduce licensing and regulation in the imports. Only certain items were kept in the negative list, rest were opened for import. Tariff restriction was removed and quantitative restriction was removed. Promoting foreign investment, government took several measures to bring in the foreign investment. Various sectors were initially partly and then subsequently fully opened up to full foreign investment. Foreign Investment Promotion Board was set up in order to bring in and regulate the foreign investments. Various schemes to promote the foreign institutional investors were also carried out by the government from time to time. Rationalization of the exchange rate policy. The rupee was devalued. The difference between the nominal and real exchange rate was reduced. It was aimed to reduce the inflation and make the export more competitive. The present era of neoliberalism demands a minimalist state. But the United Nations Development Programme report portrays a worrying trend. Human development indices in health, education, culture, and environment have dropped significantly in countries where the state's role got shrunk. Thus, as per the understanding of good governance given by the World Bank in 1992, the state has a new and far more important role to play in bringing together the interests of public and private institutions while taking social actions. Market has been traditionally outside the formal system of the state. Market is considered to be a force controlled by elements of nature, that is, it does not follow fixed parameters, it is dynamic and uncontrollable. Economics has thus tried to understand the functioning of such market forces in order to devise a pattern to it. State, being a formal entity, has been functioning based generally on written rules such as a constitution. The taking over the role of state by the market forces has been propounded by the scholars of economics around 1960s under the concept called the public choice theory. 1.9.1 Public choice theory. Public choice theory refers to the use of tools of economy to deal with the traditional problems associated with political science. It is said to be the analysis of collective decision-making. Thus, this evolution of public choice approach took place within the ambit of economics and basically focused on people's choice in selecting the public services. This theory envisages market-like competition in delivery of public services where the public are considered to be the customer, hence buyer of the best product. Public choice theory exerted major influence in giving a coherent understanding and interpretation of actual functioning of the politics and government. It lent hand in understanding the actual basis of functioning of the bureaucrats and the politicians. It also helped in creating an alternative to the formal setup, thereby empowering the citizens who were henceforth considered as customers or consumers of the public services. This public choice theory is in strict opposition to the formal bureaucratic model of the state. It is in support of the market forces taking over the role of the bureaucracy. In this sense it is considered to be anti-bureaucratic. Such a theory developed because of the inefficiency and ineffectiveness of the bureaucratic system. The state seemed to function without any parallel system and they seemed to be the only provider of certain services to the people. Hence, the people had no choice but to be dependent on the government for all such services. Government barred with red tape and corruption was not able to provide such essential services to the actual beneficiary. The state and bureaucracy as stated had taken all roles in the journey from the cradle to the grave of the citizen and the citizen had no other alternative but to be dependent on the government for anything and everything. The public choice theory reversed this idea. 1. This theory gave the power and choice to the people. 2. It tried to dilute the existing bureaucratic system and allow the market forces to penetrate whereby competitive environment is created. 3. When such free market competition is created, it would ensure that the bureaucracy is faced with only choice that it either adapts to the market mechanisms or withers away. 4. Entry of market forces are a boon to the public in the sense that they now have option to choose who provides them the services they need. Moreover, in case they are dissatisfied with one provider they can always move to another. In this sense it creates a choice for the public. 5. The bureaucracy and the state in order to survive will try to bring in changes to its functioning, thus it would naturally become efficient and effective in the longer run. Vincent Ostrom, who is the supporter and proponent of the public choice theory, said that perfection in the hierarchical ordering of a professionally trained public service accountable to a single center of power will reduce the capability of a larger administrative system to respond to diverse preferences among citizens for many different public goods and services and cope with diverse environmental conditions. And a variety of different organizational arrangements can be used to provide different public goods and services. Such organizations can be coordinated through various multi-organizational arrangements. Thus, the public choice approach opposes the traditional bureaucratic setup. It is in the favor of decentralization whereby the monopolistic control by the state is broken down. The public thus should be allowed to participate in the administrative process. It also calls for institutional pluralism whereby a single service is provided by different operators, hence creating a free market scenario where the public is allowed to choose between them. In such scenario, the decision-making process is made democratic. Thus, public choice theory calls for 1. Anti-bureaucratic measures. 2. Diversified institutions for taking decisions. 3. Bringing in the free market forces to operate the administration. 4. Creating plural institutions, providing preferences for the consumer's choices. 5. Decentralization of the power. 6. Participation of the public in administrative process. The other essential aspect of the public choice theory is that it questions the very basis that is publicness of the public administration. As per Niskanen, the public administrators are budget maximizers and the politicians are utility maximizers who function for improving their vote banks. Thus, as per this understanding, every individual and organization not works for the public but rather to promote their own good and survival. The public is hence deprived of effective services. Thus, the central idea of public choice approach is to limit the government Choice to the public implies competition. This will ensure that the public administration becomes efficient and effective. The expansion of this theory can be seen by the development of the concept of new public management. 1.9.2 New public management. The reforms in the public sector were initially based on the theories of new institutional economics and managerialism. In the period of early 1970s, the conservative economists stated that the predominant presence of government was a hurdle to economic growth and freedom. They also advocated that the government should have a lesser role to play, and the space created by withdrawal of the government in some areas has to be occupied by the market, which alone can bring economic efficiency. Moreover, the managerialists called for the adoption of principles of private sector which had the potential to solve the bureaucratic problems associated with the public sector. This measure of privatization of public sector practices and services will change the values, culture of the public administrator. This would improve the performance of the government. In order to identify the best model, the scholars came up with the concept of new public management. The core themes for the new public management were the following. 1. Greater orientation towards the customer and increased responsiveness, providing and increasing the scope of non-public sector service providers. 2. A common and controlled mode of functioning whereby everything is effectively managed. Targets are identified and set and the performance is monitored. 3. Efforts to encourage entrepreneurial form of bureaucracy in deviation from its traditional form, and placing them with larger sense of accountability. 4. A strong focus is on to effectively control the finances, increase value for money and the efficiency. 5. Audits to be introduced at both professional and financial levels. Transparent means are used to review the performance. Benchmarks are set and the professional behavior is monitored. The new public management approach brings together the public and private administration. It aims at making the public administration more effective, improving its efficiency and bringing in economy. The basis of the public choice approach is taken, and this approach laid emphasis on creating a process-oriented administration with more concentration on the performance indicators. The pay would be now linked to the individual's performance and quality improvement. The services offered by the administration are seen as product, and hence the citizens are replaced by consumers. The public administration is just another provider of goods in the market, and hence they should not be given any kind of preference. All the functions of the state are broken down into separate, individual components whereby such individual entities are privatized or contracted out to competitive players. The other major aspect is cost cutting, whereby to do more or better with the same or less. Being seen as budget maximizers, the public administrators are thus now under pressure to act efficiently. Thus, managerial aspects and understanding of the private sector has now been adopted for the public administration. As per Christopher Hood, the new public management has the following 7 features. 1. Explicit standards and measures of performance are to be provided. 2. Greater stress is laid on discipline and efficiency in utilization of resource. 3. Greater emphasis on output results than that of the procedure. 4. Greater emphasis on professional management of the public services. 5. Competition to the public sector by opening them up. 6. Breakdown or disaggregation of units of the public sector. 7. Take up the private sector management practices. The concept of new public management itself is in a state of transition and evolution, and recent developments in public management has tried to make it more holistic and people-friendly. Thus, in the changing global scenario where market forces and individualistic goals often overrun the social goals, the state and the markets are thus needed to be supplemented by the civil society organizations or the so-called non-state actors for a democratic development administration. 1.9.3 Civil society. A civil society is a collective of those social organizations of people who enjoy the distance and separation from the state, and are autonomous. They pressurize and influence the government on behalf of their people whom they represent. the markets being driven by profit and the bureaucracy generally considered to be inefficient and unresponsive. The civil society organizations have now gained prominence because of their very nature of being flexible, participatory. 18. Non-bureaucratic, non-official, and cost-effective, and also of their ability to reach the people untouched by the government. The civil society aims to represent the people who are not or underrepresented to the government. They represent the interests of those who find difficult to voice their opinion, the persons who are ignored and excluded from the system. The civil society thus gets involved in the activities of the state. They either contest or formulate alternate means of provision of service to the people. Some of the civil society organizations exist in order to aid the government and to help delivering the services by mobilizing the people. Collaboration between civil society and the state happens when both sides are involved together in all aspects of policy making, implementation, and evaluation. Civil society is thus a reservoir of political, economic, social, cultural, and moral resources which checks the authoritative behavior of the state, promote pluralism, increase participation of the public and augment interest articulation, and finally provides alternate avenues of welfare services to the people. 1.10 Governance as networks and collaborative government. The concept of governance can be understood in various ways. It can be understood as, first, to be an attempt to widen the scope of public administration by going beyond the formal setup of the government, and second, to be a democratic intensifying concept whereby it makes the administration more open, transparent, and accountable. The concept of governance can be defined as the ability to get things done without having the legal backing to command that they be done. Thus, the concept expands the concept of governance, and it therefore frees the administration from the conventional formalism. The important aspect of breaking of formalism is that it opens up various possibilities of using society's alternative collective problem-solving mechanisms and devices. Governance is thus understood to be more a network of multiple agencies and organizations than a fixed entity called government agency or department. Governance in this aspect means establishment, operation, and networking of various social institutions. In a concrete form, it can be seen in the formal rules and regulations, various decision-making procedures, and other activities that assist to outline social practices. In actual practice, there are numerous forms of community organizations, voluntary or other self-help approaches through which people organize themselves to achieve common purposes. This can be seen when people come together to solve problems like irrigation, water dispute, local dispute, and taking community defense measures. Governance can be understood in such context as a way of shaping social institutions as a matter of public concern. To get the things done through the formally constituted system of government is hence not the only way to achieve the social goals. Hence, governance becomes a network of numerous social organizations, and there has to exist collaboration between these various organizations as it would avoid duplication of work. Governance being wider than government cannot be restricted to one single organization. Even the civil society cannot alone be the provider of governance. Governance can happen only when the state, the private sector, and the civil society comes together to provide services. There has to be understanding and collaboration between these various players. To ensure this, there indeed has to be a formalized system of government. Without the government, the governance itself will lose its legitimacy. The civil society, or 16 hours 35 minutes and 16 seconds. 19. The private sector cannot alone provide all such services to the people. Hence, governance is not a replacement of the government but rather expansion of the system, bringing together other participants into the formal system to enhance the service delivery, ultimately benefiting the people. The other aspect of governance highlights the importance of rule of law, human rights, the participatory development and system of democratization. It goes beyond the managerial and technical aspect of the governance to the more fundamental ethical normative dimension. The state as understood by the ancient Greeks stood for the providing good life to its citizens. Hence, it is not enough that the governance is carried out on managerial aspects. What is more important is the equity and legitimacy of the system. People from all corners of the society should be given opportunity to participate in the decision-making process, and the fruits of development should invariably be shared with all without any discrimination. Also, it must not get captured by an influential minority. People's perception about the governance process is also important. It serves as the measure of legitimacy of the governance. Empowerment is therefore a precondition of good governance. In today's highly complex setup of governance, government alone cannot solve the various problems plaguing the society. A certain degree of networking with other organizations in the society will improve the capacity of governance as a whole. Moreover, this will also help in the development of social capital in terms of the acceptance, involvement, and co-sharing of problem solving by various social groups. 1.11 Role of state in era of governance. Though various theories and concepts such as the public choice approach, new public management, etc. call for a minimal government, the present understanding of good governance reiterates the role of state in the era of governance. What needed is not lesser government but more governance, that is, the state should facilitate involvement of other participants into the act of government without itself going backstage. Only a formal state can ensure that a representative government is taken up, and people from all sections of the society get their voice heard. Thus, government cannot take a backstage, it should actively involve itself to ensure that the process of governance is carried out with equity and that underlying principles enshrined in the Constitution be upheld. The new public management has called for a democratic governance by means of reducing the role of government and increasing the role of private sector in providing services to the people. The main aspect is to expose the bureaucracy to competition and making the public administration adopt private managerial principles. These prescriptions sought to bring a market-regulated system of governance. The proponents of such concept assure that such a market-regulated system will help in better delivery of service for the development of society. But there are some flip sides to such measure. The market system itself is not perfect, and especially in developing economies it cannot be sustained to bring about development. Markets decisions do not ensure that the resources are allocated optimally. There is no system of ensuring equilibrium between aggregate demand and supply. The fundamental ideal of equity is overlooked by the market mechanism. Because of all these shortcomings, the role of state has become more important in ensuring effective system of governance. Under new public management, the state is considered only to be a facilitator, but in reality the state has much more important functions to be carried out. The above-mentioned new public management itself suggests that state should occupy all those areas which are overlooked or ignored by the market. The essentiality of the role of the state in the present era can be understood by the following functions bestowed upon the state: create a foundation of law based on which the private sector can play a pivotal role and help the government regulate such functions, ensure that the macroeconomic stability is maintained for the purpose of attracting private sector investment, because private sector cannot thrive when the economic conditions are fragile or unstable. Invest in creating social capital. Investments have to be made in the sectors of social services and infrastructure development, because the private sector will not venture into such acts as they are motivated by profit. The government is run for the public good and hence they can carry forward such functions. Moreover, investments in infrastructure involve huge cost and lost gestation period for getting returns. Hence, in order to attract effective investment in the economy, the state should first ensure that it has all proper infrastructure in place. The state also needs to protect its vulnerable section. Not all the section of the society get representation by the private players, not all in the society has the ability or the power to make a choice. Hence, for all these disadvantaged sections of the society, the government is the only hope for providing them means of livelihood. This cannot be entrusted with private sector, it can only be carried out by a representative and democratic government. The present concern about sustainable development and protection of environment can only be taken up by the state. The private sector will tend to overlook such aspects in pursuit of profit. The natural resources are wealth of the people and the nation. It has to be protected by the state and should not be allowed to get destructed in pursuit of attaining development. Hence, sustainable development can be achieved when the state creates proper legal checks and balances. General framework of Indian model of governance. 2. In this, you will learn about basics of Indian democracy, parliamentary form of government, representative democracy, federal form and its dynamics, basic structure of the Constitution, independent constitutional bodies for effective governance, three-tier system of governance and two-tier system of federalism. 2.1 Basics of Indian democracy. 2.1.1 Approach to liberty, equality, and justice. Preamble to the Constitution is expected to imbibe the fundamental values and the philosophy based on which the Constitution is written. The fundamental rights, the directive principles and even the fundamental duties arise and flow from the preamble, and hence the preamble declares the fundamental values and establishes the foundational principles of the Constitution. The preamble is considered to be the most precious part of the Constitution. It is the soul and also the key to the Constitution. It is the quintessence of the Indian democracy as it exemplifies its basic philosophy and paves the way for growth of basic structure. 2.1.1.1 Source of the Constitution. The opening and the closing words of the preamble are "We, the people of India, adopt, enact, and give ourselves this Constitution." This clearly conveys that the people are the source of origin of the Constitution. Thus, Constitution originated from the people, and the sovereignty under the Constitution lies with the people. The Constitution was an instrument of the popular will of the people of the country, and no one was opposed to the enactment of the Constitution. Dr. Ambedkar on the floor of the Assembly in 1949 stated that, "I say that this preamble embodies what is the desire of every member of the House, that this Constitution should have its root, its authority, its sovereignty from the people, and that it has." 2.1.1.2 Sovereignty. This signifies that the country is externally sovereign. It ceased to be part of the British Empire after passing of the Indian Independence Act, 1947. From August 15, 1947 to January 26, 1950, India was a British Commonwealth Dominion. And on January 26, it became a sovereign republic like other countries such as the United States of America, etc. But India is still a voluntary member of the British Commonwealth, though it does not recognize the sovereignty of the Queen of England. Moreover, sovereignty comes with the power to cede or accede the territory. Only a sovereign state can acquire territory or give away its territory to some other state. Constitution, as seen, derives its power from the people. And hence the legal sovereignty is vested with the people of the country. The political sovereignty is distributed between the Union and the states, a characteristic which inclines in favor of a union. But the states do not have absolute sovereignty, there is no concept of dual citizenship, and the people are only citizens of India and not of any states. 2.1.1.3 Socialist. This term was added to the preamble by the 42nd Amendment. Its intention was to show that the country was a socialist state whose aim was to secure people with justice, social, economic and political. The Constitution does not define this term, but it is generally understood to be a state which ensures freedom from all forms of exploitation, social, economic, and political. 2.1.1.4 Secular. This term was also added in the Constitution by the 42nd Amendment. It declares that the state shall have no religion of its own, and all the people in the country are free to profess, propagate, and practice any religion, and they are also equally entitled to freedom of conscience. The framers of the Constitution deliberately avoided mentioning it in the preamble as they believed that the fundamental rights had clearly and effectively enshrined the principles of freedom of religion. Secularism is undefined in the Constitution. It can be generally accepted that all religions are equally treated with respect. 2.1.1.5 Democratic. This word has a comprehensive meaning. In a narrow sense, it means the type of government. A responsible and representative system in which the people choose those who administer them, and such legislators are accountable and responsible to the electorate, that is, the people of the country. In a broad sense, it means in addition to the political democracy, it also includes the economic and social democracy. And this wider meaning is what used and meant in the preamble of the Constitution. 2.1.1.6 Republic. This term implies to an elected head of the state. There is no hereditary head of the state. In a republic, the head is either directly or indirectly chosen. In India we follow indirect election system, as the role of president is merely ceremonial and symbolic. In a republic, one among citizens is chosen as the head of the state. 2.1.1.7 Justice. It implies harmonious reconciliation of individual conduct with the welfare of the society. The basic essence of justice is the achievement of common good. It embraces all the spheres, that is, social, economic and political. The following elaborates on the wider aspects of concept of justice. 2. General framework of Indian model of governance. 23. The concept of justice is very wide and is not confined to the justice administered by the courts. Social justice means that all citizens are to be equally treated irrespective of their status, caste, creed, religion, sex, etc. Political justice implies that every citizen should have equal share and rights to participate in the political process without any form of discrimination or distinction made on basis of caste, creed, race, religion, etc. Economic justice ensures that the rich and poor are treated equally and alike. And efforts should be taken to bridge the gap between them. 2.1.1.8 Liberty and equality. It is not just absence of arbitrary restraint on actions of the individual, but it also means creation of condition which enables full development of the personality of the individual. Liberty cannot be achieved without equality. Equality does not mean physical or mental equality, it means equality of status and opportunity. There has to be no restrictions based on caste, creed, religion, sex, and region, etc. The concept of equality is supplemented by the prohibition of the practice of untouchability and also by the abolition of the titles. Rule of law guarantees equality in opportunity, equality before the law and non-discrimination in relation to public employment. Liberty enshrined in the Constitution does not mean absence of restraint or domination. It is a positive concept, which means liberty of thought, expression, faith, belief, and worship. The concept of equality embodies social, political, and economic aspects. The equality is of status and opportunity. All citizens are equal before law and are to be treated equally, and enjoy equal protection of law. All citizens are entitled to enjoy political rights, such as right to vote and participate in the process of governance without any distinction. There can be no distinction based on caste, creed, religion, region, and sex, etc. in matter of access to public employment and places. 2.1.1.9 Fraternity. The concept of fraternity is emphasized to ensure both the dignity of the individual and the unity of the nation. It is a spirit of brotherhood, and its promotion will help in bringing together people from various religions and races, etc. It places a moral obligation on the state to recognize individual personality of the citizens and help achieve human dignity and self-respect. Unity of the nation stands on the basis of dignity of the individual, and hence the role of state is to keep up the dignity of the individuals in the society. Unity and integrity tends to prevent the tendencies of provincialism, regionalism, communalism, linguism, and secessionist and separatist activities. 2.1.2 Secularism. The soul of the Constitution. The preamble calls the state to be a sovereign, socialist, secular, and democratic republic. The term secularism has a special and significant meaning in the Indian context. As our former Prime Minister late SMT. Indira Gandhi stated, "Secularism and democracy are the twin pillars of our state, it is the very foundation of our society." 24. The common understanding of secularism recognizes that every citizen is equal, and there should be no stratification based on religion between them. Secularism also means tolerance of all religions and special emphasis on protection of the minorities and keeping up the communal harmony in the society. Thus, the essence of secularism is based on the following two basic principles: acceptance of religion to be the private affair of the individuals and state has no concern over it. Religion is to be separated from politics. 2.1.2.1 Meaning and nature. It has its origin in the West, meaning to separate the church from the state. Secularism is not opposed to religion, rather it supports all religions and expects that all religions to be treated equally by the state. To quote former President Dr. Radhakrishnan, who elaborately dealt with matters such as religion and secularism etc., that secularism does not mean irreligion or atheism or even stress on material comforts. It proclaims that it lays stress on the universality of spiritual values which may be attained in variety of ways. We hold that no religion is to be given preferential status, or unique distinction, that no one religion should be accorded special privileges in national life, or international relations, for that would be violation of the basic principles of democracy and contrary to the interest of religion and the government. No group of citizens shall arrogate itself to rights and privileges which it denies to others. No person shall suffer any form of disability or discrimination because of his religion, but all alike should be free to share to the fullest degree in the common life. This is the basic principle involved in the separation of church and state. Conception of a secular state involves three separate and interrelated sets of relationship concerning the religion, individual and the state. The following are the three distinct aspects. 1. The state and the religion, its separation from one another. 2. The state and the individual, the relation between them, existence as a citizen. 3. Religion and the individual freedom to practice any religion. The Western concept of secularism calls for an anti-religious ideology, and this is completely distinct from the practices carried out in the country. Our former Prime Minister, late SMT. Indira Gandhi, had stated that, secularism is neither a religion nor indifference to a religion, but it is equal treatment of all religions, not just mere tolerance, but positive respect. Without this there is no future for the nation. 2.1.2.2 Nehru's approach to secularism. Pandit Nehru was a true champion of the concept of a secular state. The conception of India as a secular country is his major achievement. He was averse to intrusion of religion into politics. He wanted to transform the caste-ridden Indian society to a modern state. According to him, people from all religion have to be included in the governing process, only then the country can become a truly secular state. To quote, "Religion is all right when it is applied to ethics and morals, but it is not good when mixed up with politics." Nehru, being an agnostic himself, believed that, "I have no desire to interfere with any person's belief." And thus, religion ought to be a private affair of the individual where the state has no role to play, and likewise the sphere of religion too has no role to play in the activities of the state. 16 hours 35 minutes and 46 seconds. 2. General Framework of Indian Model of Governance. 25. He desired a state that protects all religions, but does not favor one at the expense of others and does not itself adopt any religion as the religion of the state. Nehru wanted that the free, independent India should be a non-communal and secular state. He declared that, the government of a country like India, with many religions that have secured great and developed followings for generation, can never function satisfactorily in the modern age, except on a secular basis. He also added that, our constitution is based on secular conception and gives freedom to all religions. 2.1.2.3 Secularism in the Constitution 1. The preamble reflects the basic essence of the Constitution, that the country is a sovereign, socialist, secular, and democratic republic. 2. No state religion. There is no state religion in India. The state does not follow any religion or confer upon its citizens any faith. Article 27 Freedom as to payment of taxes for promotion of any particular religion. No person shall be compelled to pay any taxes, the proceeds of which are specifically appropriated in payment of expenses for the promotion or maintenance of any particular religion or religious denomination. Article 28 Freedom as to attendance at religious instruction or religious worship in certain educational institutions. 1. No religion instruction shall be provided in any educational institution wholly maintained out of state funds. 2. Nothing in Clause 1 shall apply to an educational institution which is administered by the state but has been established under any endowment or trust which requires that religious instruction shall be imparted in such institution. 3. No person attending any educational institution recognized by the state or receiving aid out of state funds shall be required to take part in any religious instruction that may be imparted in such institution or to attend any religious worship that may be conducted in such institution or in any premises attached thereto unless such person or, if such person is a minor, his guardian has given his consent thereto. Cultural and educational rights. 3. Freedom of conscience. The Constitution enshrines the freedom of conscience, whereby the people can propagate, practice any religion of their choice, and no one can stop an individual from doing so. Article 25 Freedom of conscience and free profession, practice, and propagation of religion. 1. Subject to public order, morality, and health and to the other provisions of this part, all persons are equally entitled to freedom of conscience and the right to freely profess, practice, and propagate religion. 2. Nothing in this article shall affect the operation of any existing law or prevent the state from making any law. A. Regulating or restricting any economic, financial, political, or other secular activity which may be associated with religious practice. B. Providing for social welfare and reform or the throwing open of Hindu religious institutions of a public character to all classes and sections of Hindus. 25 16 hours 35 minutes and 46 seconds. 26. 4. Freedom to manage religious affairs. The freedom is granted to various institutions and religious endowments to manage their own affairs. The state has no role in such activities, but all these activities have to be within the law of the land. Article 26 Freedom to manage religious affairs subject to public order, morality, and health. Every religious denomination or any section thereof shall have the right A. to establish and maintain institutions for religious and charitable purposes, B. to manage its own affairs in matters of religion, C. to own and acquire movable and immovable property, and D. to administer such property in accordance with law. 5. Equality before law. No individual shall be discriminated on the basis of religion, and all people in the society are treated equally. Article 14 Equality before law. The state shall not deny to any person equality before the law or the equal protection of the laws within the territory of India. Article 15 Prohibition of discrimination on grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, or place of birth. 1. The state shall not discriminate against any citizen on grounds only of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth or any of them. 2. No citizen shall, on grounds only of religion, race, caste, sex, place of birth or any of them, be subject to any disability, liability, restriction, or condition with regard to a. access to shops, public restaurants, hotels and palaces of public entertainment, or b. the use of wells, tanks, bathing ghats, roads, and places of public resort maintained wholly or partly out of state funds or dedicated to the use of the general public. 6. Cultural and educational rights. The interests of the minorities are protected, as they are given rights to manage their own affairs and also impart education on their own terms without any interference by the state. Article 29. Protection of interests of minorities. 1. Any section of the citizens residing in the territory of India or any part thereof having a distinct language, script, or culture of its own shall have the right to conserve the same. 2. No citizen shall be denied admission into any educational institution maintained by the state or receiving aid out of state funds on grounds only of religion, race, caste, language, or any of them. Article 30. Right of minorities to establish and administer educational institutions. 1. All minorities, whether based on religion or language, shall have the right to establish and administer educational institutions of their choice. 2. The state shall not, in granting aid to educational institutions, discriminate against any educational institution on the ground that it is under the management of a minority, whether based on religion or language. In the leading case of Ismail Farooqui v. Union of India, the Ayodhya case, the Supreme Court interpreted the true concept of secularism as follows. 26:16 hours 35 minutes and 46 seconds. 2. General Framework of Indian Model of Governance 27. It is clear from the constitutional scheme that it guarantees equality in the matter of all individuals and groups irrespective of their faith, emphasizing that there is no religion of the state itself. The preamble of the Constitution read in particular with Articles 25 to 28 emphasizes this aspect and indicated that it is in this manner the concept of secular is embodied in the constitutional scheme as a creed adopted by the Indian people has to be understood while examining the constitutional validity of any legislation. The concept of secularism is one facet of the right to equality woven as the central golden thread in the fabric depicting the pattern of the scheme in our Constitution. 2.1.3 Fundamental Rights. Indian Constitution is considered to be a social document. At core of the Constitution are the fundamental rights and the directive principles. These act as the conscience of the Constitution. The Part 3 of the Constitution guarantees each of its citizens certain fundamental, basic substantive, and procedural protections against the state. The significance of including the chapter on fundamental rights in the Constitution is the recognition of the rights of humans. Every human is thought to have a set of inviolable rights which cannot be breached by anyone. And unless these rights are enumerated and explicitly mentioned, there is a chance that it might get violated, and people will have no remedy in such cases, and since significant sections of the population are illiterate, they would have no idea that they have these essential rights. And for centuries, a section of population has always been exploited. The practice of evil untouchability was practiced throughout, the women were not treated equal, and all these factors cannot coexist in a democratic setup. Democracy calls for treating every citizen in the country with equality and respect. Rights of everyone, even a child, are important, and such fundamental and basic rights have to be protected and guarded. Hence, the framers of the Constitution included this chapter right at the beginning in order to suggest its importance and fundamental nature. These rights are essential for a democracy to function effectively. 2.1.3.1 Meaning of fundamental rights. Without provision of rights no man can seek himself to be at his best. These rights are essential conditions of social life. These are fundamental in the sense that these have been incorporated in the fundamental law of the land, that is, the Constitution. These are fundamental in the sense that they are justiciable rights, that is, they are strictly enforceable by the court of law and are available to all the citizens. They are also fundamental in the sense that they are binding on the public authorities in the country, that is, on central, state and even the local governments. Some of the rights, such as abolition of untouchability, are also available against the private individuals as well. 2.1.3.2 Salient features of the fundamental rights. 1. Integral part of the Constitution. These rights form the integral part of the Constitution and hence they cannot be altered or modified by ordinary legislation. These are fundamental in the sense that any law passed by any legislature in country should not violate these provisions. If they do, they are liable to be declared null and void, and get struck down by the courts as unconstitutional. 2. All rights are justiciable. This is another important feature of this right. This means that if any of these rights are violated, the individuals have right to approach the courts, for protection and enforcement of their rights. The Supreme Courts and the High Courts have the power to declare any law passed by legislature or executive to 27:16 hours 35 minutes and 46 seconds. 28. Be null and void, if they are inconsistent with these fundamental rights. Approaching the courts for enforcement of these rights is itself made a fundamental right. The judiciary thus acts as the guardian of the fundamental rights. 3. Citizens alone enjoy fundamental rights. This means that the citizens of the country alone have the right to enjoy these rights. But some of the rights such as right of life, freedom of religion, right against exploitation are guaranteed to every person within the territory of the country, be it citizen or an alien. Hence, the Constitution distinguishes between citizens and aliens in matter regarding enjoyment of the fundamental rights. 4. Negative and positive rights. These rights can be divided into two distinct heads, those with negative character which impose restriction on the state without conferring special privileges on the people, and on the other hand there are positive rights which confer special privileges on the people, such as Article 18 which restricts conferring special titles to the citizens by the state. Similarly, Article 17 abolishes untouchability. Right to equality, freedom of expression etc. fall under the second category. 5. No natural or enumerated rights. This concept of fundamental rights is not based on the theory of natural rights, which says that natural rights belong to man by nature. These are the rights which are possessed by man even before the state came into existence. Hence, the significant difference between the American Constitution and the India Constitution lies in the fact that the American Constitution provides for enumerated rights which exist outside the Constitution, while there is no such provision in India Constitution, as the courts cannot inquire into any rights which are not enumerated in the Constitution. 6. Suspension of the rights. During the period of emergency the President may suspend all or any of the fundamental rights. He may also suspend the right to approach any court for infringement of fundamental right during such period. 7. Most comprehensive and detailed. This chapter is comprehensive and detailed. It treats each provision and article in detail and every article is elaborated with a set of limitations and reservations. 8. Fundamental rights are amendable. They can be amended without affecting or changing the basic structure of the Constitution. 9. Restrictive nature of rights. These rights are not absolute in nature. They are provided with limitations and reasonable restrictions. And these can be imposed in the larger interests of the community concerned. For example, Article 19 gives freedom of speech and expression, but this does not mean that anyone can utter anything. These have restrictions and limitations, and these rights are allowed within such limitations. Article 16 calls for equality of opportunity, but the state has been given the power to make reservations in favor of the scheduled castes and tribes. 2.1.3.3 Importance of fundamental rights. The chapter on the fundamental rights is essential in upholding the rights of the people. These protect the basic rights of an individual. They are not only a guide to the citizens, but also to the government, administrators in order to understand the limitations, and the areas to be covered to provide benefits to the people in the society. The following are the reasons why the fundamental rights are important. 28 16 hours 35 minutes and 46 seconds. 2 General Framework of Indian Model of Governance 29. They act as a guide and inspiration to the policy makers to effectively make such policies which enhance the human life. They are used as checks against the arbitrary action of the government by the judiciary. The judiciary is the guardian of the fundamental rights of the people, and whenever such rights are violated, the judiciary intervenes and provides relief to the people. And thus when policies of the government violate any of the essential rights, it can declare such act to be unconstitutional. The importance of the fundamental rights lies in the fact that they have been made as a basic feature in the structure of the Constitution. The fundamental rights consist of principles and values which are the basic essence of the Constitution. And hence these rights cannot be abrogated at all by the legislature, though the legislature has the power to amend the fundamental rights. The following are the 6 essential fundamental rights which are guaranteed by the Constitution of India. O right to equality, this right is provided in Articles 14 to 18. This are the essential right of equality among all people. It also includes the equality before the law, prohibition of discrimination on the grounds of religion, caste, race, gender etc., provision of equality of opportunity in relation to employment. It also abolishes the evil practice of untouchability. It also has exceptions whereby the state can make positive discrimination for the backward section of the society, such as the tribal, scheduled castes and women etc. Right of equality is overlooked in such cases. O right to freedom, there are the following 6 freedoms under Article 19. Freedom of speech and expression, freedom of assembly, freedom of association, freedom of movement, freedom of residence and settlement, freedom of profession, occupation, trade, or business. The personal liberty is the most important fundamental right. All these articles under this section form the backbone of the fundamental rights. Other essential right is the right related to conviction of offences and protection against arbitrary arrest and detention in certain cases. Article 21 confers the most important right to life. It has been expanded by the judiciary to include plethora of rights which are essential to live a dignified human life. Right to receive education has also been made a fundamental right under Article 21A. All these rights protect and uphold the freedom of the individual. O right against exploitation, Articles 23 and 24 of the Constitution call for this right. It prohibits all form of forced labor, child labor, and bans trafficking of human beings. It was meant to abolish economic and physical exploitation of the weaker sections of the society. O right to freedom of religion, Articles 25 to 28 elaborates about the provisions regarding to right to freedom of religion. These articles talk about the freedom of conscience and freedom to propagate and profess any religion. It also protects the religious institutions from certain taxes and gives freedom to manage them. This establishes the secular character of the state. 29 16 hours 35 minutes and 46 seconds. 30. Cultural and educational rights, Articles 29 and 30 talks about the cultural and education rights provided to the citizens. It gives freedom to every citizen to preserve his culture, tradition, language, script, etc. It also gives the rights to the minorities to establish and run educational institutions of their choice. The state shall not discriminate between various sections in the society. Right to constitutional remedies, it is given under Article 32. It gives the individual right to move to Supreme Court to enforce any fundamental right when it is violated. It is considered to be the heart and soul of the Constitution and holds paramount importance. The court thus is the guarantor and protector of the fundamental rights of the people. Thus the Part 3 of the Constitution contains elaborate provisions on the essential rights of the people. Most important aspect is that, within the fundamental right itself, is the provision/right of individual to move to court when such right gets violated. Thus, approaching court for enforcement of fundamental right is made a fundamental right. Nowhere in the world can we see such provision. The fundamental rights are based on the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Hence, the provisions contained in these articles are of universal importance and have to be protected and upheld by the states concerned. Without these rights, the citizens can be treated less than humans. Hence, the fundamental rights fulfill the universal obligation of treating people with respect and dignity they deserve. The fundamental act as guidance force for the legislators and the executives. All the laws and rules, regulations, and policies should be for the development of the people, and no act by the government should be in violation of these rights. It gives fundamental responsibility on part of the state to uphold and protect these indispensable rights. Thus, fundamental rights have been made as the crucial basic structure of the Constitution, which cannot be abrogated by the Parliament. These rights contain the provisions which are fundamental for the people to live in the society as a dignified human being. 2.1.4 Universal Adult Franchise Principle that made India the largest democracy of the world. Franchise means the right of the people to vote and elect their own representative. This word evolved from the French word franc, which means free, hence it means the freedom to exercise their right to choose their representatives. An adult franchise means that the right to vote should be provided to all the adult citizens in the country without any discrimination on the basis of caste, creed, class, religion, color, or sex. It is based on the concept of equality, which is the basic democratic principle. It means that the right to vote should be available equally to all the people. To denial of this right means violation of the right of equality. The spirit of democracy can only be maintained if the people are given the right to vote without any discrimination. This exercise of right to vote adds to the individual's dignity, self-respect, and the sense of responsibility. The universal adult franchise, in other words, can be called as the foundation of democratic system of governance. Because of the power and right to vote in and vote out a government, the people are called as political sovereign. As provided in the Constitution, the citizens cast their votes in the periodic election process to elect their representatives to the parliaments, assemblies, and other such democratic. 16 hours 35 minutes and 46 seconds. 2. General Framework of Indian Model of Governance. 31. Institutions. These institutions are called the representative institutions as they represent the will of the people. 2.1.4.1 Evolution of concept of universal adult suffrage in India. Before independence, only 13% of the population had the right to vote. Hence, there was a growing demand for the provision of universal adult suffrage before independence. The report submitted by Motilal Nehru in 1928 was the first one to call for unlimited adult franchise with equal rights for women. Dr. Ambedkar made a representation before the Simon Commission to incorporate the provision of universal adult suffrage in the constitution of the country. According to Dr. Ambedkar, these rights give the people politico-religious equality, and it is a most potent weapon in the hands of the most oppressed sections of the society. Nehru was also keen in providing universal adult suffrage to the people after independence. It was declared in the 1931 Congress session in Karachi that this concept will make the electoral process participatory and more inclusive. There were many numbers of debates during the framing of the Constitution, and finally all agreed and enacted to provide for universal adult franchise. 2.1.4.2 Age of voting. Initially the age was 21 years and 61st constitutional amendment reduced that to 18 years. There are certain qualifications prescribed to be a voter in India. They are as follows. He/she must be a citizen of India. He/she must have attained 18 years of age. He/she must not be of unsound mind. He/she must not have been declared bankrupt by a competent court. 2.1.4.3 Constitutional provision ensuring universal adult suffrage. Article 326. Elections to the House of the People and to the legislative assemblies of states must be on the basis of adult suffrage. The elections to the House of the People and to the Legislative Assembly of every state shall be on the basis of adult suffrage, but is to say, every person who is a citizen of India and who is not less than 18 years of age on such date as may be fixed in that behalf by or under any law made by the appropriate legislature and is not otherwise disqualified under this Constitution or any law made by the appropriate legislature on the ground of non-residence, unsoundness of mind, crime or corrupt or illegal practice, shall be entitled to be registered as a voter at any such election. Thus, the Constitution of India itself grants the right of universal adult suffrage. This is a constitutional right and not a fundamental right, that is, one cannot approach the courts for its violation. But this concept does form the basic feature of the Constitution, and hence the courts do intervene in case this right is infringed. 2.1.4.4 Importance of universal adult franchise. It made India the largest democracy of the world. It legitimized the government, as it was elected by the will of majority of the people. It achieved gender equality as women were given right to vote and hence were considered equal to men in the political sphere. 31. 32. It also granted equality to the backward class people and the tribals who were considered as equal citizens. Universal adult suffrage with free and fair election was considered to be the guarantor of minority rights. It helped the representation of the unseen population, whereby such discriminated sections could elect those who can or willing to change their condition, thereby bringing prosperity and development needed to alleviate their condition. This provides diversity in representation, whereby people from various sections of the society get represented. It denotes the popular will of the people, and this will get reflected in the Parliament or in the Assembly or in any other local bodies. 2.2 Parliamentary form of government. The Constitution of India provides for a parliamentary system of government both at the centre and the states. The government is classified as parliamentary or presidential based on the relationship between executive and legislature. In the parliamentary system, the executives are responsible to the legislature for its actions. While in the presidential form, the executives remain independent and separate and are not made responsible for the legislature. The other names by which this parliamentary system is known are the cabinet system, responsible government, Westminster model of government. Britain, Canada, Japan are examples of few countries which follow parliamentary form of government. This is called a cabinet system because the cabinet acts as the nucleus of the power in a parliamentary system. This is called responsible government as for every act and function it is made responsible to the legislature, who keep a check on them. This is also called prime ministerial form of government, as the Prime Minister plays a very important and vital role, and in present days, the Prime Minister is the face of the government, and his powers have risen significantly compared with his colleagues in the cabinet. 2.2.1 Features of parliamentary form of government. The following are the features of the parliamentary form of government. 2.2.1.1 Majority party rule. The political party which secures the majority in the Lok Sabha forms the government. Either the leader of the party is appointed as the Prime Minister, or some other member as chosen by the elected members is appointed by the President. The other ministers of the Cabinet are appointed by the President on the advice of the Prime Minister. And, when no party secures a majority, the President can call upon the coalition of parties to establish the government. 2.2.1.2 Homogeneous nature of politics. The members of the Cabinet belong to the same political party, and therefore they all share same political ideology. In case of coalition they are bound by the consent. 2.2.1.3 Prime Minister. The leader. The Prime Minister is the leading figure in the government. He is the leader of the Council of Ministers, leader of the parliament and leader of the political party which has the majority in. 32. 2. General framework of Indian model of governance. 33. The parliament. He thus plays a very significant and crucial role both in the government and outside it. 2.2.1.4 Maintaining secrecy. There is code of secrecy and hence the ministers cannot divulge any information outside in the discussions on policies, programs, proceedings, etc. They undertake the oath of secrecy before entering their office. 2.2.1.5 Dissolution of Lower House. The Lower House Lok Sabha is dissolved automatically every 5 years after the end of tenure of the government. And in other cases the Prime Minister can submit recommendation for dissolution to the President. Thus, Lok Sabha is dissolved on the advice of the Prime Minister before the end of its term and fresh elections can be conducted. Thus, the executive has the power to dissolve the legislature in the parliamentary system. 2.2.1.6 Collective responsibility. This is the bedrock of the principle based on which the parliamentary system works. The ministers are collectively responsible to the Parliament in general and Lok Sabha in particular. Article 75. The Council of Ministers act as a team, they swim or sink together. This collective responsibility to Lok Sabha means that they can remove ministry government by passing the vote of no confidence motion against them. 2.2.1.7 De jure and de facto executive. The President is the nominal head, the de jure, or titular executive head, meanwhile the Prime Minister is the real, de facto head of the government. Therefore, the President is the head of the state, while Prime Minister is head of the government. The Article 74 provides for the Council of Ministers headed by the Prime Minister to aid and advise the President in exercise of his functions. Such an advice rendered is binding on the President. 2.2.1.8 Double membership. The ministers appointed are members of both the Parliament and the Executive. This means that a person cannot become the member of the Executive without him being the member of the Parliament. Hence, membership of the Parliament is an essential requirement. Further, the Constitution provides that a minister who does not become member of the Parliament within months of his appointment ceases to be a minister. 2.2.2 Merits of parliamentary system. The parliamentary form of government has the following merits. 1. Existence of alternative government. In case the ruling political party loses its majority, the President can invite the opposition party to form the government. Time is given to the opposition to prove its majority on the floor of the House. Hence, in this system, there is a provision of ready alternative government, and there is no immediate need to conduct a fresh election. Hence, the leader of the opposition is called the alternative Prime Minister. 2. Extended representation. In a parliamentary system, the executive is made up of a group of individuals, hence there is a wide representation. The government can accommodate representations from various quarters of the society or from different regions. 33. 34. Hence, the Prime Minister while formulating the ministry can take these considerations into account. 3. Responsible nature of the government. By its very nature, the parliamentary system establishes a responsible system of government. The ministers are made responsible for the legislature for all their acts of omission or commission. The Parliament exerts control over the executives through a number of devices like the question hour, adjournment motion, no confidence motion, discussions, parliamentary committees, etc. 4. Congruence between the legislature and the executive. This is the greatest advantage of the parliamentary system. It helps in keeping harmony and cooperation between the legislature and the executive branches of the democratic system. The executive are part of the legislature and both are interdependent on each other. Hence, there is less scope for dispute arising between these two main organs of state. 5. Prevents authoritarianism. In this system the power is vested with a group of individuals, the Council of Ministers, and not on any one individual. Though the Prime Minister may seem powerful, the President as per Constitution acts on the aid and advice of Council of Ministers and not just of the Prime Minister. Hence, there is no scope for an individual to assume authoritarian powers. Moreover, the Parliament in the form of passing no confidence motion can also remove the executives. 2.2.3 Demerits of the parliamentary system. Despite of numerous advantages, the parliamentary system suffers from the following disadvantages. 1. In contradiction of the separation of powers doctrine, in this system, the executives and the legislatures are together and cannot be separated. Hence, it goes against the concept of separation of powers. The cabinet here acts as the leader of both the executives and the parliament. And in this system there is fusion of powers between the executives and the legislature. 2. The government is not stable. There is no guarantee to provide a stable government in this system. The power to remove is vested on the Parliament, and whenever it feels, even without any proper reason, can pass no confidence motion to remove the government in power. This scenario is more possible in case of coalition government, whereby the government hinges on the support of number of parties who, if dissatisfied, can withdraw their support, thereby causing collapse of the government. Hence, there is no guarantee that the government will complete its tenure. Even defections can cause such instability in the government. Hence, there is no provision of stability in this system. 3. Government by non-professionals. Administrative efficiency cannot be attained as the ministers are not trained personnel. They lack the knowledge and the experience to govern. Hence, they are mainly dependent on their permanent executives or the bureaucrats for aid, advice, and guidance. The Prime Minister has limited choice in selection of his cabinet colleagues, and his choice is restricted to the Parliament alone. Apart from this, the ministers also devote their time to party activities, parliamentary work, cabinet meetings, etc. 34. 2. General framework of Indian model of governance. 35. 4. Policies of previous government not continued. This system is not effective in creating and implementing long-term projects. This is because of the unstable nature of the government. The change in ruling party changes everything, even the policy is changed, and hence decisions taken by the previous regime are all reversed or modified. The Janata government in 1977 reversed or modified several policies of the previous Congress government. And the same was repeated by the Congress when they came back to power in 1980. 5. The cabinet turning into despot. Though an individual cannot become a despot in a parliamentary system, there is possibility of the cabinet, as a whole, becoming all-powerful. When a party secures absolute majority in the parliament, there is virtually nothing to stop the government to carry out any change to any law or rule. This was seen happening during the period of internal emergency in India during the 1970s. Thus, there is chance that the executive can assume tyranny. 2.2.4 Comparison between parliamentary system and presidential system. Presidential system. Parliamentary system. The single executive is both the head of the state and head of the government. There are dual executives, President being the head of the state and Prime Minister the head of the government. The presidential election is separate and distinct from that to election to the legislature. Both happens for a fixed tenure. The head of the majority party which has won election in the Lok Sabha form the government. Hence, the elections are not separate for executives and the legislators. The President and his office are not responsible to the legislature. The entire executive are bound by collective responsibility to Lok Sabha. There may not be the same party which has won the presidential election be the majority party in the legislature. Hence, there is a lack of political homogeneity in this system. It is the most politically homogeneous system. Only the party which has won majority in the legislature can form the government and hence be the executive. Hence, the executive and the majority in the Lok Sabha belong to the same political party. This follows the doctrine of separation of powers. As seen, the executives and the legislature are separate and distinct, and even the judiciary is kept separate. There is fusion of powers between the two organs, executive and the legislature. They together create a responsible system of governance. The lower house in this system does not get dissolved. The president has no power to do so, and even in case President demeets his office before end of his term, the lower house completes its tenure separately. The power to dissolve the house before the end of its term is in the hands of the executive. Recommendation to call for a fresh election can be put forth by the executives to the president, which dissolves the house. The president is the dominant head in this system, and every other body follows his leadership. President in this system is just a nominal head. The authoritative leader is the prime minister on whose guidance the government functions. 35. 36. In this system, the executives are members of executive alone, they are not members of the legislature, hence, there is existence of only a single membership. Here the executives are also the members of the legislature. The ministers come from the parliament. Hence, there exists dual membership, that is, being members of both executive and the legislature. There exists a tension between the legislature and the executives. Since both are separate, there is difficulty in coordinating between them, especially in cases where executive and the legislature belong to different parties. There is proper and effective coordination and cooperation between the executive and the legislature. The executives arise from the legislature, and hence there is no conflict between these two organs of the state. This system has a very narrow representation. The president can appoint anyone to be in his cabinet, and the government thus operate according to his wish. The prime minister can appoint only those who are members of the legislature, even if not, they should become members within 6 months. Hence, there is wide representation. The president is not made responsible to the legislature. Hence, the legislature has no control over the policies of the president. All the actions of the Council of Ministers have to be approved by the legislature in order for them to be made as a law. Hence, legislature keeps effective check and the government is made responsible to the legislature. This system has the chance of transforming into a dictatorship by the president. There is no such possibility, as the executives are kept in effective check by the legislature. This system provides the most stable government. The president and his government cannot be removed by the legislature, and it continues to finish its term without any hurdles. The stability is not seen in this type of system, as there is chance for the lower house to pass no confidence motion against the government, and thus vote it out of power. Hence, the government is not stable. This system of government is run by experts. There is flexibility and freedom to choose any person or expert in that field to manage the particular office. It is the discretion of the president. There are no experts, as only the members of the legislature can be a minister. Hence, this system is a government run by amateurs. 2.2.5 Reasons for adoption of parliamentary system. There were a number of discussions in the Constituent Assembly, regarding the type of government to be adopted. There was the presidential type of system followed in America under consideration, but that was overlooked to adopt the parliamentary system. And the reasons behind the decision are as follows. 1. Indian society and its nature. India is one of the most diverse and heterogeneous nations in the world. It has a complex and a plural society. Hence, this present system was adopted as it gives better scope for providing representation to interests of wider sections and regions in the government. This could therefore help in promoting national spirit and help build a united country. 2. Being familiar with the system of parliamentary form of government was much familiar to the makers of the Constitution. They had a first-hand experience in the functioning and operation of the parliamentary system, as it was in action in India, being imposed by the colonial government. Hence, the Constitution makers felt that as the system was very well entrenched, the people were also familiar with the system, and hence there was no need to look for a new form of government. 36. 2. General framework of Indian model of governance. 37. 3. Preference to responsibility over stability. When the choice had to be made between stability and responsibility, the constitutional makers decided to choose the latter, as it would be beneficial for the people. During one of the debates, Dr. Ambedkar stated that a democratic executive has to satisfy two conditions: stability and responsibility. Unfortunately, it has not been possible to devise a system which can ensure both in equal degree. The American system gives more stability but less responsibility, while the British system offers more responsibility but less stability. The drafting committee on recommending the parliamentary system preferred more responsibility to more stability. For in order to avoid legislative-executive conundrum, the framers of the Constitution wanted to avoid such conflict between the executive and the legislature. This was bound to occur in a presidential system as seen in USA. It was thought that the newly emerged democratic countries such as India cannot afford to have such conflicts between the two pillars of the state. It was desired to have a government which was free from such conflicts and could help in ensuring development of the people. The Swaran Singh Committee was constituted to recommend whether the presidential system could be adopted. It recommended that the present parliamentary system itself was functioning effectively and hence there was no need to adopt another form of government. 2.2.6 Distinction between the Indian and Westminster model. This system of parliamentary form is largely based on the British model. But it is not entirely similar, and there are crucial differences between the two, which are discussed as follows. 1. India is a republic while Britain still follow monarchical system. This means that the head of the state in India is elected, and it is not a hereditary office, and one among the citizens of the country is made the president, while in Britain, the head is a hereditary post, and it continues to be so. 2. In Britain there is a system of legal responsibility of the ministers where the ministers have to countersign any act or rule after being signed by the head of the state. Such a kind of system is not followed in India. 3. The presence of shadow cabinet is unique to the British system. The shadow cabinet is carried out by the opposition which mirrors the government, and formulates counter-legislations. It is the perfect training for the government in waiting. There is no such system in India and only the head of the opposition party is accorded recognition. 4. The British system is established on the doctrine of sovereignty of the Parliament, where the Parliament is supreme. While in India, the Parliament is not absolute sovereign, it has restricted and limited powers because of a written constitution, judicial review, fundamental rights, and a federal system. 5. In Britain, the ministers can only be appointed from the Parliament. In India an outsider can be appointed, but for a period of 6 months, within which he should become member of either house of the Parliament. 6. The Prime Minister in Britain should be from the lower house, that is, from House of Commons. There is no such restriction in India, the Prime Minister can be from either house of the Parliament. 37. 38. 2.3 Representative democracy. The Indian Constitution not only provides political rights, being a social document, it also protects the socio-economic fundamental right of the people. Dr. Ambedkar in the concluding speech in the Constituent Assembly stated that political democracy cannot last unless there lies at the base of it social democracy. What does social democracy mean? It means a way of life which recognizes liberty, equality, and fraternity, which are not to be treated as separate items in a trinity. They form a union of trinity in the sense that to divorce one from the other is to defeat the very purpose of democracy. 2.3.1 Concept of representative democracy. This is the type of democracy which is founded on the principle of people being represented by the elected officials. It is opposed to the direct democracy where the people are in total control of the system. Nearly all modern states, except a few, follow the ideal set by the representative democracy. For example, United Kingdom is a constitutional monarchy, India is a federal republic, and United States is presidential type. In a society having a number of people, it is difficult for everyone to voice their view. The ideal of direct democracy, where people directly represent themselves, is possible when the population is small, the people are well educated, system of democracy is well established. Thus, in a mass-based society where the population is large, the most efficient form of democracy is the representative form. Even the developed and well-educated societies in West have not adopted the direct form of democracy, but rather have accepted to follow the representative form. It allows for effective ruling by a small but well-established group on behalf of the other people in the society. This system is both time and cost-effective. The decisions are taken quickly by a small group of people, and hence the view of entire population need not be ascertained, and as representatives they take the decisions knowing the pulse and need of the people. This form of democracy originated from the idea of representative government, which arose after the French and American Revolution. Hence, it means that people elect their representatives who make the law, and they are responsible and accountable to the people for their actions. Generally, the lower chamber in the democracies acts as the representatives of the people. For example, in India, it is called Lok Sabha, means the association of the people. In England it is called the House of Commons, in USA it is the Congress. Hence, in all democracies the lower house consists of the representatives directly chosen by the people themselves. Some of these countries may have an upper house to keep a check on the lower house. These are democratic provisions in order to maintain the balance of the democratic system. 2.3.2 Powers of the representative. They are elected directly by the people to the national legislature. They hold power for a specific period of term, at the end of which the process of election begins again. Hence, the representatives go back to the people, asking them to vote back to power. Therefore the people in the democratic system have the power to change or make the same government continue to govern. 38. 2. General Framework of Indian Model of Governance. 39. The powers of such representatives are not unlimited. They are checked by the following: they are bound by the Constitution, they have to abide by and follow the ideals of the Constitution. They cannot make any law which is in violation of the Constitution. The third pillar of democracy, that is, judiciary, keeps an effective check on the legislature. They are the guardians of the Constitution, and when any law made by the legislature goes beyond the provisions of the Constitution, they are struck down as ultra vires. Other constitutional bodies such as the Election Commission, Union Public Service Commission, and the Office of Comptroller and Auditor General are independent of the legislature. They keep an effective check on various aspects and hence make the representatives accountable to the people. The presence of upper house is also meant to keep a check on the lower house. The upper house understood to have people of wisdom, and hence they act with prudence and try to curtail dictatorial tendencies of an absolute majoritarian lower house. 2.3.3 Representative democracy. In India, the Lok Sabha is directly elected by the people of the country, so the members of Parliament of Lok Sabha are the representatives of the people. The people elect their representatives from their own constituencies or locality. The whole country and each state is divided into different constituencies which are based on the territorial limit set by the Delimitation Commission. Hence, an individual stands for election in a particular locality/area from where the people living in that region vote to select the person who would give voice to them in the parliament. India have universal adult suffrage. Hence any citizen who has completed the age of 18 years is eligible to vote. There is no discrimination in any manner to vote in the election process. This is the fundamental basis of representative democracy. The important aspects of representative democracy in India are as follows: 1. President, he is the head of the state. He is elected directly by electoral college consisting of members of both House of the Parliament and the elected members of the state assemblies. He is an integral part of the Parliament, though he does not take part in its sittings. Final approval to any bill has to be given by the President. He can promulgate ordinances when either house is not in session. It has the same effect as a law passed by the Parliament. It has to be noted that in all aspects the President should act in accordance to the aid and advice rendered by the Council of Ministers headed by the Prime Minister. 2. Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha. Rajya Sabha is the Council of State, and it represents the will of the people indirectly. They are elected by the members of the state assemblies by a system of proportional representation. Each state has a different number of representatives as it is decided on basis of the population of each state. It is a permanent body consisting of not more than 250 members, and among them 12 persons are nominated by the President. The lower house is directly elected by the people. It should not contain more than 530 members representing the states and not more than 20 representing the Union territories. The President has the power to nominate 2 members from the Anglo-Indian community if there are no other such representation. 39. 40. The important aspect of the representative democracy is that the government should periodically obtain the mandate of the people through election in order to continue office legitimately. Both the House share equal powers in all aspects, except a few, such as the Lok Sabha in the financial sphere, and the Council of Ministers are collectively responsible only to the lower house and not to the Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha too has some special powers assigned to by the Constitution. It has the power to dictate on matters related to items in the state list for the larger public interest concerned. 3. Parliament and the Executive. The leader of the party which has secured majority in the election is called by the President and asked to form the government. The other ministers are appointed as per the recommendation of the Prime Minister. The Council of Ministers are collectively responsible to the Lok Sabha and hold the office as long as it enjoys the confidence of the lower house. There is harmony between the legislature and the executive. This is because the executive is taken from the legislature. Hence, the ministers are members of both legislature and the executive. Thus, Parliament in India is to legislate, criticize, advise and air public grievances, while the executive is to govern, on behalf of the Parliament. The executive thus remain accountable and responsible to the Parliament. 4. Parliament and Judiciary. The judiciary in India is integrated, where the Supreme Court is at the apex, the High Courts are in the states, and district courts govern in the allocated districts. The court has a very important role to play in a representative democracy. They keep check on the acts, functions, and laws made by the Parliament. They are the guardians of the principles and ideals of the Constitution. If any law which is in violation of the constitutional values, they are liable to be declared null or void by the judiciary. Any illegal executive action which violates the fundamental rights of the people can be questioned by the courts on the basis of writ petitions. The fundamental rights of the people which are guaranteed under the Constitution are protected by the Supreme Court and the High Courts. Thus, the Judiciary act as an effective check against illegal and unconstitutional acts of both the legislature and the executive. The fundamental aspect of the representative government in the party politics and its recent evolution into the coalition system is dealt in the following sections. 2.3.4 Party politics. The party system is the fundamental basis for the representative democracy. There is no other alternative to the party system than a dictatorship, hence the party system is very essential. They are essential in a democratic system. They link the people to the legislature and the executive. The nature of the representative government is determined on basis of the kind of party which governs it. Though they are an informal entity, the party play a very important role in democratic setup. The important function is to organize and mobilize the electorate. They form the government if they get elected by the people. In a parliamentary system, the majority party which secures the vote of the electorate forms the government. During every election, the party releases a manifesto, in which it outlines its policies and ideas which they would implement if elected to power. And once they form the government, they strive to implement those promises. 40. 2. General framework of Indian model of governance. 41. The minority party which loses the election takes up the role of the opposition in the parliament or in the assembly. They help in the breakdown of traditional barrier and help bind the diversified community which are divided based on caste, religion, and region, etc. 2.3.5 Classification of political parties in India. In terms of geography, the political parties can be classified as national, regional, or local parties. On basis of their ideology, they are differentiated into left, right, or center. And among the left, there are communist and socialist parties, and among the right there are traditional caste-based parties, etc. Nehru made an observation regarding the prevailing party scenario in the country in 1953. The parties, as they exist in India today, apart from the Congress, may be divided into 4 groups. There are certain political parties with economic ideology. There is the Communist Party with allied organization. There are various communal parties under different names but essentially following a narrow communal ideology, and there are a number of local parties and groups having only a provincial or even a narrower appeal. Thus, further we may classify the political parties as follows. 1. All India political parties, as per the election symbols, reservation and allotment, order, 1968, a party is recognized as a national party only if it fulfills the following conditions, i. The candidates set up by the party, in any 4 or more states, in the last general election to the House of the People or to the Legislative Assembly of the state concerned, have secured not less than 6% of the total valid votes polled in each of those states in that general election, and, in addition, it has sent at least 4 members to the House of the People in the aforesaid last general election from any state or states, or, 2, in the last general election to the House of the People, the party has won at least 2% of the total number of seats, any fraction exceeding half being counted as 1, and the party's candidates have been elected to that House from not less than 3 states, or, 3, the party is recognized as state party in at least 4 states. These parties stand on the national platform and emphasize national issues for getting elected to the parliament. At the end of 16th Lok Sabha elections, 6 political parties were accorded national party recognition by the Election Commission. 2. Regional parties, they represent the regional nationalism based on common language, history, and culture of place which they are part of. Their strength is confined only to a particular area. According to the election symbols, reservation and allotment, order, 1968, a party is recognized as a state party only if it fulfills the following conditions, i. In the last general election to the Legislative Assembly of the state, the candidates set up by the party have secured not less than 6% of the total valid votes polled in the state, and, in addition, the party has sent at least 2 members to the Legislative Assembly of that state in such general election, or 41. 42. 2. In the last general election to the House of the People from that state, the candidates set up by the party have secured not less than 6% of the total valid votes polled in the state, and, in addition, the party has returned at least 1 member to the House of the People from that state at such general election, or 3. In the last general election to the Legislative Assembly of the state, the party has won at least 3% of the total number of seats in the Legislative Assembly, any fraction exceeding half being counted as 1, or at least 3 seats in the Assembly, whichever is more, or 4, in the last general election to the House of the People from the state, the party has returned at least one member to the House of the People for every 25 members or any fraction thereof allotted to that state, or, v. in the last general election to the House of the People from the state, or in the last general election to the Legislative Assembly of the state. The candidates set up by the party have secured not less than 8% of the total valid votes polled in the state. The privilege of being accorded recognition by the Election Commission is that they can have their own permanent symbol for all their contestants, and they are given airtime on All India Radio, Doordarshan to address the voters. 3. Communal parties. These are exclusive organizations open only to those who practice that particular religion or belong to that ethnicity. They seek to protect and promote interests of a particular community alone, hence their support base is small and confined to that region alone. The examples are Muslim League, Kerala, Akali Dal, Punjab, etc. 4. Ad hoc parties. These are temporary parties organized on the basis of a powerful personality. They only appear for a short period and does not have a mass base. Examples are Bangala Congress, Kerala Congress, and the BKD of Sharan Singh, which were all short-lived ventures. 2.3.6 Salient features of the party system in India. 1. One-party dominance system. The Congress party was the forefront in the freedom struggle. It had the distinction of being the party of numerous illustrious freedom fighters. It was led by Gandhi, Nehru, and so many others. Hence, it became the only party leading the independent nation of India. And likewise it got elected with an overwhelming majority to the parliament. And being a young country, the people had first-hand experience of the British rule, and they had seen the role played by the Congress during the struggle for independence, and hence the support to the party continued even after independence. For a long time, no other party was able to establish a stable government at the center without the support from the Congress party. Even today, any possible alternative government is said to rest on the shoulders of the Congress party. Hence, in India there is domination of a single party, and even today its support base has not eroded. To a multi-party system, credit should be given to the Congress party for not to convert its goodwill and convert into an authoritarian, despotic system. Hence, the basic necessity of a representative democracy got entrenched into the Indian system. 42. 2. General framework of Indian model of governance. 43. Though we could say that the Congress party is the dominant party, there is scope for existence for numerous other parties in the country. Though their recognition is subjected to the conditions provided in the Election Commission rules. A number of parties are needed to represent the interests of various sections of the population. No single party can satisfy needs and requirements of the entire population. Presence of multi-party system also helps protect the democratic system, as they keep the government in check, by posing questions on their actions in the legislature, help people understand presence of alternative schemes, offer alternative thinking and ideology to the people. This system also helps in articulation and representation of the needs of a minor section of the population. 3. Weakness of the non-Congress parties. The non-Congress parties are not that well organized and does not have the mass base throughout the country. Even before the independence, the Congress established and spread its association even to a remote village. But after independence, such measures were difficult to carry out, and hence no other political party could come close to Congress in mobilization of people and the resources. And also presence of dynamic leaders such as Nehru, Indira Gandhi etc. helped in sustenance of the party. 4. Reliance on powerful personalities. Most of the regional parties got formulated around the cult of a mass leader. Down south the Cine personalities extended their on-screen image to the real world and wooed the masses. The people too worshipped these personalities and hence accepted them as their leader. The formation of Anadravida Munitra Kazhagam, ADMK, around the personality of M.G. Ramachandran and creation of Telugu Desam Party around N.T. Rama Rao are the glaring examples of a single man shaped up these parties. Even today many such parties are run on basis of the goodwill of these powerful personalities. 5. Lack of ideological commitment. Another important aspect of political parties in India is that, apart from the leftist parties, no other party has a concrete ideology. The Communist Party of India, CPI, has a socialist agenda. Meanwhile, even the Congress adopted the socialistic policies, but it brought in the neoliberal reforms. Most of the regional parties have a narrow vision, that is, development and protection of their own section of population. Hence, there is not much difference in electing a different party to power. More or less all these parties have committed to follow the ideology of development politics. 6. Factions within the parties. Some of the parties are not united and there are factions within them. The factions are based on personalities of different leaders within the parties. Sometimes these factions are dangerous for the party and may even lead to eventual breakup of the party. The breakaway faction may join some other political party which may provide them with plum postings. This is because of lack of ideology in the political parties, which has made possible existence of various factions. 7. Use of extra-constitutional means to power. The parties apart from electioneering and campaigning might indulge in other means of getting into power. The breakaway faction might join the party in power and hence the party system has no proper value or ideology. They might tend to use unconstitutional means such as civil disobedience, strikes, mass demonstration, and protest rallies to press sunrise the party in power to accept their dictates. 43. 44. 2.3.7 Coalition politics. The upper middle class elite played a dominant role in running the country after its independence, and such scenario continued for a long time both in center and the states. This coordination and consensus was possible between center and state because of the one-party dominance of the system, which is ruled in both by the Congress Party. The consensual elite accommodation was possible because of the dominance of the political class by the powerful upper caste political elites, and hence similar view and line of thought was possible. 2.3.7.1 Initial phase of coalition era. The scenario started to change after 1960s. There were some noteworthy changes in the political system such as rearrangement of the political forces, increasing role of rural elites in the system, rise of a party-colored and complex elite structure. The year 1967 marked the coming of change. The Congress Party lost elections in several prominent states and first phase of coalition governments with support from regional parties started to arise in the system. This could not be sustained for a long time because of the lack of initial experience, differences, and contradictions among the parties. Indira Gandhi too played a significant role in curtailing the rise of coalition politics by centralizing political and economic powers. But some states did challenge such unilateral and centralizing tendencies of the union government. They also questioned the veracity of the planning by the center. Though the initial phase of coalition politics was temporary and short-lived, it indeed created some strong regional movements and state-specific parties in states like Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Orissa, West Bengal, Punjab etc. 2.3.7.2 The first phase of coalition era. The late 1960s. The Congress Party underwent noteworthy changes during the 1960s. It had lost its dominant status after the 1967 elections. By the end of 1960s, the Congress had polarized into two camps and split, one led by Kamaraj called as the Syndicate Congress organization, and another under Indira called as the Congress ruling. Indira Gandhi faced stiff opposition within her own party. She increasingly started to reject principle of consensus and ignored long-standing and established leaders of the party. She dismantled the party's decentralized structure and restricted its functioning without any concern for regional and local sentiments. She practically took over the party operations completely. All senior members of the party had to fall in line with her dictates. This had not only changed working of the Congress Party, but it inadvertently also had significant impact on the Indian political federal system. This had led to growth of strong regional sentiment in the states. Strong case was made demanding decentralization by sharing power of sovereignty by the states, especially Punjab and Assam during the second term of Indira Gandhi. Several prominent state-level parties came to power during Indira's second term in early 1980s, such as Assam Gana Parishad, AGP, in Assam, AIADMK in Tamil Nadu, Akali Dal in Punjab, Telugu Desam Party, TDP, in Andhra Pradesh, etc. The state governments of West Bengal and Kerala, led by the United Front of the Left Parties, Swatantra Party in Orissa, DMK-led government in Tamil Nadu, had emphasized the need to restrain the authority of the centre. In 1980s, Jyotha Basu, N.T. Rama Rao and other opposition chief ministers came together to build a coalition of non-Congress CMs challenging the hegemony of the dominant Congress party and the so-called centralized state. Several conferences and conclaves were held to discuss these issues. 44. 2. General Framework of Indian Model of Governance. 45. 2.3.7.3 The second phase of coalition era, late 1980s. The other major period of coalition era. The second phase started in 1989, 2 years before the economic reform program. There was a transition from the dominant party system to a multi-party system and from a majoritarian government to a coalition government. Several unstable governments were formed in quick succession. The coalition politics got boost from the implementation of the Mandal Commission reforms for reservation to OBCs by the VP Singh government and communalization of the polity by the demolition of the Babri Masjid in Ayodhya. BJP emerged as a major force in the centre, while in the states, caste-based, class-based politics of the SCC and OBCs took center stage. Hence, the so-called national parties had to align themselves with these state-level forces in order to win the elections, as their powers had waned. 2.3.7.4 Present era of coalition politics. In successive years, the coalition government had become the norm in the centre with support from the regional state parties. Some of the dominant parties emerged in 1990s, such as Samajwadi Party, SP, Janata Dal, United, JDU, Biju Janata Dal, BJD, Trinamool Congress, Samata Party, Nationalist Congress Party, NCP, etc. 1. It was impossible now to form a government at the centre without the support of these regional parties. 2. This had significant impact on the federal system, as states now played a dominant and decisive role in the coalition governments. 3. Though in 2014 elections BJP had won majority on its own, it still chose to form government with coalition of other parties. 4. Thus, states are now becoming increasingly assertive in center-state federal bargaining as their dominance has increased in the national level politics. 5. The coalition government and its effect is not restricted to national politics alone, it has a significant impact on the neoliberal economic policies of the centre. 6. Due to the opposition of the state governments, the centre could not carry forward many decisive economic reforms. The states now have say in directing and modifying the economic policies. 7. The national parties too are now exploiting the coalition politics, and thus the system has become more corrupt. 8. During the pre-liberalization phase, there was a vertical competition between the national states. Now it has become horizontal, that is, competition is now between the regional state governments themselves. 9. Hence, the policies of the centre are now diffused across the states and it works on political considerations. Thus, the disintegration of the party system and unstable coalition has adversely affected the governance of the country. 10. There is now increased prominence of the state and regional parties because of the stability of the coalition government at the centre. 11. The states hence now enjoy a greater degree of autonomy, and they are trying to establish their own influence at the center, which is adversely impacting the polity. 12. The state-level parties are also in talks to create a united federal front to resist any centralization move. 13. Such centralization measures invite condemnation not just from the regional and state parties but also from the national parties themselves in order to preserve the federal. 45. 46. Spirit and structure. Even the BJP-led government elected in 2014 has given greater emphasis on improving the dynamics of center-state relations, at least on paper. According to scholars, the participation of the regional state parties in the coalition governments has led to refederalization of Indian democracy. Present era is moving towards increased decentralization, refederalization, and regionalization of politics, and hence the institutions should also keep up with such changes in the political scenario for effective sharing of powers. 2.4 Federal form and its dynamics. Although the Indian constitution nowhere mentions the term federal, it has provided for a governance model, which is essentially federal in spirit. Federalism in India should be studied in the context of its pluralities of culture and its socio-economic conditions on the eve of independence. With a large population spread across a large pluralistic framework in terms of ethnic, linguistic, religious, and other diversities, it was necessary to implement a system of polity that would accommodate these pluralities. This was to be done without compromising on building a unified nation. In order to serve the objective, the constitution makers decided on a democratic structure based on federal system of government with a unitary bias. While democracy ensures freedom to the citizens, a federation would ensure the protection of pluralities. This, when managed by a strong union government, ensures the principle of unity amidst diversity in order to march ahead to progress. The perils of colonial rule made India as a land of severe economic disparities and chronic underdevelopment. As the immediate goal for the newly born nation was to turn around the economic conditions, it was necessary to bring in an administrative system that would combine regional management and centralized supervision. It was thus decided that a federal polity with an empowered union government will best fit these requirements to achieve the goal. 2.4.1 Features of Indian federalism. There are certain unique features in Indian federalism. They are as follows. 1. Supreme and single constitution. Constitution is the most supreme law of the land in India. It contains several components that together act as a rule of thumb in framing policies of the government. It guarantees a set of fundamental rights to the citizens. Similarly, it demarcates the domains of power of executive, legislative and financial powers of both the Government of India and the states. 2. Dual government. The Constitution has distributed powers between the Union and the states. Through this distribution, it seeks to accommodate the diversity of India. By providing certain powers to the state governments, the Constitution allows the states to take decision with flexibility according to local needs. 3. Authority of the courts. Legal supremacy of the Constitution is an essential feature in the federal system. It helps in maintaining the division of powers between the Union and Centre. Courts have the final power to interpret the Constitution and nullify actions on the part of the federal and state governments or their different units, which violate the provisions of the Constitution. 46. 2. General framework of Indian model of governance. 47. 4. The mode of formation. Unlike the United States, which was formed as a result of coming together of a group of states, Indian federalism was born out of the need for administrative convenience. 5. Position of the states in the federation. In the United States, since the states had existed much before the formation of federation, they held their own sovereignty vis-a-vis the federal government. Therefore, their constitution had several safeguards for the protection of states' sovereignty. Whereas in India, there was no such history of states holding a higher sovereignty. Thus, our states do not enjoy a higher authority in comparison to the union government. 2.4.2 Criticism of Indian federalism. Though the founding fathers of the Indian Constitution have done their best to imbibe a federal character into our polity, there are a number of criticisms against it. 1. Not a truly rigid constitution. The amendment process to the Constitution of India follows a blend of rigidity and flexibility. Some of its provisions can be easily amended by the Parliament and some require ratification from the states. While it is challenging to pass amendments that affect the federal provisions, it is not as difficult as the amendment process in the United States. 2. Powerful union government. The union holds more power as against the states. This can be understood by the number and importance of subjects under the Union list under Schedule 7 of the Constitution. Even regarding the concurrent list, the Constitution empowers the Parliament to override any law made by the state legislature in case of a conflict with a Union law on the same subject. Additionally, all residuary powers are also vested with the Parliament. Besides this, it empowers the Parliament to legislate in certain cases on subjects in the state list. 3. Unequal representation of states in the upper house. In bicameral legislatures of federal countries, it is a basic feature to have equal representation for states in the upper house. India has deviated from this principle and has opted for proportional representation based on the population of the respective states. 4. Executive is a part of legislature. Separation of powers is yet another essential part of a federal polity. In India, though, the political executive is an integral part of the legislature. 5. Lower house enjoys greater power than upper house. The role of the upper house in a federation is quite significant as it features representatives from the states. In the Indian Parliament, however, the lower house enjoys greater powers compared to the upper house. For instance, money bills can only be introduced in a lower house. A no-confidence motion against the government can only be initiated in the lower house. Interestingly, the upper house as well enjoys the unique power such as to initiate a bill for the creation of an All India service. Such unequal distribution of powers among the Houses of Parliament is contrary to the principle of federalism. 6. Appointment process of governor. The power of appointing a governor lies with the President, who executes this power based on the advice of the Council of Ministers. As a result, the governor acts as an agent of the Union government. 47. 48. 7. Destructible states. A state's name, territory, or its very existence can be changed by the Parliament by passing a law to that effect. All of this can be done following the procedure of an ordinary bill. 2.4.3 Cooperative federalism to competitive federalism. Cooperative federalism implies that the Union and states share a horizontal relationship, where they cooperate in the larger public interest. It's visualized as an important tool to enable states' participation in the formulation and implementation of national policies. Sharing of powers and responsibilities between the three levels of government is a key element of the concept, which involves participative policymaking. This is particularly important in areas of concurrent responsibility, where the center has had a tendency to ride roughshod over the states by occupying the common legislative space. A reform of the 7th schedule lists in the direction of greater empowerment of states would be consistent with the logic of increased financial transfers and cooperative federalism. Locating the right level for making and implementing policy is a central feature of the cooperative responsibility matrix. A key element in fostering cooperative federalism is the respect for the mandate of elected governments, even those run by opposition parties. In an era where the party system is fragmented along federal lines, the need is still felt to include state parties in federal coalitions, even when technically not necessary. Competitive federalism can refer to the relationship between the central and state governments, vertical, or between state governments, horizontal. Post the 1990s economic reforms, this idea of federalism gained prominence. The spirit of competition in a free market economy is established through the provision of benefactions to states, their resource base available and their other comparative advantages. States has to compete not just with the center, but also with other states for gaining these benefits. Increasing globalization, however, has made the already existing inequalities and imbalances between states much wider. Hence, there is concern about the states' freedom to formulate their own growth policies. With the onset of globalization, there have been new economic roles for the government. There has been complex power sharing and multi-level relationship. Identity-related issues, e.g., Telangana, and resource-based issues, like Kaveri and Narmada, so in multi-party system, need to forge federal coalitions is all the more important. Fiscal constraints of the states have led to the proliferation of central schemes and national missions. Because of responsive and participative democracy, we get asymmetric federalism, the acceptance of inequality of states, leading to decline in inequality, tensions, and dissatisfactions. 48. 2. General framework of Indian model of governance. 49. 2.5 Basic structure of the Constitution. 2.5.1 Basic principles of the Constitution. The Constitution is a set of laws and rules which sets up the machinery of the government. It also enshrines about the provisions regarding separation of various instruments of the state and about the role carried out by them. It also defines power of each organ of the state and establishes relations between them. Every such structure of government is made up from some basic principles, and these basic principles should be well established. Every such constitution around the world has such common features, apart from having their own exclusive feature. India is no exception, as it also has some of the basic principles in its foundation. These are not explicitly mentioned, rather the careful study of the Constitution would provide us with the following 6 essential features, which can said to be the foundation of democracy in the country. These are fundamental rights, directive principles of state policy, federalism, cabinet form of government, judicial independence, popular sovereignty. The political freedom and the concept of civil liberty are said to lie at the base of our Constitution. The Constitution of India was created for the common man. The Constitution was meant not for those who rule, but was rather for the very people who are to be governed. 2.5.2 Emergence of basic structure of the Constitution. The emergence of the basic structure doctrine can be traced from the judgments pronounced by the courts, essentially the Supreme Court of the country. 1. Amendment of Fundamental Right, Parliamentary Supremacy. In Amendment Shankari Prasad case, 1951, the question whether the Parliament had the power to amend the fundamental right came up before the court within 1 year of the enactment of the Constitution. In the said case, the validity of First Amendment, which curtained the right to property, was challenged. The Supreme Court ruled that under Article 368, the Parliament had the power to amend even the fundamental right. The court interpreted that the laws given under Article 13 did not include constitutional amendments. Hence, the Parliament had the power to take away, amend any of the fundamental rights by way of constitutional amendment under 368, as they did not constitute law. 2. Amending of fundamental right, curtailing of the Parliament. Golak Nath case, 1967. The above judgment given in Shankari Prasad case was reversed in this case. In this case, the constitutional validity of the 17th Amendment Act was challenged, which inserted some state acts into the 9th Schedule. 49. 50. The court asserted that the fundamental rights have been given immutable and transcendental position, and therefore the Parliament cannot take away any of these rights. Court said that, under Article 13, even a constitutional amendment is a law. Hence it can be struck down as void in case it is in violation of the fundamental rights. 3. Reaction of the legislature for on Golak Nath case. 24th Amendment Act. The legislature reacted to the judgment of the Supreme Court, by enacting the 24th Amendment Act, which amended the Articles 13 and 26. It declared that, the power of the Parliament to amend the Constitution is supreme, and it can take away any fundamental right under Article 368, and it will not constitute law as under Article 13. 4. Doctrine of Basic Structure. Kesavan-Dabarati case, 1973. The 24th Amendment Act was challenged. The court overruled its earlier judgment in the Golaknath case. It held the 24th Amendment to be valid. The Parliament had the power to amend the fundamental rights. But it established a new concept of basic structure of the Constitution. It ruled that the power to amend under Article 368 does not enable the Parliament to alter the basic structure of the Constitution. This means that the Parliament cannot take away or modify any fundamental right which falls within the doctrine of basic structure of the Constitution. 5. Reaffirmation of Basic Structure Doctrine. Indira Gandhi case, 1975. The court invalidated the 39th Amendment Act of the Parliament, which had sought to keep the election dispute of the Prime Minister and the Speaker of the Lok Sabha out of purview of the courts. The court held that this was beyond the amending power of the Parliament as it affected the basic structure of the Constitution. 6. Reaction of the Parliament. 42nd Amendment Act. This was in reaction to the judicial concept of the basic structure, which had invalidated the election of the Prime Minister. This act amended the Article 368, and declared that the power of Parliament is supreme regarding the question of amendment. There was no limitation to the power of the Parliament, and no such amendment can be questioned by any court for being contravention to the provisions of any of the fundamental rights. 7. Finality of basic structure by the judiciary. Minerva Mills case, 1980. The Supreme Court in this case struck down the provision which excluded the court's purview over the legislations. This was abrogation of power of judicial review, which was a basic feature of the Constitution. Applying the concept of basic structure to the Article 368, the court held that, since the Constitution had conferred a limited amending power on the Parliament, the Parliament cannot under the exercise of that limited power enlarge that very power into an absolute power. Indeed, a limited amending power is one of the basic features of the Constitution, and therefore, the limitations on that power cannot be destroyed. In other words, Parliament cannot under Article 368, expand its amending power so as to acquire for itself the right to repeal or abrogate the Constitution or to destroy its 50. 2. General Framework of Indian Model of Governance. 51. Basic Features. The donee of a limited power cannot by the exercise of that power convert the limited power into an unlimited one. In Waman Rao case, 1981, the Supreme Court adhered to the doctrine of basic structure and held that it would only apply to constitutional amendments enacted after the judgment of Kesavan-Dabarati case, 24, April 1973. 2.5.3 Elements of Basic Structure. The present position is that the Parliament has the power to amend the fundamental rights under Article 368. But this has to be carried out without affecting the basic structure of the Constitution. Even now there is no proper clarification regarding what constitutes these basic structures. It is a dynamic concept, and from various judgments of the Supreme Court we can identify the basic structure of the Constitution as follows: 1. Secular nature of the Constitution. 2. Federal character. 3. Unity and integrity of the nation. 4. Powers of Supreme Court under Articles 32, 136, 141 and 142. 5. Limited power of the Parliament to amend the Constitution. 6. Judicial review. 7. Supremacy of the Constitution. 8. Separation of powers between the executive, legislature, and the judiciary. 9. Principle of equality. 10. Independence of judiciary. 11. Powers of high courts under Articles 226 and 227. 12. Effective access to justice. 13. Welfare state. 14. Sovereign, socialist, democratic, and republic nature of the state. 15. Harmony and existence of balance between the fundamental rights and the directive principles. 16. Free and fair elections. 17. The basic nature of the fundamental rights. 18. Parliamentary system. 19. Freedom and dignity of the individual. 20. Welfare state. 2.6 Independent constitutional bodies for effective governance. The following bodies have been included in the Constitution as independent bodies. They have been accorded constitutional status and given power to take action for effective governance. 1. Election Commission. The Election Commission has been granted permanent and independent status to carry out free and fair elections in the country. Article 324 of the Constitution provides the power of superintendence, direction, and control of elections to the Parliament, state legislatures and to the office of the President and the Vice President. Thus, the body of Election Commission is common to both center and the states. 51. 52. Independence. Article 324 of the Constitution has made the following provision regarding the independence of the Election Commission. 1. Security of tenure is given to the Chief Election Commissioner. He cannot be removed by any other manner except on the manner and grounds similar to that of a judge of the Supreme Court. Thus, he can only be removed by the President on the basis of a resolution passed in a special majority by both houses of the Parliament, either on the ground of proved misbehavior or incapacity. He does not come under the doctrine of pleasure of the President even though he is appointed by him. 2. The service conditions of the Chief Election Commissioner cannot be changed to his disadvantage after his appointment to the office. 3. No other election commissioner or a regional election commissioner can be removed except on recommendation by the Chief Election Commissioner. Powers and functions. The powers and functions of the Election Commission are categorized into the following classifications. 1. Administrative. 2. Advisory. 3. Quasi-judicial. In detail the functions are as follows. 1. It has the power to register the political parties and it grants them the status of national or state parties on the basis of their performance in the poll. 2. It supervises the election machinery throughout the country to conduct free and fair elections. 3. It determines the code of conduct to be followed by the political parties. 4. It has the power to cancel polls and conduct by-polls in event of rigging, booth capturing, violence or any other such irregularities. 5. To render advice to the governor on matters relating to the disqualification of the members of legislature of the states. 6. To prepare the electoral rolls periodically and update them. It has the power to register all eligible voters. 7. It grants recognition to the political parties and provides them symbols to choose. 8. It also renders advice to the President in matters relating to the disqualification of the members of the Parliament. 9. It has the power to determine the territorial areas of the constituencies where election is about to take place based on the Delimitation Commission Act of the Parliament. 10. It notifies the date and schedules of elections and also scrutinizes the nomination paper filed by the candidates. 2. Union Public Service Commission. The Union Public Service Commission is the agency for the central recruitment in the country. It is an independent constitutional body having powers under the Articles 315 to 323 in Part 14 of the Constitution. These articles contain provisions regarding the composition, powers, independence regarding that of the UPSC. 52. 2. General Framework of Indian Model of Governance. 53. Independence. The Constitution has made the following provisions concerning the independence of UPSC to ensure impartial and independent functioning of the body. 1. The chairman or a member enjoys security of tenure as they can only be removed on the grounds given in the Constitution by the President. 2. The conditions of service of the chairman or any other member cannot be varied to their disadvantage after their appointment. 3. The expenses of the salary, allowances, and pensions of both members and the chairman are charged on the Consolidated Fund of India. Thus, they are not voted upon in the Parliament. 4. The chairman of UPSC after the end of his tenure is not eligible for any further employment in centre or state. 5. The member of the UPSC after the end of their tenure is eligible to be appointed only as the chairman of UPSC or any state public service commission, but not for any other employment in either centre or state. 6. The chairman or a member after the end of their tenure is not eligible for reappointment. Functions: the following functions are performed by the UPSC. 1. Examinations for the All India Services. The central services and public services of centrally administered territories are conducted by the UPSC. 2. Assistance is provided to 2 or more states when such request is made by them, to frame, operate schemes for joint recruitment of eligible candidates in the required position. 3. When a request is made by the Governor, the UPSC acts to fulfill them on approval by the President. 4. It is consulted on the following matters regarding the personnel management. A. All matters regarding the recruitment to civil service or any other civil post. B. Regarding the principles to be followed while making appointments, in promotions, and transfers from one service to other. C. The concerned department may formulate rules regarding promotion, transfer, suitability of candidates to particular posts etc. and UPSC then ratifies such rules devised. D. All such disciplinary issues which affects a person serving under the central government, such matters include withholding of promotion, withholding of increment, demotion, removal from service, dismissal from service, compulsory retirement, censure, recovery of pecuniary loss. E. Matters regarding to provision of extension of service and cases of re-employment of some retired civil servants. F. Any other issues regarding the personnel management. 53. 54. Additional functions related to the centre can be conferred upon the UPSC by the Parliament by way of enactment. It can extend the jurisdiction of the UPSC by placing any public body, authority, or any public institution. Thus, the jurisdiction of the UPSC can be expanded by an Act of the Parliament. Annual report regarding its functioning is presented to the President, who then submits it to the Parliament. Role: the Constitution envisages a role of watchdog of the merit system in the country for the UPSC. It is concerned with recruitment to the topmost posts in the country, and it advises the government in such matters related to promotion, recruitment, and transfers. But it is not concerned with other matters such as classification of services, cadre management and training, pay and service conditions, etc. These matters are handled by a separate Department of Personnel and Training. The role of UPSC is limited as the advice it renders is not binding on the government. It is the discretion of the government to accept or reject such recommendations. 3. State Public Service Commission. Parallel to the UPSC at the centre, there are state public service commissions in the respective states. The Article 315 to 323 which govern the UPSC also governs the SPSC. These articles contain provisions regarding the composition, powers, independence etc. regarding that of the SPSC. Independence. The Constitution has made the following provisions concerning the independence of SPSC. It ensures impartial and independent functioning of the body. 1. The chairman or a member enjoys security of tenure as they can only be removed on the grounds given in the Constitution by the President. 2. The conditions of service of the chairman or any other member cannot be varied to their disadvantage after their appointment. 3. The expenses of the salary, allowances, and pensions of both members and the chairman are charged on the consolidated fund of the state. Thus they are not voted upon in the State Assembly. 4. The chairman of SPSC after the end of this tenure is eligible for further employment as a member or chairman of the UPSC, but not for any other employment in either center or state. 5. The member of the SPSC after the end of their tenure is eligible to be appointed as the chairman of SPSC or as a member or chairman of the UPSC, but not for any other employment in either center or state. 6. The chairman or a member after the end of their tenure is not eligible for reappointment. Functions: the SPSC performs all such functions performed by the UPSC in the state concerned. These are as follows. 1. It conducts exam for recruitment for any post in the state. 2. Regarding the principles to be followed while making appointments, in promotions, and transfers from one service to other. 3. The concerned department may formulate rules regarding promotion, transfer, suitability of candidates to particular posts etc. and SPSC then ratifies such rules devised. 4. All such disciplinary issues which affect a person serving under the state government, such matters include 54. 2. General Framework of Indian Model of Governance 55. Withholding of promotion, withholding of increment, demotion, removal from service, dismissal from service, compulsory retirement, censure, recovery of pecuniary loss. 5. Any other issues regarding the personnel management. The additional functions can be given to the SPSC by the state legislature. It can extend the jurisdiction of the SPSC by placing personnel system of any local body, corporate body, or any other public institution. Hence, the jurisdiction of the SPSC can be extended by the act the concerned state legislature. Annual report is submitted to the governor, who places this report before the State Assembly for scrutiny. Role: the Constitution envisages a role of watchdog of the merit system in the state for the SPSC. It is concerned with recruitment to the topmost posts in the state, and it advises the government in such matters related to promotion, recruitment, and transfers. But it is not concerned with other matters such as classification of services, cadre management and training, pay and service conditions, etc. These matters are handled by a separate Department of Personnel and Training. The role of SPSC is limited as the advice it renders is not binding on the government. It is the discretion of the government to accept or reject such recommendations. 4. Finance Commission. The Article 280 of the Constitution provides for creation of Finance Commission, which is a quasi-judicial body. Every 5-year or at the discretion of the President the Commission is constituted. Functions: the Finance Commission is required to make recommendations to the President on the following matters. A. The principles that should be basis for providing grant in aid to the states from the Consolidated Fund of India, by the Centre. B. Sharing of net proceeds of taxes between the Centre and the states and the allocation of shares between the different states concerned. C. Measures needed to be carried out to improve and enhance the consolidated fund of the state in order to supplement the needs of the panchayats and the municipalities as based on the recommendations from the State Finance Commission. D. Any other issues as referred to by the President in the interest of sound financial management. The report is submitted to the President, who then lays it on the Parliament along with the explanatory note on the actions taken based upon its recommendations. Advisory role: the recommendations of the Commission are only of an advisory nature and hence government is not bound by it. It is up to the Centre to act upon the recommendations to share the resources with the states. As observed by the experts, that since the Finance Commission is a constitutional body, even though its 55, 56 recommendations may not be binding, the government should have a compelling reason to reject the same. The Constitution understands that the Commission will act as a balancing wheel of fiscal federalism in India. But its role has been undermined by the emergence of extra-constitutional body of the Planning Commission. And hence, the role of Finance Commission has been overshadowed by the Planning Commission, which had taken over most of the roles provided to the Commission. 5. The National Commission for Scheduled Castes. This body is directly established under the Article 338 of the Constitution of India. Other bodies such as the National Commission for Minorities, the National Commission for Backward Classes, National Commission for Women, National Human Rights Commission, National Commission for Protection of Child Rights are all statutory bodies in the sense that they are created by acts of the Parliament. Functions of the Commission. The following are the functions of the Commission. A. To investigate into and monitor all issues relating to the provisions made in the Constitution and other aspects for the SCS and to evaluate their functioning. B. To take part and give advice in all matters concerning the planning process of socio-economic development for the SCS and to evaluate the progression of the group in the states concerned. C. To inquire into specific complaints regarding the violation of the rights of the SCSD. To make recommendation to the Union or the state government to take measures in order to effectively implement the safeguards relating to the protection of the rights, welfare measures, and socio-economic development of the SCSE. To present annual report to the President and at any other time it seems necessary upon the working of safeguards provided to the SCSF. To carry out any other such function in relation to the protection, safeguard, welfare and development of the SCS as the President may recommend. Powers of the Commission. The Commission is given power to regulate its own procedure. The Commission, while investigating into any matter related to any complaint received, has the power of a civil court in matters related to the following: to receive the evidence in an affidavit, to summon any person from anywhere in the country and to examine such person under oath, requisitioning of any public record, issuing summons to examine documents or any witness, requiring the discovery and production of the necessary documents, any other matter which the President may specify. The centre and the state governments are requested to consult the Commission before taking any major policy decisions concerning the SCS. This Commission is also vested with powers to discharge duties regarding issues concerning the other backward classes, OBCs, and the Anglo-Indians. Thus, the Commission has to investigate all constitutional or other legal issues for the OBCs and the Anglo-Indians and report such matter to the President about their functioning. 56. 2. General Framework of Indian Model of Governance. 57. 6. National Commission for Scheduled Tribes. Article 338A establishes a separate commission for the scheduled tribes. Initially both the Commission of SCS and STS were together under the Article 338. But they were separated by passing of the Constitutional 89th Amendment Act, 2003. This amendment added the new Article 338A to the Constitution. Functions of the Commission. The following are the functions of the Commission. A. To investigate into and monitor all issues relating to the provisions made in the Constitution and other aspects for the STS and to evaluate their functioning. B. To take part and give advice in all matters concerning the planning process of socio-economic development for the STS and to evaluate the progression of the group in the states concerned. C. To inquire into specific complaints regarding the violation of the rights of the STSD. To make recommendation to the Union or the state government to take measures in order to effectively implement the safeguards relating to the protection of the rights, welfare measures, and socio-economic development of the STSE. To present annual report to the President and at any other time it seems necessary upon the working of safeguards provided to the STSF. To carry out any other such function in relation to the protection, safeguard, welfare and development of the SCS as the President may recommend. Other functions of the Commission. These functions were added by the President to the Commission in addition to its other functions. These are as follows: A. Measures to be taken to safeguard the rights of the tribal communities over the mineral resource, water resource etc. as per the law. B. Measures to be taken to ensure full and effective implementation of the provisions of the Panchayats, Extension to Scheduled Areas, Act, 1996. C. Measures to be taken to prevent the alienation of the tribal group from their land and help them effectively rehabilitate to a good location. D. Measures to be taken to see to it that the tribal are accorded ownership rights in respect to the minor forest produce. E. Measures to be taken to decrease and finally end the practice of shifting cultivation, which displaces the community and cause environmental degradation. Powers of the Commission. The Commission is given power to regulate its own procedure. The Commission, while investigating into any matter related to any complaint received, has the power of a civil court in matters related to the following: to receive the evidence in an affidavit, to summon any person from anywhere in the country and to examine such person under oath, requisitioning of any public record, issuing summons to examine documents or any witness, requiring the discovery and production of the necessary documents, any other matter which the President may specify. 57. 58. The center and the state governments are requested to consult the Commission before taking any major policy decisions concerning the STS-7. Controller and Auditor General of India. The Constitution under Article 148 provides for an independent office of the Controller and Auditor General. He is the head of the Audit and Accounts Department. He is considered to be the guardian of the public purse, and controls the entire financial system both at the center and the states. It upholds the constitution and laws of the Parliament in matters related to the financial administration. Dr. Ambedkar considered this office of CAG to be the most important office under the Constitution of India. Independence. The Constitution provides for the following provisions with respect to the independence of the CAG. They are as follows: A. He is provided with security of tenure, and can only be removed as per the provisions given under the Constitution. Hence, he does not hold the office as per the pleasure of the President even though he is appointed by him. B. He is not eligible to any other appointments after the end of this tenure, under the center or the states. C. His salary and other emoluments are determined by the Parliament. He receives salary on par with the Judge of the Supreme Court. D. His salary or other aspects of his service cannot be varied to his disadvantage after he is appointed. E. The conditions of service of other officers serving in the Office of Audit and Accounts Department are prescribed by the President after the consultation with the CAG. F. All the administrative expenses of the office of the CAG is charged on the Consolidated Fund of India. Hence it is not subject to vote by the Parliament. Further, no minister can represent the CAG in the Parliament and no minister can be called to take up the responsibility of the actions carried out by the CAG. Duties and powers. The Constitution under Article 149 authorizes the Parliament to provide for duties and powers of the CAG in relation to accounts of the Union and the State or any other body. The Parliament has thus enacted the CAG's Duties, Powers, and Conditions of Service, Act, 1971. The following are the duties and functions of the CAG as given in the Act and in the Constitution. A. He is given the power to audit the accounts related to all expenditure from the Consolidated Fund of India, the Consolidated Fund of the States, and Consolidated Fund of Union Territories having a legislative assembly. B. He also audits all the accounts relating to the trading, profit, manufacturing, balance sheets, profit and loss accounts or any other subsidiary accounts kept by any department of the center or the states. C. To satisfy himself that the rules and procedures are followed properly by the government concerned, he audits the receipts and expenditures, to have an effective control over the assessment, collection, and proper allocation of the revenue. D. Apart from this, he also audits the accounts of Contingency Fund of India and Public Account of India. He also audits the Contingency Fund of the states and also Public Account of each state. E. He also audits the receipts and expenditure of the following. 58. 2. General Framework of Indian Model of Governance. 59. Government companies, all bodies or corporations which receive substantial funding from either center or the state, other entities concerned when required by the law. F. He carries out audit of any other department or entity, when such request is made by either the President or the Governor, for example audit of the local bodies. G. As per Article 150, he advises the President on the matter of manner in which accounts have to be maintained by the government. H. As per Article 151, he places the audit report before the President and the Governor of the respective state concerned, who in turn places it before the Parliament or the Assembly. I. As per Article 279, he determines and certifies the net proceeds of tax or duty. This certificate provided by him is the final. J. He is considered to be the guide, friend, and philosopher of the Public Accounts Committee of the Parliament. K. He compiles and maintains all the accounts of the government. In 1976, the CAG was relieved of this duty of maintaining the account of the central government, which was handed over to the Accounting Department. 3 audit reports are submitted by the CAG to the President. They are: Audit Report on Finance Accounts, Audit Report on Public Undertakings, and Audit Report on Appropriation Accounts. The President places all these reports before the Parliament. The Public Accounts Committee of the Parliament then analyzes and scrutinizes these reports and places its findings to the Parliament. Role: the important role is to uphold the Constitution and the laws of the Parliament in the sphere of financial administration. The accountability of the executive in the matter of finance is secured with help of the audit reports of the CAG. The CAG carries out audit on behalf of the Parliament, hence he is called as the agent of the Parliament. Therefore, he is responsible only to the Parliament. The legal and regulatory audit is obligatory on part by the CAG, meanwhile propriety audit falls under his discretion. Propriety audit looks into the wisdom, faithfulness, and economy of the expenditure of the government. It comments on the wastefulness and non-essentiality of such expenditure. 8. Attorney General of India. Provision for office of the Attorney General is given under Article 76 of the Constitution. He is the highest law officer in the country. Duties and functions: as the chief law officer of the country he is provided with certain essential duties, which are as follows. A. Render opinion to the government whenever President refers some legal issues. B. Perform other duties of legal character when it is assigned to him by the President. C. To carry out any other function as provided by the Constitution or any other law. The President has devised the following duties for the AG. A. To appear on behalf of the government in the Supreme Court on all matters where the government is involved. B. To represent the government in instances where reference is made under Article 143 to the Supreme Court. 59. 60. C. To appear, when requested, in any high courts where the interests of the Government of India is concerned. 9. Advocate General of the State. Provision for office of the Advocate General is given under Article 165 of the Constitution. He is the highest law officer in the state, and thus he corresponds to the Attorney General of India at the centre. Duties and functions: as the chief law officer of the state he is provided with certain essential duties, which are as follows. D. Render opinion to the government whenever governor refers some legal issues. E. Perform other duties of legal character when it is assigned to him by the governor. F. Carry out any other function as provided by the Constitution or any other law in course of his function. The Advocate General is entitled to appear before any court in the state. And further, he has the right to take part in any proceeding of both houses of the state legislature without the power to vote. He enjoys all the power and privileges as enjoyed by the member of the state legislature. 2.7 Tier system of governance and two-tier system of federalism. It is presently widely accepted that the system of local governance is essential for effective participation of the citizens in the governance process. This system is indispensable and integral for the democracy to function effectively. This system strengthens the grassroots democracy, whereby the system of government is taken to the hands of the people, and they get involved. This makes them to feel to be a part in the democratic system, and it creates a sense of responsibility. Thus, in a vast, diverse, and complex country like India, the system of local government and involvement of people in the governance process is administrative and political imperative. The local self-governing institutions in India are called the panchayats in villages and municipalities in cities and towns. This was to enable the process of democratic decentralization, and it was considered to be an instrument of popular participation. This was thought to bring in the people who were not touched by the formal system of government. It took the government to the doorsteps of the people. It wanted the people to be the part of the development process which concerned them. The following is based on the report of the Working Group on the Panchayati Raj and Rural Governance, by the Planning Commission and Ministry of Panchayati Raj, Government of India. 2.7.1 Evolution of Local. 2.7.1.1 Pre-British Local Governance. India's old sacred books and historical sources mention village communities, councils or assemblies, across the subcontinent that were self-governing over millennia, serving as the main interface between the predominantly agrarian village economies and the higher authorities. Custom and tradition elevated these earlier councils or assemblies, called Sabha, to a position. 60. 2. General framework of Indian model of governance. 61. Of considerable authority. Slowly, they assumed the form of the panchayat, an assembly of 5 respected elders. These panchayats became the pivot of administration, the focus of social solidarity and the principal forum for dispensation of justice and resolution of local disputes. During the medieval and Mughal periods, these characteristics of the village panchayats remained unchanged. 2.7.1.2 Pre-independence panchayats. Several steps were taken during British rule in India towards setting up formal local bodies. In urban areas, a municipal corporation came to be formed in Madras on the British model of a town council as early as 1687. In 1870, Lord Mayo, Governor-General in Council, secured the passage of a resolution for the decentralization of power aimed at bringing about greater administrative efficiency in meeting the demands of the people, but primarily designed to augment imperial finances. At about the same time, a significant first step towards reviving the traditional village panchayat system in Bengal was taken through the Bengal Chowkidari Act, 1870, which empowered district magistrates to set up panchayats of nominated members in the villages. The Magna Carta of local democracy in British India was the Ripon Resolution of 1882, providing for rural local boards with 2/3 of membership to be composed of elected, non-official representatives and presided over by a non-official chairperson. Actual progress in implementation was slow, but the role of rural local administration was elevated, and the term self-government gained currency. In 1906, the Indian National Congress, under the presidentship of Dadabhai Naoroji, affirmed self-government as the political goal for the country. In 1907, the government constituted a 6-member Royal Commission on Decentralization with Shri R.C. Dutt as its only Indian member. The report of this commission, released in 1909, elaborated the principles enunciated in the Ripon Resolution and recognized the importance of panchayats in the governance of India. In the same year, 1909, the 24th session of the Congress at Lahore adopted a resolution urging the government to take early steps to make all local bodies from village panchayats upwards elective with elected non-official chairmen and to support them with adequate financial aid. At its 28th session in December 1913 in Karachi, the Congress adopted a resolution regretting that decentralization had remained largely on paper. In her presidential address at the Congress session in Calcutta in 1917, Dr. Annie Besant blamed the inefficient bureaucracy for not doing even the little that was suggested in the report of the Royal Commission on Decentralization. The Montagu-Chelmsford reforms of 1919 made local self-government under the proposed scheme of diarchy a transferred subject, bringing self-government under the domain of Indian ministers in the provinces. To make local self-government both fully representative and responsible, the Montagu-Chelmsford reforms suggested that there should be, as far as possible, complete popular control in local bodies and the largest possible independence for them from outside control. 61. 62. The Government of India Act, 1935 and the inauguration of provincial autonomy under it marked another crucial stage in the evolution of panchayats. With popularly elected governments in the provinces, almost all provincial administrations enacted legislation for further democratization of local self-government institutions, including the village panchayats. 2.7.1.3 Constitutional provision in 1950. Following independence, the first draft of India's constitution did not include any provision for the panchayats, even though Gandhiji had sought to make village panchayats the very foundation of democracy in independent India. President of the Constituent Assembly, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, drew attention of the Law Minister, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, to this lacuna in a letter dated May 10, 1948, initiating discussion and debate both outside and within the Constituent Assembly. This eventually led to the passage of an amendment proposed by the well-known Gandhian, Shri K. Santhanam, on November 25, 1948, including village panchayats in Part 4 of the Constitution, containing non-mandatory directive principles of state policy. The amendment, which was eventually numbered as Article 40, reads, "The state shall take steps to organize village panchayats and endow them with such power and authority as may be necessary to enable them to function as units of self-government." 2.7.1.4 Community Development Project, 1952 and the Panchayats Community Development, CD, projects were inaugurated in 1952 and were modelled after the earlier experiments at Shantiniketan, Baroda, Vadodara, and Nilokri. However, the dynamic driving force behind the CD movement, Minister S.K. Day, was of the consistent view that CD projects could not achieve their full potential in the absence of effective institutions for people's participation. Balwantram Mehta Committee, in 1957, a historic breakthrough in establishing Panchayati Raj was effected through the report of the Balwantram Mehta Committee, which recommended, public participation in community works should be organized through statutory representative bodies. It was of the view that without an agency at the village level that could represent the entire community, assume responsibility, and provide the necessary leadership for implementing development programs, real progress in rural development could not come about at all. Subsequently, National Development Council, NDC, endorsed the basic principles of democratic decentralization enunciated in the Balwantram Mehta report and laid on the states the duty of working out the structures suitable to each state. It was during this period that the term Panchayati Raj gained currency as a process of governance organically linking the will of the people from the Gram Sabha to the Lok Sabha. Prime Minister Nehru inaugurated the three-tier Panchayati Raj in Nagar, Rajasthan on October 2, 1959. Jayaprakash Narayan Committee. The Jayaprakash Narayan Committee spoke of the contradictory positions developing within the government in respect of Panchayati Raj, pointing out that, after having accepted Panchayati Raj as the agency responsible for planning and execution of plans, there is no longer any valid reason for continuing individual allocations subject-wise even to serve as a guide. The Ministry of Community Development was brought under the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, and in 1971 the title Community Development was dropped and replaced by Rural Development. 62. 2. General Framework of Indian Model of Governance. 63. Ashok made a committee. By the early 70s, however, the panchayats had gone from a phase of early ascendancy to one of decline and stagnation. The Ashoka Mehta Committee, formed in 1978, made far-reaching recommendations to amend the situation and recommended that Panchayati Raj be included in the constitution. In keeping with the spirit of the Ashoka Mehta Committee recommendations, some states including West Bengal, Karnataka, and Andhra Pradesh revisited their respective Panchayati Raj systems and undertook several new initiatives to endow local bodies with more powers, which served as a prime inspiration and example for subsequent reform. The West Bengal Panchayat Act, 1973, West Bengal Act XLI of 1973, brought some fresh air in the Panchayat system. Direct elections in all three tiers, through universal adult franchise, had to be held at regular intervals. They were made mandatory, without any discretionary power of any authority to postpone such elections indefinitely. Powers to collect tax and non-tax revenue were clearly defined. Functional domain of the panchayats was more clearly delineated as compared to the earlier panchayats. The new legislation empowered the panchayats in various fields of activities encompassing rural life. Mandal panchayats as envisaged in the Ashoka Mehta Committee exist only in Andhra Pradesh, though, in addition to the village panchayats. Constitution 73rd Amendment Act, the Congress government under Prime Minister P.V. Narasimha Rao introduced the 72nd, Panchayats, and 73rd, Nagarpalikas, Constitution Amendment bills based substantially on the bills moved in the 8th Lok Sabha by Shri Rajiv Gandhi but also incorporating some of the changes wrought by the National Front government. These two bills were referred to a joint select committee of the Parliament which effected some further changes but conforming considerably to the earlier 1989 initiative. The Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha passed both bills on the 22 and December 23, 1992, respectively. By the time the Parliament passed the two bills, their sequence changed to 73rd and 74th, respectively. Following their ratification by more than half the state assemblies, as required under the Constitution, the President of India gave his assent. The acts came into force as the Constitution, 73rd Amendment, Act, 1992 on April 24, 1993 and the Constitution, 74th Amendment, Act, 1992 on June 1, 1993. This added two new parts to the Constitution, namely, Part 9 titled the Panchayats and Part IXA titled the Municipalities. Fifth Schedule Areas and PESA. The fifth schedule to the Constitution, Article 244, relates to administration and control of the scheduled areas and scheduled tribes other than those in northeast states. PESA was enacted in 1996, which extended Part 9 of the Constitution to the Schedule V areas. PESA promotes people-centric governance and provides a central role to the Gram Sabha. 10 of this document discusses in detail SCH. V and PESA. Local self-governance in the NE states the legal framework of LSG in Northeastern Region, NE, broadly comprises three typologies, I, 6th Schedule Frame, Meghalaya, parts of Assam, Mizoram, and Tripura, 2, State Legislation Frame, Nagaland and non-council areas in Mizoram, 3, National Frame, Arunachal Pradesh, Sikkim, Manipur excluding hill areas and non-council areas in Assam and Tripura. 63. 64. Each tribal area mentioned in Para 20 of the 6th Schedule is designated as an autonomous district. The area inhabited by each of the tribes in a district may be carved out as autonomous region. Each autonomous district is governed by a district council and autonomous region by a regional council. This unique council frame comprises the third tier of legislature for tribal areas about 6th schedule matters. These councils endowed with legislative, judicial, and executive powers virtually function as a state within state. State of the Panchayats reports, Sapers the Sapers, published in 2006, 2008 and 2010 respectively, show that, overall, the mandatory provisions specified in the Constitution have been implemented in the last decade and a half. All Part 9 states, elections in Jharkhand held up till recently due to a court case, held regular elections through the state election commissions. All the states have implemented reservation for women, SCS, and STS, the most have reservation for OBCs as well, bringing almost 1.6 million representatives from these groups into elected positions, making the panchayats the nursery of future leadership. State finance commissions have been constituted, and in many states, their recommendations have been acted upon. All the states, excluding Uttarakhand and Jharkhand, have constituted DPCs, and the most have initiated decentralized planning processes. However, implementation of the constitutional provisions which were left to the discretion of the states varies greatly. The most important aspect in strengthening of the panchayats is the devolution of 3Fs, i.e., functions, funds, and functionaries, related to the matters listed in the 11th schedule of the Constitution. Another is the enablement of their function of preparing and implementing bottom-up participatory plans for economic development and social justice. The states vary a great deal in both these respects. While some states have forged new paths, others are still to catch up. Of course, many states are trying out new approaches and mechanisms, and making corrections along the way. Why are the panchayats functioning suboptimally? The root cause is that the panchayats are not seen as local governments with clear roles. This leads to grossly inadequate devolution. Many states have not taken effective steps to devolve 3Fs to the PRI to enable them to discharge their constitutionally stipulated function. Further, it is imperative that the PRI have financial resources and manpower to match the responsibilities entrusted to them. While SFCs have submitted their recommendations, not many states have implemented these or taken steps to ensure PRI's fiscal viability. Parallel systems and organizations set up under various central/state developmental programs have further sapped strength of the panchayats, pared away their legitimate functional space, and even encroached upon their political space. Excessive control by bureaucracy. In some states, the Gram Panchayats have been placed in a position of subordination. Gram Panchayat Sarpanchs have to spend extraordinary amount of time visiting block offices for funds and/or technical approval. These interactions with the block staff/office distort the role of a Sarpanch as elected representative. Tied nature of funds. Activities permitted under the schemes are not always appropriate for all parts of the district. This results in unsuitable activities being promoted or an underspend of the funds. 64. 2. General Framework of Indian Model of Governance. 65. Reluctance to use fiscal powers. An important power devolved to GP is the right to levy tax on property, business, markets, fairs, and also for services provided, like street lighting or public toilets, etc. Very few panchayats use their fiscal power to levy and collect taxes. The argument pushed by panchayat heads is that it is difficult to levy tax on your own constituency, especially when one lives in the community. But when panchayats do not raise resources and instead receive funds from outside, people are less likely to request a social audit. Status of the Gram Sabha. Empowering the Gram Sabhas could have been a powerful weapon for transparency, accountability, and for involvement of the marginalized sections. However, a number of the state acts have not spelt the powers of the Gram Sabhas, nor have any procedures been laid down for the functioning of these bodies or penalties for the officials. Strategies to improve the functioning of the Panchayats. 1. Empowerment, ensuring progressive devolution of functions, funds, and functionaries. 3. Upon the Panchayati Raj institutions, pre. Institutionalizing GP-level dispute resolution mechanism. Enhancing reservation for women pre and also their leadership quality. Implementing PESA effectively. Deepening decentralized governance in the 6th schedule areas. 2. Enablement, building the organizational capacity of pre and the professional capacity of elected representatives and official functionaries so that they can perform their mandated roles efficiently. Institutionalizing and using integrated decentralized participatory planning through the pre and DPCs for convergence of plethora of schemes and pooling of diverse resources for better outcomes. Restructuring the Backward Region Grant Fund, BRGF, program to position the Panchayats as effective platform for mitigating regional backwardness. Reviewing and upscaling the rural business hubs to promote the role of the Panchayats in economic development. 3. Accountability, positioning the Gram Sabhas at the core of PRI for true self-governance and ensuring transparency and accountability of the Gram Panchayats. Devising institutions, systems, and processes for enhancing efficiency, transparency and accountability of the PRI. Implementing e-Panchayat in a mission mode. By introducing these reforms, the Panchayati Raj institutions can be made effective and functional. It can help to bring about development of the people at the grassroots. It can also make the people participate in the governing process and thereby making the administration accountable to them. 65. 66. Indian Parliament. In this, you will learn about basics of Indian Parliament, issues of recent concern in parliamentary functions. 3.1 Basics of Indian Parliament. 3.1.1 Introduction. The people elect you to rulership, the wide glorious quarters elect you. Be seated on this high point in the body of the state and from there vigorously distribute the natural wealth and material prosperity to the people. Atharvaveda. The democratic governments across the world are majorly classified into parliamentary and presidential form, based on the nature of relation between the organs, i.e., the executives and the legislatives, of their government. In the parliamentary form of government, the executives take care of the legislature by framing the policies and acts and so can be held accountable by the legislature. Whereas, in the presidential form, the executive is not responsible to the legislature for its policies and acts, and thus independent of the legislature. One of the most defining and distinguishing feature of parliamentary form of government is that the Council of Ministers are drawn from the legislature itself and the continuance of their office is contingent upon the support of the legislature. Thus, they should enjoy majority support from the legislature, and they are collectively held responsible to the lower house of the parliament, which is directly elected by the people. In the parliamentary system of India, the leader of majority party in the Lok Sabha or the House of the People is chosen to head the government, and he becomes the Prime Minister. Rest of the Council of Ministers are appointed by the President on the recommendation of the Prime Minister, and these ministers are members of either House of the Parliament. In case they are not, they have to become member of either House within 6 months from the date of appointment. The Prime Minister and his council should enjoy the support of the lower house. This house has the power to remove the government by passing a no-confidence motion against it. When such no-confidence motion is passed, it may lead to resignation of the government and paves way to the formation of a new government or fresh elections in case no party/coalition could form a stable government. 3. 67 16 hours 36 minutes and 12 seconds. 68. There is also a major difference in who heads the government and the state. In the parliamentary government, one heads the government and another person heads the state. On the other hand, both the government and the state are headed by the same person, the president, in the presidential government. The parliamentary government is also called the Westminster model of government, cabinet government, or responsible government, and this form of government is being followed in Britain, India, Canada, Japan and many other countries. The parliamentary system originated in the British Parliament, which is located in Westminster and hence named Westminster Model. Parliamentary government is called a cabinet government because the cabinet, executive, is the main core of the parliamentary system. It is also known as responsible government, since the cabinet, executives, is held responsible by the legislature, parliament, and holds office as long as it enjoys the confidence of the latter. The British system of government can be described as the prime ministerial government, because the power, influence, and position of the Prime Minister have increased drastically of late. The same applies in the Indian context as well. 3.1.2 Why India chose parliamentary government? The Indian constitution provides for a parliamentary form of government both at the centre, Articles 74, 75, and in the states, Articles 163, 164. But while framing the Indian constitution, a dilemma whether to choose parliamentary or presidential system prevailed amongst the Constituent Assembly. Finally, the British parliamentary system was agreed upon by the Founding Fathers in consensus. The reasons were already dealt in the general framework of governance. It is explained in brief as follows. 1. Since the parliamentary system has been in operation in India since the British rule, the constitution makers felt the familiarity with the system. 2. A democratic executive must satisfy two conditions: stability and responsibility. The draft constitution in recommending the parliamentary system of executive has preferred responsibility to stability, as stated by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. This point from Ambedkar, the father of Indian constitution, shows the preference given to a responsible government which is provided by the parliamentary system. 3. The constitution framers thought that a just-born democracy could not afford to take the risk of a feud or conflict between its organ of government, executive v. legislative, which is prone to happen in presidential system, prevalent in USA. So they looked upon a government which would act conducive and supportive to its organs and go hand in hand for the development of the country. 4. The heterogeneity of Indian states proves to be one of the most complex plural societies in the world. Keeping this in mind, the framers of our constitution chose parliamentary system, as it gives greater possibility for representation of various sections, interests, and regions of the country. They also cited that this might promote a national spirit among the people and build a united India. 3.1.3 Features of Indian Parliament. Parliament is the supreme legislative body of India. The Indian Parliament comprises of the President and the two houses Rajya Sabha, Council of States, and Lok Sabha, House of the People. The Indian parliamentary government has the following features. 68. 69. 3.1.3.1 De jure and de facto executives in India. There are both nominal and real executives. The President is the nominal, de jure, executive and the Prime Minister is the real, de facto, executive. The Prime Minister is the head of the government, while the President is the head of the state. The President exercises his power with the aid and advice provided by the Council of Ministers headed by the Prime Minister. 3.1.3.2 Majority Party Rule. In the Lok Sabha elections, the party which secures majority seats will be asked to form the government. A Prime Minister is chosen amongst the party members and he/she is appointed by the President. The Council of Ministers is also appointed by the President but on the advice of the Prime Minister. When no single party can prove majority in the elections, the President can invite a coalition of parties to form the government. 3.1.3.3 Collective responsibility. Collective responsibility is considered as the core principle of parliamentary government. Article 75 of the Constitution states that the ministers are responsible to the Parliament in general and to the Lok Sabha in particular. It means that the Lok Sabha can remove the Council of Ministers including the Prime Minister, collectively called Ministry, from the office by passing a vote of no confidence. 3.1.3.4 Political homogeneity. In general, the members of the Council of Ministers belong to the same political party, so it is expected from them to share the same political ideology. If in the case of coalition government, the ministers are bound by consensus. 3.1.3.5 Dual membership. The ministers enjoy double membership, that is, they are the members of both the legislature and the executive, meaning, a person cannot be a minister without being a member of the parliament. The Constitution states that a minister loses his ministership if he/she does not become a member of the parliament within 6 months from his appointment. 3.1.3.6 Prime Minister. The leader. The Prime Minister is the leader of Council of Ministers, leader of the party in power and the leader of the parliament. He plays the leadership role in the parliamentary system of government. He plays a crucial role in the functioning of the government. 3.1.3.7 The dissolution. The executives in parliamentary system enjoy the right to dissolve the legislature. Before the expiry of the term of Lok Sabha, the lower house, the Prime Minister can advise the President to dissolve the lower house and hold fresh elections. Simply put, the Lok Sabha can be dissolved by the President on recommendation of the Prime Minister. 3.1.3.8 Secrecy. The ministers are asked to take an oath of secrecy, administered by the President, before entering their office. They operate on the principle of secrecy and cannot disclose information about their proceedings, decisions, and policies. 69. 70. 3.1.4 Powers and functions of the Parliament. Being the supreme legislative authority of India, the Parliament and the President hold several powers. 3.1.4.1 Office of the President. The President of India is a major component of Parliament. He/she is elected, from a group of nominees, by the elected members of the Parliament of India, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, as well as of the state legislatures, and serves for a term of 5 years. Historically, ruling party, majority in the Lok Sabha, nominees have been elected and run largely uncontested. A formula is used to allocate votes so there is a balance between the population of each state and the number of votes assembly members from a state can cast, and to give an equal balance between state assembly members and national parliament members. If no candidate receives a majority of votes, there is a system by which losing candidates are eliminated from the contest and votes for them transferred to other candidates, until one gains a majority. A. Powers and duties of the President. He summons and prorogues the sessions of both houses of the Parliament. He can even dissolve the Lok Sabha, under the recommendation of the Prime Minister. A bill passed by the Parliament can become a law only after the consent of the President. The President can use the power of pocket veto if he disagrees with a bill. The Indian Constitution does not specify a time limit for action to be taken by the President on a bill sent to him/her by the Parliament. Thus, by indefinitely postponing taking action on a bill, the President effectively vetoes it. However, if a President receives a bill he/she had previously vetoed and sent back to Parliament, where such a veto has been overruled by another parliamentary vote, then such a bill becomes an act within 14 days of the President's receiving it regardless of his/her subsequent action/inaction. At the commencement of the first session after each general election of the Lok Sabha and at the commencement of the first session of each year, the President addresses both houses of the Parliament sitting together. He can nominate 2 members to the Lok Sabha from the Anglo-Indian community if he or she feels that the community is not adequately represented. He also nominates 12 members to the Rajya Sabha, which consist of persons having special knowledge or practical experience in respect of such matters as the following, namely literature, science, sports, art and social service. Articles 111 and 368 deal about the legislative powers of the President. When a bill is passed by both the Houses of the Parliament and is sent for the assent of the President, he can send back the bill for reconsideration to the Parliament unless it is a money bill or a constitutional amendment bill. In case of the returned bill, when the Parliament again passes such bill with or without amendments, and sent to the President again for reconsideration, he has to pass such bill and cannot refuse to give assent. Example of such an instance is when the Parliament Disqualification Amendment Bill, 2006 is passed by both the Houses and was returned by the President for reconsideration. It was again passed by both the Houses and thus the President had to give 71 assent to the bill. But there is no time limit which has been specified within which the President has to give his assent in case of ordinary bills. Under Article 123, the President is empowered to promulgate ordinances when either of the Houses is not in session. It has the same validity and power of a bill ordinarily passed by the Parliament. Such an ordinance ceases to operate if the Parliament does not approve it within 6 weeks of its date of sitting. 3.1.4.2 Lok Sabha, the lower house. Lok Sabha is also known as the House of the People or the lower house. The Constitution provides that the maximum strength of the House be 552 members. The duration of the lower house, unless it is dissolved sooner, is for 5 years from the date of its first meeting and it cannot be extended in any case. As per Article 83, the Lok Sabha gets automatically dissolved at the end of 5 years. The territorial constituencies from which the members are elected are fixed time to time by the Parliament subject to the condition that the number of such members is limited to 550 until the next census of 2026, as per Article 81. All the members of the Lok Sabha, except 2 nominated members, are elected by citizens of India. Anyone who is above 18 years of age, irrespective of gender, caste, religion, or race, who is otherwise not disqualified to vote for the Lok Sabha. To be eligible for membership in the Lok Sabha, a person must be a citizen of India and must be 25 years of age or older, mentally sound, should not be bankrupt and should not be criminally convicted. The total elective membership is distributed among the states in such a way that the ratio between the number of seats allotted to each state and the population of the state is, so far as practicable, the same for all states. A total of 131 seats, 18.42%, are reserved for representatives of scheduled castes, 84, and scheduled tribes, 47, only a. Power and duties of Lok Sabha. Lok Sabha has certain powers that make it more powerful than the Rajya Sabha. In matters pertaining to non-financial, ordinary, bills, after the bill has been passed by the House where it was originally tabled, Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha, it is sent to the other House, where it may be kept for a maximum period of 6 months. If the other House rejects the bill or a period of 6 months elapses without any action by that House, or the House that originally tabled the bill does not accept the recommendations made by the members of the other House, it results in a deadlock. This is resolved by a joint session of both Houses, presided over by the Speaker of the Lok Sabha, and a decision is taken with a simple majority. The will of the Lok Sabha normally prevails in these matters, as its strength is more than double that of the Rajya Sabha. Money bills, a bill that involves government spending, can only be introduced in the Lok Sabha, and upon being passed, are sent to the Rajya Sabha, where it can be deliberated on for up to 14 days. If not rejected by the Rajya Sabha, or 14 days lapse from the introduction of the bill in the Rajya Sabha without any action by the House, or recommendations made by the Rajya Sabha are not accepted by the Lok Sabha, the bill is considered passed. The budget is presented in the Lok Sabha by the Finance Minister in the name of the President of India. 71. 72. The Lok Sabha shares equal powers with the Upper House Rajya Sabha in the following issues: in initiating and passing any bill for constitutional amendment, by a majority of the total membership of the House and at least two-thirds majority of the members present and voting. In initiating and passing a motion for the impeachment of the President, by two-thirds of the membership of the House. In the impeachment of the judges of the Supreme Court and the State High Courts, by a majority of the membership of the House and at least two-thirds majority of the members present and voting. Passing a resolution declaring war or national emergency, by two-thirds majority, or constitutional emergency, by simple majority, in a state. If the Lok Sabha is dissolved before or after the declaration of a national emergency, the Rajya Sabha becomes the sole parliament. It cannot be dissolved. This is a limitation on the Lok Sabha. But there is a possibility that President can exceed the term to not more than 1 year under the proclamation of emergency, and the same would be lowered down to 6 months if the said proclamation ceases to operate. Motion of no confidence against the government can be introduced and passed in the Lok Sabha. If passed by a majority vote, the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers resign collectively. The Rajya Sabha has no power over such a motion, and hence no real power over the executive. However, the Prime Minister may threaten to dissolute the Lok Sabha and recommend this to the President, forcing an untimely general election. The President normally accepts this recommendation made by the Prime Minister, unless he is convinced otherwise that the Lok Sabha might recommend a new Prime Minister by casting a majority vote. Thus, both the executive and the legislature in India have checks and balances over each other. 3.1.4.3 Rajya Sabha, the Upper House. The Rajya Sabha is also known as Council of States or the Upper House. The first sitting of the Rajya Sabha was on April 3, 1952 with 216 members. Rajya Sabha is a permanent body and is not subject to dissolution. However, 1/3 of the members retire every second year, and are replaced by newly elected members. Each member is elected for a term of 6 years. Its members are indirectly elected by members of legislative bodies of the states. Each member has a term of 6 years and elections are held for 1/3 of the seats after every 2 years. 238 members are to be elected from states and union territories and 12 are to be nominated by the President of India. The minimum age for a person to become a member of Rajya Sabha is 30 years. The fourth schedule governs the allocation of seats for the states and the union territories. Representatives of states are elected by the elected members of the Legislative Assembly of the state in accordance with system of proportional representation by means of single transferable vote. Representatives of union territories are indirectly elected by members of an electoral college for that territory in accordance with system of proportional representation. Except Delhi and Puducherry, no other union territory has representation in the Rajya Sabha. 72. 73. As per Article 64, the Vice President of India is the ex officio chairman of the Rajya Sabha. But he is not the member of the House, and in case any member of the House is elected as the Vice President, he has to vacate his seat in the House. The Council of States is designed to maintain the federal character of the country. A. Special powers of Rajya Sabha. Apart from sharing equal powers with respect to ordinary bills, initiating and passing of constitutional amendment bill and other matters, the Upper House has some exclusive powers. Mainly it was created as a check against arbitrary nature of the Lower House. It was called as Wise Chamber, where it was believed that the Upper House with its wisdom and experience guides the Lower House. The special powers of Rajya Sabha are as follows. As per Article 249, the Rajya Sabha has the power to authorize Parliament to legislate in matters given in the state list in nature of public interest. Under Article 312, the Rajya Sabha has the power to create a new All India service which is common to both the centre and the states. b. The need for the second chamber. The system of bicameral legislature was first set up in India in 1921 under the Government of India Act, 1919. The Government of India Act, 1935 retained the bicameral system. The need for having a second chamber was deliberated elaborately in the Constituent Assembly. And the overwhelming view of the members of the chamber was to retain in the bicameral system. The following are some of the key points of debate that took place in the Constituent Assembly. The upper house was considered to be a house of deep reflection and revision which was to be unswayed by the election politics. Being a federal chamber and permanent house, that is, not being subject to dissolution, the Council of State can effectively counter the direct representative of peoples in the lower house. Member of Constituent Assembly, Nazimuddin Ahmed, stated that the second chamber introduces an element of sobriety and second thought. The parliament of a sovereign nation has to deal with foreign and domestic matters of extreme importance which justifies the need for a second chamber. To quote Nazimuddin Ahmed, in these circumstances it will be wise for us to have two houses. A popular house is known for its vitality and vigor, and that house will have the exclusive power in regard to money. But a second chamber introduces an element of sobriety and second thought. It would be wise for us, especially in view of many foreign subjects which are looming large in our minds, to have a second chamber. Other members of the Constituent Assembly were of the view that the second chamber would be a reflective and revising chamber. Speaking in the Constituent Assembly, Gopalaswamy Iyengar stated that the second chamber would hold dignified debates on important issues and delay legislations which might be the outcome of the passions of the moment and checkmate the hasty legislation. The second chamber was considered to represent the federal character of the country. Another member of the Assembly, Malnath Misra, wanted the Council of States to be like that of the Senate in USA with equal representation of all states in it. 73. 74. Ananth Sayanam Iyengar contended that the second chamber would provide opportunity to people who are interested in politics but unwilling to join in the election process. Ultimately it was agreed that the upper house would be the representative and protector of the interests of the state. With such provision, it would be impossible to represent the interest of the states in the Union legislature. 3.1.5 Role of Indian Parliament. Some of the major roles performed by the Parliament are as follows. 3.1.5.1 Legislative role. The Parliament makes laws on all subjects listed in the Union list. It can also make laws on subjects listed under the concurrent list. In case there is any conflict or overlapping in the provisions existing in the Union and State enactment, the Union law prevails. In cases when an emergency has been declared, the Union Parliament can also make laws on subjects that fall within the State list. Thus, the legislative power of the Parliament is very wide and far-reaching. They are only curtailed by the judiciary in case such legislations goes beyond the provisions of the Constitution. 3.1.5.2 Financial role. The Parliament has been given exclusive powers to provide procedures through which revenue can be raised for the public services. And to achieve that, it imposes taxes and ensures that the money sanctioned for expenditure to various departments of the government has been used for the authorized purposes only. The budget for the entire country is presented and passed by the Parliament. It includes almost all the important offices of public importance. And in every such budget there is increase or introduction of new taxes which affect the people. The Parliament also takes decision of allocation of funds, grant in aid to the states based on the reports of the Finance Commission, and erstwhile Planning Commission. Thus, the Parliament through the committees like Public Accounts Committee, Committee on Public Undertakings, etc. scrutinizes the report submitted by the Controller and Auditor General to keep a check on the executive action. Hence, in the sphere of finance, the Parliament has a very important role to play. 3.1.5.3 Providing and exercising control over Cabinet. Our parliamentary system blends the legislative and the executive organs of the state inasmuch as the executive power is wielded by a group of members of the legislature who command majority in the Lok Sabha. To be more specific, the government functions through various ministries under the charge of different ministries. The Parliament provides the ministers and holds them responsible to the elected representatives of the people. The ministers could be a member of either of the two houses of the Parliament. The actual execution of government policies as decided by the Parliament is carried out by the bureaucracy headed by a secretary of the department. The Lok Sabha can also pass number of motions censuring the actions of the executives. The ultimate weapon in the hands of the Parliament is the no-confidence motion, which if passed will lead to the resignation of the government. 74. 75. 3.1.5.4 Assessment of the work of the Cabinet. The Parliament provides the forum through which it ensures that the Cabinet remains in power only as long as it commands majority support in the Lok Sabha, which comprises elected representatives of the people. It is one of the most important functions of the Parliament to bring about discussions and critical assessments of the performance of the government departments. The debates ensure that the weaknesses in terms of performance are brought to light and the ministers and through them the entire executive machinery is kept on toes. There are also number of committees set up by the Parliament to keep check on the executive action. Some of the committees are Estimates Committee, Committee on Privileges, Ethics Committee, Committee on Subordinate Legislation, Business Advisory Committee, Rules Committee, General Purpose Committee, etc. 3.1.5.5 Wide representation. The Parliament provides representation to all sections and regions in the country, ensuring that the nation gets to know about various alternative points of view. Such representation ensures that the diversity of the nation is represented and the issues of all sections of the society are effectively addressed in the Parliament. 3.1.5.6 An organ of information. Parliament is the most powerful organ so far as the information about the functioning of the government is concerned. The information provided in the Houses is authoritative and ministers are bound to provide information on matters of government when so desired by the members. Such information is made public through the media or under the Right to Information Act. Sharing of information is vital in a democracy as it will ensure transparency and will lead to the establishment of good governance, which will ultimately benefit the people. 3.1.5.7 Constitutional role. The power to amend the Constitution vests with the Parliament. Constitutional amendments can be initiated by either of the House and have to be passed by each House by a majority of total membership as well as by two-thirds majority of members present in voting. In some cases amendments need ratification from half of the legislative assemblies of the states. There are three types of bills for constitutional amendment which requires a. Simple majority, majority of members present and voting. B. Special majority, two-thirds of the members of the present and voting in each of the House. C. Special majority with consent from half of all the state legislatures, needs special majority in both the Houses along with at least half of the state legislatures giving the consent for the bill. Such an amending power of the Parliament is not ultimate and absolute. In the following matters, it requires the ratification of legislatures of half of the states. Election of the President, extent of the executive power of the Union, extent of executive power of the states, powers relating to Supreme Court and High Courts, distribution of legislative powers. 75. 76. Representation of the states in the Parliament, provision relating to Article 368. Apart from these, the Parliament cannot amend the basic structure of the Parliament. Based on the judgment of Supreme Court in Kesavan-da Bharati case, it was held that the basic structure of the Constitution cannot be altered. Later, when the legislature tried to override this judgment by enacting the 42nd Amendment, the Supreme Court came down again and declared such provision to be unconstitutional in the Minerva Mills case. The Supreme Court stated that the power of judicial review was one of the basic features and it cannot be taken away. 3.1.5.8 Judicial role. Parliament has the exclusive powers to impeach the President and remove judges of the Supreme Court and the High Courts through a prescribed procedure. Parliament can also punish a person for contempt or defamation of the House. It can also punish its members or outsiders for the breach of privilege or its contempt. Thus, it plays a quasi-judicial role in such occasions, and such powers have been conferred by the Constitution itself. 3.1.5.9 Elective role. Elected members of the Rajya Sabha and the Lok Sabha constitute the Electoral College for the election of the Vice President. Along with elected members of the state legislatures, they form the Electoral College for election to the office of the President. Therefore, they have also such elective role to play apart from their other important roles. Election of President is of paramount importance. Though not directly elected by the people, he is elected through their representatives. It thus places greater responsibility in part of the parliamentarians to choose such person whom the people would choose. Parliament thus plays an important role in the electoral process. 3.1.5.10 Role in creation of states. The Parliament can also by legislation create new states or make changes in the existing boundaries and alter the name of the states. Our Constitution, though a federal entity, leans more towards the center. The federal system is considered to be destructible states of indestructible union. Thus, the boundaries, names, territorial extent etc. of a state can always be changed, and such a power is in the hands of the Parliament and not the states themselves. Even if the states are not interested or against such move, they have no power under the Constitution to challenge it. Thus, the Parliament has been bestowed with the ultimate power to create or alter boundaries of the states. 3.1.5.11 Role played by the Parliament to address the grievances of the public. The meaning of the term Parliament implies that it is a place of discussion of public affairs. The issues which are raised receive due consideration, and the government has to respond to such issues. There are a number of devices available to the member to raise question, start discussion, seek information, and put forth the needs and aspirations of the people. The following are some of the devices used: questions, motions, resolutions, short duration discussion. 76. 77. Calling attention motion, special mention, discussion on motion of thanks to the President which is addressed to both houses assembled together, motion of no confidence and confidence in the Council of Ministers, discussions on bills, 0-hour, half-hour discussion. All these enable the members to effectively redress the grievances of the people. There are also a number of committees such as the Committee on Public Petitions, Finance Committees, Welfare of OBCs, Empowerment of Women, Welfare of SCS and STS, on subordinate legislation, and various department-related standing committees etc. Thus, all these devices help to highlight the needs of the public before the government. The government cannot ignore issues raised through such fora, because it will be adverse to public interest. Thus, Parliament plays an important role to redress the grievances of the public. 3.1.5.12 Other roles, discussion of various issues of national and international importance, imposing emergency, creation or abolition of state legislature, etc. The Parliament is considered to the nerve centre of the democratic politics in India. The Council of Ministers is drawn from the Parliament and they are collectively responsible to the lower house Lok Sabha. The Parliament has the sole power to amend the Constitution and legislate. Parliament articulates the needs, aspiration, pain, and the suffering of the people. The accountability of the executive is secured by the Parliament. They question the administrative actions and the wrongdoings. The Council of Ministers, who are members of both the executive and the legislature, is considered to be a hyphen which joins a buckle which fastens the legislative part of the state with the executive part. This organic connection between the executive and the legislature can also be described in the words of Woodrow Wilson, the ministers to lead the houses without dictating to them, and the ministers themselves be controlled without being misunderstood. Hence, there exists close coordination between the executive and the legislature, which is seen absent in the presidential form of government. 3.1.6 Decline of Indian Parliament. India holds the unique distinction of being the largest democracy in the world. For the past 70 years it has shown its resilience and has stood strong against clandestine forces that have challenged its integrity. However, it has to be agreed that our parliamentary system is not immune to challenges and limitations. Though it has provided one of the finest constitutions and legislative systems in the modern era, experts feel that the Indian parliamentary setup is undergoing a steady decline in terms of its accountability and efficacy as the highest law-making body in the country. Our founding fathers envisioned to create a democratic system in which the legislature, executive, and the judiciary will have their own domains of operation. While they would have significant autonomy with their respective functions, a system of checks and balances, where one will be responsible to another, would ensure the credible functioning of each institution. In this setup, the legislature would create laws. 77. 78. Which will be implemented by the executive, which will in turn be interpreted and enforced by the judiciary. In the meanwhile, the executive will be responsible to the legislature and the latter will have to be accountable to the judiciary regarding the constitutionality of the laws made. While the system provided for an ideal mechanism for a representative democracy, over the years the three organs have taken turns to ruffle feathers against each other, trying to manifest their importance or to restrict the other's sphere of influence. On numerous occasions, the judiciary has had strained relationships with both the executive and the legislature. The judiciary has stepped many a times beyond its domain to direct the executive in the name of judicial activism. Passing orders to UCNG, MC Mehta v Union of India, 1991, 2 SCC 137, and cleaning of rivers, MC Mehta v Union of India, are a few examples. The executive, on the other hand, doesn't do any less in pushing its powers on the other two organs. The executive has tried to pass laws against the rulings of the judiciary in order to provide relief on a stopgap basis. Also, while lawmaking is a collective responsibility of the legislature, the past few decades have hardly seen a private member's bill being passed by the parliament or state legislatures. Moreover, the executive has made excessive use of the ordinance route to pass those laws that serve the government's interests and which are likely to be shot down by the legislature. There are four vital responsibilities of the parliament: representation of citizens, lawmaking, oversight of the executive, and scrutiny of the budget. The following briefly outlines the backseat that Parliament has taken over the years, some examples being the declining number of working days and the bills passed. If numbers are an indication of the performance of an institution, then on the face of it, the Parliament has fallen short in discharging its constitutional obligation and reveals a steady decline in its functioning. The following shows how parliamentary functioning is declining over time. 1. Loss of productive time. Over the past few decades, the Lok Sabha has consistently lost a significant portion of its productive time to disruptions and petty political clashes. The 15th Lok Sabha has been marked as the most disrupted in the history of the Indian Parliament. Such hindrances slow down the lawmaking process and curb the effective performance of the legislature. The 15th Lok Sabha passed only 179 out of the total 291 bills introduced. This is the lowest on record by a legislature that lasted a full 5-year term. 2. More ordinances. The decline in parliamentary functioning has led to the government resorting to the ordinance route as an alternative. The weightage of ordinance as against conventional law creation has increased. In the famous D.C. Wadhwa v. State of Bihar, Air 1987 SC 579, the unbridled use of ordinance by the government of Bihar was challenged in the Supreme Court. The court observed that the excessive use of ordinance outside the domain of conventional lawmaking is a usurpation of the legislative process and thus a fraud on the Constitution. Nonetheless, governments still make use of ordinances to get laws into place. 3. Member Bill. Private member bills are essential to ensure fail-proof governance. This is because such bills are likely to be drafted considering the gaps and loopholes in law and policy. Moreover, these members are free from the influence of the government or the cabinet. Despite their potential to serve as effective instruments to 78. 79. Regulate and refine government policies, they have been hardly given importance in our parliamentary system. Since 1952, only 14 private member bills have been passed till date. Though they get introduced before the Parliament, they are hardly given the importance that is given to a government bill. 4. Debates on budget. Having an oversight on the government's expenditure is yet another important task of the Parliament. Considering the number of hours being spent on discussing the budget in the recent past, it can be believed that even this function of the Parliament is on a decline. Conventionally, discussions on the demand for grants are made in the House following the examination of such demands by parliamentary standing committees. In the past 10 years or so, nearly 95% of the demands are being passed without proper discussion in the House. 5. Fraud on exchequer. The daily expenditure incurred by the parliamentary process is quite a burden on the public exchequer, considering the inconsistencies mentioned above. The salaries, office allowances etc., of members of Parliament, amount to several crores every year. This is in addition to other perks that they get in kind. As much as it is expected of the government to be accountable, the highest lawmaking body should as well be equally accountable. The only way to ensure this is by bringing in reforms. 6. Disruptions in the Parliament. The Speaker described the constant disruptions of the Lok Sabha by the opposition members as murder of democracy. Various incidents such as cash for votes, snatching away the papers when they were presented, hurling of torn papers at the chair, cash for query, displaying placards despite their prohibition, shouting of slogans, embling the well of the House, defiance of rules, violation of rules of debate, and showing utter defiance to the chair have tarnished the image of the parliaments before the public. And the most important aspect is that there remains an utter disconnect between the public needs and requirements and the debates and issues dealt with by the Parliament. Thus, there has been a steady decline in performance of the Parliament. The following can be assessed as the reasons for decline of Parliament. 1. The authority which was initially rested on the Parliament has now been taken over by the Cabinet. The Cabinet now has been ultimate decider of important aspects such as summoning of the House, proroguing of the session, preparation of daily timetable for the session, providing the inaugural speech to be delivered by the head of the state, and doing numerous other things which fall under the purview of the Parliament. 2. The role played by the members of the Parliament has not been up to the level expected of them. The quality, competence, culture, and commitment have significantly declined. Large number of MPs show very little interest in attending the Parliament. The attendance records show a dismal picture of nature of absenteeism of our members. 3. The quality of debates in the Parliament has gone down. In the previous era, the debates in the Parliament were characterized by wit, humor, and wisdom, but today they have been reduced to character assassination, insults and abuses. 4. In the Westminster system of government, the Prime Minister is the leader of the House. Such a person should command respect and should be dignified in his/her approach in the Parliament. Nehru was such a leader, he never missed to attend any 79. 80. sessions, and he was present throughout in cases concerning important issues. But during the tenure of Rajiv Gandhi it was not so. He is very conspicuous of his absence, especially when important issues came up for discussion. Thus, Such behavior of the leader of the House and the government sent out a bad message to both the members in the House and the people outside the House. 5. The virtual monopoly of a single political party for nearly 50 years after independence has made the legislature a rubber stamp authority. This is because all the bills, policies, acts are not effectively debated in the Parliament. The data shows that the Parliament spends very little time in sifting through the acts, bills, amendments which are to be passed. Hence, there is little accountability and the effective check to be kept by the Parliament is absent. Here there is thus the dictatorship and dominance by the Cabinet. In the 2008, 14 important bills were passed in a single day, and numerous such voluminous legislations are passed without effective notice or debate. This shows the way in which the accountability of the Parliament is bypassed by the government. 6. Even in finance bills the situation was the same. Crores of amount is granted when the appropriation bill is placed before the Parliament without any debate. In the 2004-2005 the railway budget was passed without any debate and discussion, and the same happened for the general budget also, which was passed without discussion. 7. There has been a steady decline in the number and duration of the sitting of Parliament after the first Lok Sabha. This decline is not only seen in number of hours or sittings, it is also seen in quality and length of debates and its outcomes. The highest recorded sittings were during the first Lok Sabha, 1952-1957, which was for 3,784 hours, 677 sittings. In the year 2011 the Parliament totally sat for a meagre 73 days and 2008 was the worst recorded as the Houses sat for just 46 days. The Parliamentary Affairs Minister was quoted saying that each disruption to the Parliament cost the Exchequer 2.5 lakh a minute. Commenting on the second session of the 14th Lok Sabha, the Hindu observed that parliamentary misconduct has become so routine that it might appear a waste of effort even to discuss the whys and wherefores of it. Forget the daily adjournments and walkouts, in recent times disruptors have spared no occasion, not even the once sacrosanct presidential address. However, when confrontation reaches a point where the very existence of Parliament was questioned, then it is distress time as much for the democracy as for the institution itself. Thus, there is seen a steady decline in nature and functioning of the Parliament. And this has resulted in monetary loss as well as social loss to the people. They have not only lost valuable time, but they have lost the train of development. 3.1.7 Suggestions for improvement. Since the first day of independence, these pulpits of governance have served the purpose of being a forum for the vast population spread across a multiplicity of ethnic and linguistic diversities. But as discussed prior to this section, parliamentary culture in India has indeed taken a beating. What makes it worse is that without investing much effort on assessing the reasons for decline, the stakeholders concerned treat the situation with overt cynicism. Over the past 7 decades, the structure and functions of Parliament have grown on the principles of democratic socialism, economic democracy and distributive justice. Of late, due to 16 hours 36 minutes and 14 seconds. 81. The information explosion, technological revolution, and challenges in administration brought about by LPG, liberalization, privatization, and globalization, reforms, along with the age-old principle of welfare state, etc., have conferred upon the Parliament a larger spectrum of responsibilities. All of the above coupled with the inadequacy of time, limitations in terms of access to information and the substandard conduct of parliamentary proceedings have resulted in the creation of mediocre legislation and unsatisfactory parliamentary oversight on administration. Minimal effort has been taken to develop the essential ingredients to achieve success in parliamentary polity. These include discipline, character, and a sense of public morality, ideologically oriented two-party system and willingness to listen to and to accommodate minority views. Whenever the government of the day enjoyed a lean majority, that too with the aid of a coalition, and the opposition had little numbers to emerge as an alternative, the parliament has performed less effectively. Examples of this situation were many a time visible during the 1989–1999 decade. The floor of the House hardly witnessed a constructive legislative process. There was little respect among the members and ministers to the institution, which could be understood by the alarming trends of absenteeism and defection. Parliamentary reforms have a decisive role in ensuring sustainable and equitable growth, especially in an era fueled by liberalization and globalization. Archaic processes have to be revised, control mechanisms on members should be strengthened, debating and decision-making procedures should be made efficient, etc. For the Parliament, constant review and revamp should be done to prevent it from becoming obsolete. As much as efforts are being taken to do this, it shouldn't be restricted to mere administration of stopgap measures. A full-scale review is essential to provide institutional, structural, procedural, and organizational improvement. What is needed is a full-scale review. We have to be prepared for fundamental institutional, structural, functional, procedural, and organizational changes. The overriding guiding norm and purpose of all parliamentary reforms should be to make both government and parliament more relevant to meet the challenges of the times and the changing national needs in the context of the objective of faster economic growth. Both the parliament and the government should be collectively concerned with concurrent and contemporaneous monitoring and evaluation of the implementation of economic reforms, scrutiny of the overall performance of the economy, targets, achievements, shortfalls, etc. The following are the reform measures which are needed to be carried out. 1. Reforms in budget process. Some serious thinking is called for in the matter of reforming the budget procedure in Parliament and bringing it closer to the needs and constraints of the new situation. The number of occasions on which voting by divisions may be needed during a budget session is very large. Also, the defeat of any demand for grant is deemed to be tantamount to expression of lack of confidence in the government. There is every possibility of a division being asked for more often only to embarrass the government. It would be unrealistic to expect all the members to be present all the time through the session. It would, therefore, be wise to reduce to the barest minimum the number of days on which voting by division is considered imminent. Also, the time may be fixed by agreement and announced in advance with appropriate whips issued and attendance ensured otherwise. 81 16 hours 36 minutes and 14 seconds. 82. 2. Nodal Standing Committee on Economy. A nodal standing committee on national economy with subject-oriented study groups, assisted by scholars and experts, should be constituted to monitor economic policy formulation and implementation. The respective study groups would make performance evaluation on these areas and prepare internal study reports which will be produced to the committee. These will be presented annually by the committee to the Parliament. Besides being informative on policy measures of the government, it helps in keeping a constant vigilance and performing reviews on the system as a whole. The insights presented by the committee could be discussed effectively by the Houses of Parliament every year. 3. Better communication to improve public perception. The Parliament serves as a link between the citizens and the government. But there is a perceived disconnect between the people and the Parliament, whenever they discuss its proceedings. They are led to believe that there is hardly any contribution from them in the decision-making process. This was caused due to the ineffective management of public relations in the past. And it has resulted in a poor perception of the Parliament and its members. Systematic and conscious efforts are required to rebuild a good rapport between the people and the Parliament. For this purpose, the potential of mass media, print publications, online media, etc., should be harnessed to get the message across the board. The news channels such as DD News, RSTV, and LSTV have to be exploited to the maximum in communicating about the parliamentary proceedings via electronic media. Live coverage of debates and sessions in the Parliament will help in building a sense of credibility among the public. 4. Panchayats in Parliament. In an era where there are calls from different quarters to decentralize governance, the roles of an MP as against a local body member have to be clearly demarcated. Immense care has to be taken to avoid any conflict or overarching of powers among them. The scope of work for an MP, with respect to his/her constituency, has to be restricted to issues of national importance. For effective implementation of those schemes which require the coordination of the two, as in the case of MPLODs, proper brainstorming and planning has to be done to avoid any implementation blunders. 5. Improving the quality of participation of members. Proper functioning of Parliament is dependent on the quality of participation of members. From good conduct, insightful questioning to sincere participation in constructive debates, every member should act beyond what his/her party requires. It should begin with proper training and orientation of newly elected members about the conventions, traditions, rules, and regulations that determine parliamentary conduct. The curriculum should include things such as adequate knowledge of the Constitution, the parliamentary system, the rules of procedure and conduct of business, etc. Insufficient training and orientation in the past has adversely affected the performance of the members and the Parliament at large. 6. Reducing the expenditure of the Parliament. The costs involved in maintaining the parliamentary system in our country have always been increasing. One of the most commonly discussed aspects of parliamentary expenditure is the spending on salaries and emoluments of its members. The charges under this heading alone go up to several lakhs a year. This, along with the ministerial salaries and that of the members of state legislatures put together, would run into crores annually. Prudent fixing of salaries and emoluments is the immediate need of the hour. Moreover, this is one of the expenditures that 16 hours 36 minutes and 14 seconds 83 are not discussed in the budget. Therefore, it is a moral responsibility of the legislators to take salaries that are not disproportionate to the work they do. 7. Improving information supply. Any conversation becomes irrelevant if there is not a valuable sharing of information. Information is one of the essential instruments to have an effective functioning of a participatory democracy. Without this, it would be difficult to have a hold over the arbitrary nature of governance by the party in power. Unfortunately, most of the time, our members rely on official documents and data that have only been published by the respective ministries. More often than not, this information is likely to be inadequate. To address this situation, an independent national information repository, exclusively for the purpose of providing information to members of the Parliament, should be created. 8. Planning legislation and improving its quality. The quality of our legislative products have been often turned down as haphazard. This is primarily due to the non-compliance in spirit to the process of law-making adopted by our constitution makers. There is a need for a dynamic and comprehensive approach to law-making. This can be done by streamlining the functions of the Parliamentary and Legal Affairs Committee of the Cabinet. 2. Widening the roles of the Law Commission. 3. Setting up a legislation committee to supervise and coordinate legislative planning. 4. Referring all bills to the newly set up departmental standing committees for consideration and scrutiny, consulting concerned interest groups, and finalization of the second reading stage in the relaxed atmosphere of committees aided by experts, thereby reducing the burden of the House without impinging on any of its rights and improving the quality of drafting and content of legislation. 9. Setting up a Constitution Committee for amendments. The executive powers of the Union are collinear with its legislative powers. However, the constituent power should belong to the Parliament. This means that while the government can initiate and orient the legislature to make laws that suit its policies, the Parliament has a bigger responsibility in terms of bills that amend the Constitution. At present, Constitutional amendment bills are introduced just like any other ordinary bill in the Parliament. While this encroaches on the time of the Parliament for passing ordinary bills, it also gives very little time for discussing the need for and the pros and cons of the respective amendment bills. Instead of clubbing it with regular business, if it can be put through a scrutiny by a specific committee on constitutional amendments or a body authorized by the Parliament, it would go a long way in ensuring a better standard of amendments. The scrutiny should go deep into the cause and relevance of the proposed amendments and critically examine each and every provision, in order to produce an outcome, much better than what can be done through the conventional process of lawmaking. This committee could include members of both houses of the Parliament and judicial officers/legal experts such as the Attorney General or Solicitor General to provide insights and inferences about the bills. While it will make the amendment 83 16 hours 36 minutes and 14 seconds. 84. Process much more robust, it will also reduce the possibility of the amendment being turned down by the judiciary as unconstitutional. 10. Departmental committees and parliamentary streamlining. The setting up of the 27 departmental standing committees has been a remarkable parliamentary reform in the past decades. However, what began as 3 committees in 1989 on an experimental basis has been increasing ever since, at a progressive pace. Having specific departmental standing committees does help in faster completion of business. However, the overall costs in running such a huge framework of committees necessitate a larger bill of expenditures. Parliamentary supervision of administration through committees is supposed to enable good governance and not act as a barrier at all times. For proper conduct of standing committees, the following measures can be adopted: I. Proper closing of pre-budget scrutiny of budgetary estimates and demands for grants before they are voted in the House. 2. Concurrent and contemporaneous examination of the activities of government departments and matters of national concern in cool, non-partisan atmosphere. 3. Monitoring of performance, relating to financial inputs to the policy objectives and actual outcomes to measure effectiveness and detailed examination of supplementary estimates. 4. Feedback with valuable insights and information to the Parliament and to the Government to review economic proposals. V. Closer and competent inspection of all legislative proposals. 6. Review of the implementation of different laws passed by the Parliament across the respective subjects. 7. Encouraging participation by backbenchers and creating a second level of leadership. 8. Development of skill specialization and expertise in legislative processes among members. The committees could strengthen the government by providing valuable insights for the better functioning of the government and the Parliament. With a spirit of cutting-edge professionalism, the committees could play a major role in accelerating the Parliament towards becoming a forum for meaningful body for multilateral dialogue. 11. Control over borrowing. While the budgetary proposals and estimates are reviewed by the several committees in the Parliament, there is no specific committee to oversee the function of public borrowing. A limit on public borrowing will instill a sense of responsibility and an idea, and it leaves behind a smaller burden for the upcoming generations. 12. Discussing committee reports on the floor of the House. When a committee's report is not read on the floor of the House, it belittles the importance attached to the particular committee. This could result in some very useful recommendations going unnoticed or insufficiently discussed. 13. Codifying parliamentary privileges. While members of the Parliament are justified in receiving certain privileges in view of exercising their duties, limitless powers or concessions should not be given to them. These privileges are given to the Parliament by the people and hence should not be misused. A joint committee may be created to rationalize the extent of privileges offered and recommend appropriate regulations. 84 16 hours 36 minutes and 14 seconds. 85. 14. Reforming the functions of parliamentary parties. the parties that have their members as members of the Parliament should have the responsibility to train them accordingly. Relevant briefing on the position of the party on specific issues, speech notes, and right UPS etc. have to be given prior with proper training in order to avoid any miscommunication on the floor of the House. Free voting on issues shall be called for in case of most discussions on the floor of the House. This will create an environment in the House, free from the influence of parties. Such a measure would also change the way confidence on a government is tested. Only when a government is defeated through a no-confidence motion shall it be asked to resign. 15. Reforms in quality of debates and discussions. One of the areas where such a restraint should come in is with time management for discussions and debates. It comes as no surprise that sessions throughout the year have little significant business done, due to unnecessary discussions and resentment towards the party in power by the opposition and vice versa. What begin as rational debates are more likely to end up as adjourned sittings, since political parties try to use the floor to show their wrath against each other instead of using the floors as constructive forums for policy management. This situation can be addressed by having such discussions at the committee level. Besides having enough time for such discussions, it also leaves the floor of the House for debating issues of national importance. Members should be sensitized on the proper use of parliamentary devices such as question hour and 0 hour. Several other items of business such as adjournment motions, calling the attention notices, no confidence motions, etc. initiated by private members have to be taken up at a dedicated time on a weekly basis. Moreover, parliamentary business can be shared between the committees and the houses equitably, in such a way that neither organ is denied necessary time allotment. 16. Reform in expression of opinion of the members. Freedom of expression should be given to every member of Parliament without compromise. It is one of the basic principles in representative democracy. It is accepted that unparliamentary or objectionable words spoken should be removed from the record of the House's proceedings on the Speaker's advice. However, this should not be misused by the Speaker to hold an unsolicited control on the opposition members. The same is applicable to television broadcasts of the sessions. As much as possible, proceedings should be telecasted without deleting or muting portions of the sittings. 17. Reforms in question hour. Both houses of the Parliament demarcate an hour each during every day of the session for questions. Essentially, this should be a time where the government is questioned about its policy or a decision or some matter with significant importance. However, this has become a time where discussions are made and hardly 5 questions are covered in a time where around 20 questions are to be taken up for answering. A proper scrutiny of the list of questions will reveal that a lot of the admitted questions are trivial or ambiguous in nature. At times, some questions of top priority cause a serious dislocation of the proper functioning of ministries in the government. Such practices and processes of raising and admitting such questions must be reviewed and streamlined for effective conduct of business in the Parliament. 85. 16 hours 36 minutes and 14 seconds. 86. 18. Reforms in other motions. Adjournment motions too are not immune from being ineffectively used. The purpose of this motion is to call the attention of the House for immediate discussion on a matter of urgent public importance, which has not been already included in the list of business for the day. However, the discretion of admitting such a discussion lies with the Speaker. When admission is refused, members keep storming the well and what follows is a tug-of-war between them and the Speaker. The solution to this lies in the Speaker expressing his/her genuine opinion on the urgent importance of the issue and maintaining order in the House. 19. Other procedural reforms. Either House of the Parliament has its own set of rules and procedures. All those rules except the ones which have been codified in the Rules of Procedure should be regularly reviewed and they should be removed if they are found to be obsolete. Conventions and procedures should be adapted according to the demands of time and should never be a hindrance to the proper functioning of the Parliament. 20. Tackling absenteeism. Yet another problem faced by parliamentary conduct is the increasing incidences of absenteeism among members. It is no less than a threat to democracy. A quorum of at least 1/10 is required for conduct of business in the Parliament. But this cannot be allowed to become a standard minimum attendance requirement for having sessions. As members who represent the people, they should have a moral inclination to attend parliamentary sessions except in cases when they have to attend other duties of high priority. Therefore, a minimum number of hours to be attended by a member can be added to the rules and procedure, in such a way that the member would contribute significantly. Those not complying can be given a deduction in their salaries throughout the session. 21. Reform in Parliamentary Secretariat. The success of the parliamentary system lies in the independent and impartial functioning of the Parliamentary Secretariat. The Secretariat should be supplied with the best of the resources available. Besides, they should also be constituted with mechanisms to correspond freely with the ministerial secretariats. 22. Decriminalization of politics. The judgment given by the Apex Court in the Lily Thomas case will go a long way in decriminalizing the election process, where only an individual without criminal background is fielded by the political parties. The media and the civil society have to distinguish between serious penal offences, financial irregularities, and acts of violation of prohibitory orders. These different charges may not be equated with one another. 23. Linkage between the people and Parliament. The Parliament is the communication link between the government and public. There is a necessity to establish a good rapport between the two entities. The public and the government have to be brought together. The Parliament belongs to the people and not its members. The members are thus responsible to the public at large. The members should have access to the opinion of the public and the public should also have the access of the Parliament. 24. Regular orientation programs. Improving the quality of the members is one of the most important aspects of the reform process. It is the bound duty of every member to uphold the dignity and decorum of the institution both inside and outside of it. The image of the Parliament will be poor unless the quality of its members is improved. A newly elected member is often lost in the number of traditions. 86. 16 hours 36 minutes and 14 seconds. 87. Conventions, rules, regulations, formalities etc. of the parliamentary system. Hence, there is need to institutionalize the process of training for the newly elected members. The curriculum of such training should cover all aspects including the Constitution, the knowledge about the political system, the rules of procedure and conduct of business, various other practices, traditions, precedents, do's and don'ts of members, and rules of parliamentary etiquettes etc. There should also be periodic training imparted to the members on various issues so that the quality of the institution never falls. 3.1.8 Conclusion. The endurance of democracy and freedom in India are completely dependent on the successful functioning of the Parliament. Though we can take pride in the relentless working of this body for the past 70 years, we have to accept that the issues mentioned above are slowly eroding its stand as an institution of legitimacy and a watchtower of democracy. But it is also true that no reform can happen in a single blow. And no single reform can bring about a miracle change. The way ahead should be taken with utmost care and caution by setting up a Parliamentary Reforms Commission, on the lines of a commission instituted in the United Kingdom for a similar purpose. The recommendations of this commission should be presented to the Rules Committee of the Parliament, which will present it to the House and suitable reforms can be incorporated. Such periodical initiatives done with a sincere effort will increase the credibility of the Parliament and fortify its character as the watchtower of Indian democracy. 3.2 Issues of recent concern in parliamentary functions. 3.2.1 Anti-defection law. Intent and its impact. Defection is defined as to abandon a position or association, often to join an opposing group, which essentially describes a situation when a member of a particular party abandons his loyalty towards that party and provides his support, in the form of his vote or otherwise, to another party. The anti-defection law was passed through the 52nd Amendment in 1985, which added the 10th schedule to the Indian Constitution, which detailed the grounds of defections and also prescribes disqualification for the defectors of a House of Parliament/state legislature. It was again amended by the 91st Amendment Act, 2003. Prior to this amendment, a defection by one-third members of a political party in the legislature was considered to be a merger. This amendment changed and made that, at least two-thirds of the members of the political party have to be in favor of such merger for it to be valid. It also made mandatory, that those who wish to shift party should resign their seat in the legislature, and hence they have to seek re-election if they wish to defect. The main intent of the law was to combat the evil of political defections and to bring instability to the government. The major unintended consequence of the act is hindering the elected members from voting on their own conscience when there is party whip issued on the matter. To overcome this issue of forced voting, many committees 87 16 hours 36 minutes and 15 seconds 88 have been set up to modify the Act by amendment and to provide freedom of expression of individual MPs. 3.2.1.1 Intent of law. Assuming the right intent of lawmakers, the legislation was aimed 1. To reduce the power of money used for alluring elected members to make or break a government and strengthen parliamentary democracy by prohibiting floor crossing. 2. To bring stability to the government and the political parties, and not let the government to be held at ransom by few elected members. 3. To make elected members responsible and accountable to the group of voters who have casted their vote because their loyalty and affinity to the party. 4. To make the elected member loyal to the political party on whose party symbol and support the person got elected to the House. However, with hindsight, outlawing party defections invites observers to speculate about the framers' intentions. Was it to produce competitive party systems or to consolidate power within existing parties? It may be led to believe that the law was proposed with some erroneous intentions, and besides that it has led to unintended consequences including an autocratic party system, quelling of dissent and making of false leaders. Grounds of disqualification by Anti-Defection Act 1985. 1. Member belonging to political parties. A. If an elected member voluntarily gives up his membership of a political party. B. If he votes or abstains from voting in such house contrary to any direction issued by his political party or anyone authorized to do so, whip, without obtaining prior permission. As a precondition for his disqualification, his abstention from voting should not be condoned by his party or the authorized person within 15 days of such incident. 2. Member elected otherwise than as candidate set up by any political party. A. If independent member joins a political party post-election. 3. Nominated members. A. If a nominated member joins a political party after 6 months of his nomination to legislature. 3.2.1.2 Authority concerning anti-defection. The law states that only the presiding officer, that is, chairman or the speaker of a house, can make decisions on disqualification of a member under this schedule, and his/her decision is final. If a question arises on the presiding officer on the subject of disqualification, then the decision shall be made by a newly elected presiding officer, principle of natural justice. The law states that the presiding officer's decision is final and not subject to judicial review. The Supreme Court struck down this condition partly and held that no judicial intervention shall be made until the presiding officer gives his order. However, the final decision can be appealed in the High Courts and Supreme Court. The chairman or the speaker of a house has also been empowered to make rules for giving effect to the provisions of the 10th schedule. The rules are required to be laid before each house and are subject to modifications/disapproval by the House. 88 16 hours 36 minutes and 15 seconds. 89. 3.2.1.3 Exceptions provided in 10th Schedule A. Cases of split: no member shall be disqualified for being member of a group which has arisen as a result of split in his original political party, and such a group shall consist of not less than 1/3 members of the legislative party concerned. This provision, paragraph 3, has since been omitted from the 10th schedule by the Constitution, 91st Amendment, Act, 2003, which came into force with effect from January 1, 2004. Consequent upon the omission of paragraph 3, it is not now permissible to claim a split in the legislature party. b. Cases of merger: at least 2/3 of the members of a party have to be in favor of a merger for it to have validity in the eyes of the law. The 10th schedule states, the merger of the original political party or a member of a house shall be deemed to have taken place if, and only if, not less than 2/3 of the members of the legislature party concerned have agreed to such merger. The Dinesh Goswami Committee on Electoral Reforms, the Law Commission in its report on reform of electoral laws, and the National Commission to Review the Working of the Constitution, NCRWC, all recommended the deletion of the 10th schedule provision regarding exemption from disqualification in case of a split. C. Exemption to persons elected to the office of Speaker/Chairman or Deputy Speaker/Deputy Chairman. No disqualification is incurred by a person who has been elected to the office of the Speaker or the Deputy Speaker of the House of the People or of the Legislative Assembly of a state, or to the office of the Deputy Chairman of the Council of States or the Chairman or the Deputy Chairman of the Legislative Council of a state, if he severs his connections with his political party after such election. Also, no disqualification is incurred if he, having given up by reason of his election to such office, his membership of the political party to which he belonged immediately before such election, rejoins such political party after he ceases to hold such office. d. Election to the office of the President. Election Commission made it clear that political parties cannot issue any direction or whip to members to vote in certain way during the presidential election. Voting and not voting will not fall within the ambit of the anti-defection law. E. Obtaining prior permission before 15 days and not condoned by his party. F. Voluntarily joining non-legislative party which does not have single member in the legislature. G. Voting against the party in an ordinary bill for which whip is not issued and does not topple the government on its failure. H. If expelled by the party, the person continues to be the member of the House until he/she voluntarily joins a legislative party, e.g. Sasi Kala Pushpa Tn MP Rajya Sabha. I. Abstaining from voting due to proven health conditions subject to acceptance of presiding officer of the House. 89 16 hours 36 minutes and 15 seconds. 90. Advantages and disadvantages of anti-defection law. Advantages. Disadvantages. The important advantage is that it prevents shifting of allegiance of the members of the party, thereby providing stability to the government. This reduces the accountability of the government to the people and the parliament. Importantly, it promotes party discipline. It upholds party loyalty, as the person who got elected from a particular party is prohibited from shifting to another party. It interferes with the rights of the individual and his freedom of speech and expression against policies of his party. This effectively curbs dissent within the party. Important judgments of disqualification and the 10th schedule by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court took upon itself to effectively implement the anti-defection law. It in its various landmark judgments has upheld the constitutional validity of this law. And in other subsequent cases, it established that the court is the final authority, and it could even question the action of the Speaker, who according the law is the final authority to decide such. The following are the most important judgments of the court and the main issues it decided upon. Main issue, S. In the case, judgment of the court and the name of the case, whether the right to freedom of speech and expression is curtailed by the 10th schedule. The provisions do not subvert the democratic rights of elected members in Parliament and state legislatures. It does not violate their conscience. The provisions do not violate any right or freedom under Articles 105 and 194 of the Constitution. Kyoto Holohan v. Zakalho and others, Air 1993 SC 412, whether only resignation constituted voluntarily giving up membership of a political party. The words voluntarily giving up membership have a wider meaning. An inference can also be drawn from the conduct of the member that he has voluntarily given up the membership of his party. Ravi S. Naik v. Union of India, Air 1994 SC 1558, whether a member can be said to have voluntarily given up his membership of a party if he joins another party after being expelled by his old political party. Once a member is expelled, he is treated as an unattached member in the House. However, he continues to be a member of the old party as per the 10th schedule. So, if he joins a new party after being expelled, he can be said to have voluntarily given up membership of his old party. G. Vishwanathan v. Speaker, Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly, Air 1996 SC 353. 16 hours 36 minutes and 15 seconds. 91. Main issue, S. In the case judgment of the court and the name of the case whether paragraph 7 of the 10th schedule barring the jurisdiction of courts in cases of disqualification is constitutional. The paragraph seeks to change the operation and effect of Articles 136, 226 and 227 of the Constitution, which give the High Courts and the Supreme Court jurisdiction in such cases. Any such provision is required to be ratified by the legislatures of at least half of the states as per Article 368, 2. The paragraph was, therefore, held invalid, as the 10th schedule had not received the above-mentioned ratification. Kyoto Holohan v. Zakalho and others, Air 1993 SC 412, whether paragraph 6 of the 10th schedule granting finality to the decision of the Speaker/Chairman is valid. To the extent that the provisions grant finality to the orders of the Speaker, the provision is valid. However, the High Courts and the Supreme Court can exercise judicial review under the Constitution. Judicial review should not cover any stage prior to the making of a decision by the Speaker/Chairman. Kyoto Holohan v. Zakalho and others, Air 1993 SC 412, whether a Speaker can review his own decision to disqualify a member under the 10th schedule. The Speaker of a House does not have the power to review his own decision to disqualify a candidate. Such power is not provided for under the 10th schedule, and is not implicit in the provisions either. Dr. Kashinath G. Halmi v. Speaker, Goa Legislative Assembly, Air 1993 SCC 703, whether the Speaker of a legislature is bound by the directions of a court. The court cited the Kyoto Holohan case, where it had been said that the Speaker, while passing an order under the 10th schedule, functions as a tribunal. The order passed by him would, therefore, be subject to judicial review. Ravi S. Naik v. Union of India, Air 1994 SC 1558, whether judicial review by courts extends to rules framed under the 10th schedule. Rules under the 10th schedule are procedural in nature. Any violation of those would be a procedural irregularity. Procedural irregularity is immune from judicial scrutiny. Ravi S. Naik v. Union of India, Air 1994 SC 1558, when can a court review the Speaker's decision-making process under the 10th schedule? If the Speaker fails to act on a complaint, or accepts claims of splits or mergers without making a finding, he fails to act as per the 10th schedule. The Supreme Court said that ignoring a petition for disqualification is not merely an irregularity, but a violation of constitutional duties. Rajendra Singh Rana and others v. Swami Prasad Maurya and others. Air 2007 SCC 270. 91 16 hours 36 minutes and 15 seconds. 92. Some recent orders on disqualification by the Speaker for defection. The Speaker is the final authority to decide the cases related to defection. The law states that only the presiding officer, that is, chairman or the Speaker of a House, can make decisions on disqualification of a member under this schedule, and his/her decision is final. But this decision is subject to the final review by the judiciary. He has also been empowered to frame rules. The following are some of the important decisions taken by the Speaker regarding defections. A. Final order of the Speaker requirements for proving an inability to obey a party whip due to external factors. Shri Rajiv Ranjan Singh Lalan v. Dr. P.P. Koya, J.D., U., January 9, 2009. Dr. Koya defied a party whip requiring him to be present in the House and vote against the motion of confidence for the government. He claimed he was too ill to be present in the House. The Speaker concluded that Dr. Koya abstained from voting by remaining absent, and the evidence of the illness is not sufficient to conclude that he was so ill that he could not be present in the House. B. When can it be said that a party member has deliberately defied a party whip? Shri Prabhunath Singh v. Shri Ram Swarup Prasad, J.D., U., October 3, 2008. Shri Prasad defied a party whip requiring him to be present in the House. In his defense, he denied that any whip was issued or served. The Speaker held that in view of the fact that there is evidence to show that the whip had been delivered to Shri Prasad's house, and had been duly received, it cannot be said that Shri Prasad had no knowledge of the whip. C. Whether public criticism of one's political party amounts to defection. Shri After Singh Badana v. Shri Kuldeep Singh, Indian National Congress, September 10, 2008. The Inc. alleged that Shri Bishnoi often dissented from, and criticized the Congress government publicly, and had demanded the dismissal of the government in Haryana. The Speaker held that a person getting elected as a candidate of a political party also gets elected because of the programs of the party. If the person leaves the party, he should go back before the electorate. D. Whether stories in the print or electronic media can be taken as evidence of defection. Shri Rajesh Verma v. Shri Mohammad Shahid Akhlaque, BSP, January 27, 2008. It was alleged that Shri Akhlaque joined the Samajwadi Party in a public meeting. It was alleged that at this meeting, Shri Akhlaque had said that at heart, he had always been a member of the SP. The Speaker reasoned that there is no reason why news clippings and stories in the media would be untruthful. The Speaker therefore held Shri Akhlaque disqualified for having voluntarily given up membership of the BSP. Recommendations of various bodies on anti-defection law. Body/committee main reforms suggested/recommended Dinesh Goswami Committee on Electoral Reforms, 1990, disqualification should be limited to cases where a member voluntarily gives up the membership of his political party, b. a member abstains from voting, or votes contrary to the party whip in a motion of vote of confidence or motion of no confidence. 92 16 hours 36 minutes and 15 seconds. 93. Body/committee main reforms suggested/recommended the issue of disqualification should be decided by the President/Governor on the advice of the Election Commission. Halim Committee on Anti-Defection Law, 1998, the words voluntarily giving up membership of a political party be comprehensively defined. Restrictions like prohibition on joining another party or holding offices in the government be imposed on expelled members. The term political party should be defined clearly. Law Commission, 170 THRE Port 1999, provisions which exempt splits and mergers from disqualification to be deleted. Pre-poll electoral fronts should be treated as political parties under anti-defection law. Political parties should limit issuance of whips to instances only when the government is in danger. Election Commission decisions under the 10th schedule should be made by the President/Governor on the binding advice of the Election Commission. Constitution review defectors should be barred from holding public office or any remunerative political post for the duration of the remaining term. Commission, 2002, the vote cast by a defector to topple a government should be treated as invalid. 3.2.1.4 Reforms needed in anti-defection law. The step taken to curb the menace of defections was indeed a landmark decision. But much more needs to be done in order to cure the system of such issues. Reforms need to be continuous and concurrent in order to cleanse the political system. The following are few insights. 1. The decision-making power of presiding officers should be limited and should be altered on principle of natural justice, that is, no person shall be judged in his own case. 2. Voluntarily giving up membership should be defined and needs comprehensive revision. 3. Political parties should limit issuance of whips to instances only when the government is in danger and not for other bills, that is, ambient of the law should be restricted to money bill and no confidence motion. 4. The Election Commission had recommended that the decisions under the 10th schedule should be made by the President/Governor on the binding advice of the Election Commission. A constitutional amendment vesting the power to decide matters relating to disqualification on the ground of defection with the President/Governor acting on the advice of the Election Commission would actually help in preserving the integrity of the Speaker's office. 93 16 hours 36 minutes and 15 seconds. 94. 3.2.2 Delegated legislation necessary. Evil. The legislature is considered to be the lawmaking organ of the state. But in the modern times, due to various factors such as complexity of legislation, paucity of time, and fast-changing environment, the legislature is unable to make requisite number of law needed. Hence, there is need for the legislature to delegate its lawmaking power to its subordinates to ensure smooth functioning of the administrative machinery, as it is not possible for it to deliver the quantity and quality required. And such a legislation, passed by the executive, on behalf of the legislature is called the delegated legislation. The Committee on Ministers' Powers stated that, the truth is, that if Parliament were not willing to delegate lawmaking power, Parliament would be unable to pass the king and quantity of legislation which modern public opinion requires. 3.2.2.1 Definitions. The delegated legislation is otherwise known as subordinate legislation. According to Salmond, subordinate legislation is that which proceeds from any authority other than the sovereign power and is, therefore, dependent for its continued existence and validity on some superior or supreme authority. They may be regarded as having their origin in the delegation of the power of Parliament to inferior authorities, which in the exercise of their delegated functions remain subject to the control of the sovereign legislature. The Committee on Ministers' Powers in England defined delegated legislation as the exercise of minor legislative power by subordinate authorities and bodies in pursuance of statutory authority given by the Parliament itself. Sir Cecil Carr states the following: delegated legislation is a growing child called upon to relieve the parent of strain of overwork and capable of attending to minor matters, while the parent manages the main business. The delegated legislation is so multitudinous that the statute book would not only be incomplete but misleading unless it be read along with the delegated legislation which amplifies and amends it. 3.2.2.2 Essential characteristics of delegated legislation. The following are the essential characteristics of a delegated legislation. 1. There should be no extraordinary delay while framing of the subordinate legislation. 2. The administrative authority should not go beyond the powers given in the Parent Act. 3. Arbitrary and discriminatory rules should not be framed. 4. The rules thus framed should contain short titles, explanatory notes, reference to earlier amendment, etc. to provide clear understanding. 5. The language used should be clear and simple. 6. Tax or financial levies, charges should not be imposed. 7. Subdelegation, that is, delegation of a delegated legislation is not encouraged. 8. Essential and important legislative functions cannot be delegated. 9. The rules such framed should not act in retrospect, unless the parent acts provides so. 10. In cases as required, consultation should be made with concerned authorities to frame effective and efficient rules. 11. There should be wide and sufficient publicity to be given to such rules, so that the public gets to know about them. 12. The public interest should be kept paramount while framing these rules. 13. The final authority to interpret these rules are the Parliament and the courts. The administrative authority themselves are not given such powers. 94 16 hours 36 minutes and 15 seconds. 95. 3.2.2.3 Reasons for growth of delegated legislation. The executive has a very vital and essential role to play in the era of welfare state. Hence, it has become imperative to delegate powers to the subordinate authorities for taking necessary decisions. The following are the pertinent reasons for the growth of delegated legislation. 1. Pressure upon parliamentary time. The Parliament is burdened with numerous issues that it does not have sufficient time to pay attention to all the matters. It cannot look into all day-to-day aspects of administration, which is therefore left at their discretion. Parliament does not have time to discuss all such matters in detail, and hence delegation becomes necessary for better and effective administration. 2. Flexibility. The legislative procedures are long and cumbersome. Some of the administrative matters require quick and decisive action, for example bank rate, terrorist acts, foreign exchange, import and export policies etc., and only administrators with sufficient powers can deal with such matters expeditiously. 3. Emergency. During emergencies such as war, terrorist acts etc., the country requires immediate steps and actions. And this cannot be made through a legislative process, as it will take more time, hence such aspects are delegated and dealt by authorities, hence the executives are empowered to deal with such scenarios. 4. Technicality of the subject matter. The parliamentarians are generally amateurs and they do not have requisite knowledge and technical prowess to address all the issues that arise. Some matters such as atomic energy, space science, drug and pharma policies, subjects relating to economy etc. are all specialized subjects and they have to be dealt by those people who are experts in these areas. 5. Experiment. The legislation procedure by the Parliament is very rigid, and the delegated legislation is flexible enough to make experiments. Certain situations and problems require experiments, and this cannot be provided with help of the Parliament. 3.2.2.4 Advantages and disadvantages. Advantages. Disadvantages. It saves the limited time available to the Parliament. The Parliament has insufficient time to scrutinize these delegated legislations. The Parliament does not effectively review them. They allow for rapid change. Such change is not effectively managed by the Parliament. The parliamentarians lack technical or detailed knowledge regarding the subject matter. The subdelegation of powers cause further problem of confusion because of its complexity. It is effective in quick response to new developments. The delegation legislation is enormous and it is nearly impossible to keep track about all such delegated powers, and this leads to complexity. It enables quick and minor necessary changes to the statute. There is lack of publicity of such rules framed, hence public do not know about them. Withdrawal or amendment of the laws are very easy and can be made without much hassle. It is regarded as generally undemocratic, as most of these rules and regulations are made by the public administrators who are not the elected representatives of the people. 95 16 hours 36 minutes and 15 seconds. 96. 3.2.2.5 Necessary evil. As per the Committee on Subordinate Legislation, subordinate legislation is a necessary evil. The tendency to delegate legislative powers to executive agencies has become so widespread and dangerous that the very existence and utility of the legislature are at their vanishing point. Clothing the administrators with legislative power is regarded by many as an act of denial of civil liberties in certain circumstances. It is one kind of surrender of Parliament to the executive, and it has strengthened the bureaucracy, and may turn democracy into despotism and arbitrary rule. Lord Hewart describes delegated legislation as the new despotism. He further states that, it is not merely that in this instance Parliament is being outmanoeuvred or in that instance the courts have been defied. It is that the whole scheme of self-government is being undermined, and that too in a way which no self-respecting people, if they were aware of the facts, would for a moment tolerate. Sir John Merritt, who also agrees with the view of Lord Hewart, states that, "It is my profound conviction that the prevailing and increasing disposition on the part of the British Parliament to confer upon the executive quasi-judicial and quasi-legislative functions is wholly mischievous and ought to be resisted." The old despotism, which was defeated, offered a challenge. The new despotism, which is not yet defeated, gives Parliament an anesthetic. The strategy is different, but the goal is the same. It is to subordinate Parliament, to evade the courts, and to render the will or the caprice of the executive unfettered and supreme. Mary Parker Follett considered the concept of delegation as a mere myth of the administrative theory. She believed that, authority belongs to the job and stays with the job. Hence, the person who does the job should have the authority to do it. And according to her, the authority belongs to the function, job, and hence it cannot be delegated. And thus the term delegation of authority is an obsolete expression and has no meaning. She also states that, authority must be functional and the functional authority carries with it responsibility. Again, the speed at which the laws are made and amended through the process of subordinate legislation is likely to endanger the life, liberty, and property of the citizens, and what is worse, multiplicity of rules and amendments may exhaust the patience and defy the endurance of those who would understand them. Yet it has come to stay. The problem now is not how to abolish the system or find a substitute, but how to ensure legislative control over subordinate legislation. 3.2.2.6 Safeguards, Controls and Suggestions. 1. Spelling out the parameters. It is necessary to spell out clearly the parameters within which the delegated legislation should function. It is important that the legislature do not pass any skeleton legislation which can be completed only through such delegated process. There is need for defining the parameters within which the delegated legislation should operate. The following are some of the limitations suggested by the Committee on Subordinate Legislation. A financial power may not be delegated. 2. Delegated legislation may not be allowed to have retrospective effect as it is the prerogative of the legislature. 3. Power of judicial review may not be waived or curtailed by these rules. 4. Language should not be ambiguous and be simple and easy to understand. Blank delegation, that is, delegation involving rule-making on fundamental issues may be avoided. 96 16 hours 36 minutes and 15 seconds. 97. 6. Essential legislative functions, repeal of law and modification in acts may not be delegated. 7. Discriminatory rules may be avoided. The Select Committee of Ministers' power was appointed by the British Parliament in 1931, declared that the delegation of legislation is an essential aspect of the public administration, and if it is formulated properly will result in safeguarding the rights of the individual. The following are the recommendations made by the committee. The legislative power should be delegated to a trustworthy authority which commands general confidence and not to some officer of inferior status who is unfit to exercise the power. 2. If any particular interests are to be affected specially, the authority should consult them before making its laws. 3. there should be means of amending or revoking the delegated legislation. 4. The limits within which the delegated power is to be exercised ought to be definitely laid down. v. Adequate means should be taken to ensure publicity to rules. 2. Legislative control. Such control is sought to be achieved by laying the delegated legislation, along with the bill, in the Parliament. Rules in Lok Sabha No. 70 and Rajya Sabha No. 65 mention that a bill involving such proposal of delegation of power shall be accompanied by a memorandum explaining such proposals and drawing attention to their scope, and stating also whether they are of exceptional or normal character. This process does not serve much purpose as it is just routine and much information is not shared. The real control over the delegated legislation can be achieved when the rules made by the government is laid before the Parliament. These rules can be amended, changed, modified, or removed by the Parliament. But, this aspect is post-mortem, as in India, the rules come in immediately and only later it is laid before the Parliament for the approval. However, in UK it is scrutinised before it comes into force. And in India, even after laying before the Houses, it is hardly discussed. Hence, the Committee on Delegated Legislation suggested the following to improve the legislative control. I. All Acts of Parliament should uniformly require that the rule shall be laid on the table of the House as soon as possible. 2. The rules will be subject to such modification as the House may like to make. 3. This period should be uniform and should be a total period of 30 days from the date of their final publication. Committees on Delegated Legislation. There are 2 committees, one each in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, which extend the control over the delegated legislation. The Lok Sabha Committee was established in 1953 and the Rajya Sabha Committee was established in 1964. Both these committees consist of 15 members. The objectives of the committee are provided in Rule 320 of the Lok Sabha, which is to consider the following: I. Whether it is in accord with the general objects of the Constitution or the Act pursuant to which it is made. 97 16 hours 36 minutes and 15 seconds. 98. 2. Whether it contains matter which in the opinion of the committee should more properly be dealt with in an Act of Parliament. 3. Whether it contains imposition of any tax. 4. Whether it directly or indirectly bars the jurisdiction of the courts. v. Whether it gives retrospective effect to any of the provisions in respect of which the Constitution or the Act does not expressly give any such power. 6. Whether it involves expenditure from the Consolidated Fund of India or the public revenues. 7. Whether it appears to make some unusual or unexpected use of the powers conferred by the Constitution or the Act pursuant to which it is made. 8. Whether there appears to have been unjustifiable delay in its publication or in laying it before the Parliament. 9. Whether for any reason its form or purport calls for any elucidation. The committees submit their respective reports to the House. These committees have been doing an exemplary job. They are not only scrutinizing the legislations submitted, but also framing norms and standards for the administration to follow in the future. The parliamentary control over legislation becomes a reality through these committees. But these committees cannot question the policy basis on which such delegation is made. 3. Judicial control. The judiciary keeps control over such delegation through 2 tests: a. Substantive ultra vires, b. Procedural ultra vires. a. Substantive ultra vires. Substantive ultra vires is when the contents of the delegated legislation goes beyond the purview of the delegation spirit. Such contention can be invoked under the following circumstances: I. Where the parent act itself is unconstitutional. 2. Where it is unreasonable and mala fide. 3. Where the delegation is in conflict with the Constitution and the parent act. 4. Where it involves subdelegation. v. Where it has a retrospective effect. 6. Where it is excluded from judicial review in the Indian Express newspapers v. Union of India, Justice Venkataramaya stated as follows. A piece of subordinate legislation does not carry the same degree of immunity which is enjoyed by a statute passed by a competent legislature. Subordinate legislation may be questioned on any of the grounds on which plenary legislation is questioned. In addition, it may also be questioned on the ground that it does not conform to the statute under which it is made. It may also be questioned on the ground that it is unreasonable, not in the sense of not being reasonable, but in the sense that it is manifestly arbitrary. b. Procedural ultra vires. Procedural ultra vires is when the substantive legislation fails to comply with the accepted provisions of the parent act. The two important requirements for these are 98 16 hours 36 minutes and 15 seconds. 99. I. Publication. With the publication of the records, it is impossible to keep record of the delegated legislation. In the United Kingdom, there is a Statutory Instruments Act, 1946, which makes compulsory the publication of the delegated legislation. Likewise in the United States, the Federal Register Act, 1935, provides for publication of all federal rules, orders, regulations etc. In India there is no such legislation. In 1960, the government enacted and codified statutory rules and order which initiated the publication of various rules. These were not implemented properly. Hence, there is need to make the publication of such rules mandatory so that it is useful to all the concerned parties, such as the government, judiciary, and finally the people. A yearly consolidation index can be drawn to keep track of such delegated legislations. 2. Consultation with affected interests. Consultation will help to devise an effective and efficient legislation. It will also help promote positive relationship between the government and the affected interests as it would make the facts and consequences of the rules clear. The United States has a system of pre-publication of the rules under Section 553 of the Administrative Procedure Act, which enables the system of consultation. In the United Kingdom, pre- and post-publication are normal feature which is carried on without any rules or legislations supporting it. To quote Lord Chancellor, "We no longer promulgate the regulations or rules in the Gazette and wait for representations to be made. We go to the trade or interest concerned and deal with it by getting them round the table, hearing what they have to say, and then drafting the rules after obtaining their views." Hence, the Government of India and the state governments should take effective measures to publish rules before and after they are made, for effective consultation with the concerned parties. And sufficient time should be given to these interested parties to respond to these rules. 3.2.3 Private Members' Bill and Appraisal. The power to make law is the most important power of the Parliament. This predominant function of law-making is carried out through government legislative procedures. Either the government or member of a parliament can initiate legislation for making law. Private member bill is defined as a bill that is initiated by a member of the parliament who is not part of the government, that is, such a member is only the member of the legislature and not that of the executive. Any MP who is not a minister is a private member and he/she can therefore submit a legislative proposal for enacting it as a law. This mechanism provides an opportunity to private members to initiate legislative proposals concerning issues of public interest. The procedure of government bills and the private members' bill share a lot in common, but vast differences do exist between them. The commonality between the two is that both follow a similar legislative process and the outcome of such a process is the same. The difference in procedure between the two bills relate to the following: during the process of pre-legislative consultation and drafting in aspects relating to initiation, consideration, and approval of legislative proposals. 99 16 hours 36 minutes and 15 seconds. 100. The designation Private Members Bill is used in most Westminster system jurisdictions in which a private member is a legislator who is not acting on behalf of executive branch. Britain, Scotland, New Zealand. 3.2.3.1 Procedure of Private Members Bill in the Parliament. A. Introduction. The following section deals with the procedure of introducing the Private Members Bill in the Parliament. This will be helpful in analysing the bill effectively. In Lok Sabha, the last 2.5 hours of sitting on every Friday are generally allotted for transaction of private members' business, that is, private members' bills and resolutions. If there is no sitting of the House on a Friday, the Speaker may direct that 2.5 hours on any other day in a week may be allotted to such bills. Business relating to bills and resolutions is transacted on alternate Fridays, starting with bills on the first Friday of the session and resolutions on the next Friday, and so on. In Rajya Sabha, the whole day after the question hour on each Friday is allocated for the transaction of private members' business. The procedure for notice is as follows. A member who wants to introduce a bill has to give prior notice thereof. The period notice for introduction of a bill is 1 month unless the Speaker allows introduction at shorter notice. B. President's recommendation, if necessary, should also be applied for by the member. The President's recommendation is necessary for introduction and consideration of this bill if it involves formation of new states, alteration of areas and boundaries of exiting states under Article 3, matters affecting taxation in which states are interested under Article 271, 1, expenditure from Consolidated Fund of India. If President withholds his recommendation for introduction, the bill cannot be introduced. The primary responsibility for drafting of private members' bill is that of members concerned. The Lok Sabha Secretariat nevertheless renders necessary assistance in putting the bill in proper form. Motions for introduction of all the bills due for introduction on a particular day allotted to private members' bills are included in the list of business for that day. After the bills have been introduced and before these are taken up for consideration in the House, the Committee on Private Members' Bills and Resolutions classifies the bills according to their nature, urgency, importance, and allots precedence accordingly for the purpose of consideration of the House. The time for their discussion is also allocated by the committee. And such relative precedence of bills in a particular category is determined through a ballot. B. General discussion motions. After introduction of bills, the member concerned may move any of the following motions. 1. The bill be taken into consideration. 2. The bill be referred to a select committee or to a joint committee thereon. 116 hours 36 minutes and 15 seconds. 101. 3. The bill be circulated for the purpose of eliciting opinion thereon. When all the clauses and schedules of the bill have been considered and adopted by the House, the member in charge of the bill can move that the bill be passed. If the motion is adopted, the bill is deemed to have been passed. C. Committee on Private Members' Bills and Resolutions. The committee consists of 15 members nominated by the Speaker. The functions of committee is to examine the bill, allot time to such bills, and perform other functions related to the bills as may be assigned to it by Speaker from time to time. Once the bills are taken up for consideration, the government is left with the following 3 options. A. To reject it, in which case government ensures that motion for the consideration of the bill is negative. B. To support it, in which government answers that the bill is passed. C. To give assurance that it will incorporate the points raised in a comprehensive legislation. 3.2.3.2 Analysis of Private Members' Bill. A. Private Members' Bill. Golden Age. The Golden Age in the context of Private Members' Bill coincides with the Prime Ministership of Nehru, which is often referred as the Golden Age of India's parliamentary democracy. Nehru's government encouraged such bills and ensured their passage in both the houses. Nehru took personal interest in strengthening the system and attended discussions and debates. The government respected the knowledge and commitment of MPs sponsoring the private members' bills, enlarging the scope of their engagement with the proceedings of both the houses. With the active support of the government, individual parliamentarians could enact a new bill, and achieve praise for their legislative initiatives. Both the houses took active interest in private members' bills in terms of conducting informed debates by holding multiple sittings and meticulously scrutinizing the bills in the select/joint committees. During 1952 and 1970, out of 14 private member bills passed, 5 of them originated in Rajya Sabha and 9 in Lok Sabha. In terms of members, barring 2 independent members, the rest were from the Congress Party. Apart from enacted private members' bills, there were also occasions when a number of such private bills were taken up for consideration, giving opportunities for MPs and government to engage in a constructive debate. This period also epitomized a healthy tradition of parliamentary debates during the consideration of these bills. Members of the Congress Party enjoyed so much freedom that they could pilot bills on subjects which ran counter to the stated ideals of the party. It was a vibrant phase during which government's approach towards private members' bill remained positive. B. Private members' bill in oppositional era. During the prime ministership of Indira Gandhi, especially during 1971, 1977 and 1980-1984, the attitude towards such bills got changed. During this period, not a single private member's bill received government support. It largely remained a routine. 101. 102. And banal exercise. Because of the non-existent intra-party democracy, members of the Congress Party did not enjoy the freedom to express themselves independently, and private members' bill was mainly seen as an opposition activity, as majority of bills were moved by members of opposition. Even during Janata government 1979, members of opposition parties still had higher stakes in private members' bill procedure during post-Indira Gandhi period. Only 14 private members' bills passed since. They are listed in the following list as compiled by PRS India. 1. The Muslim Waqfs Bill, 1952. The bill was for providing better governance and administration of Muslim Waqfs and the supervision of Mutawalli's management of them in India. The bill was introduced by Syed Mohammad Ahmed Kazmi in the Lok Sabha and passed in 1954. 2. The Code of Criminal Procedure, Amendment, Bill, 1953, it was introduced by Raghunath Singh in the Lok Sabha. The bill was passed in 1956. The bill aimed to empower the Revisional Court to stay or suspend the final orders of lower courts. 3. The Indian Registration, Amendment, Bill, 1955, this bill was moved by S.C. Samanta in the Lok Sabha and was passed in 1956. The bill aimed at removing the anomaly of recording castes and subcastes of parties in a deed for registration, as India is a secular state. 4. The Proceedings of Legislature, Protection of Publication, Bill, 1956, this bill was brought by Feroz Gandhi in the Lok Sabha, it was passed in 1956. It aimed to protect journalists reporting on parliament proceedings and to define by law the privilege available to publications made in good faith of reports of proceedings of legislatures. 5. The Women's and Children's Institutions, Licensing, Bill, 1954, it was introduced by Rajmata Kamlendu Mati Shah in the Lok Sabha and passed in 1956. The bill was to regulate and license orphanages and other institutions caring for women and children under 18 years of age and to provide for the proper custody, care, and training of their inmates. 6. The Ancient and Historical Monuments and Archaeological Sites and Remains, Declaration of National Importance, Bill, 1954. The bill was introduced in the Rajya Sabha by Raghubir Singh, aimed to get certain monuments included in the list of monuments of national importance declared in the Principal Act of 1951. 7. The Hindu Marriage, Amendment, Bill, 1956, it was introduced in the Rajya Sabha by Sita Parmanand and passed in 1956. This bill says that when both the parties belong to the Hindu religion and are marrying under the Special Marriage Act, they will be governed by the Hindu Succession Act, 1956. 8. The Code of Criminal Procedure, Amendment, Bill, 1957, it was introduced by Subhadra Joshi in the Lok Sabha and passed in 1960. To remove the hardship caused to a woman in spending money on litigation when her husband commits the offence of bigamy. 9. The Orphanages and Other Charitable Homes, Supervision and Control, Bill, 1960, it was introduced in the Rajya Sabha by Kailash Bihari Lal and passed in 1960. The bill was to provide for the supervision and control of orphanages and other charitable institutions for their better management. 102. 103. 10. The Marine Insurance Bill, 1959, the bill was introduced by MP Bhargava in the Rajya Sabha and was passed in 1963. This bill modified the law relating to marine insurance. 11. The Hindu Marriage Amendment, Bill, 1962, it was introduced in the Lok Sabha by Dewan Chand Sharma. The bill was passed in 1964 to make the right to apply for divorce available to both the parties in case of a decree for judicial separation or restitution of conjugal rights instead of the right being available only to the party who obtained the decree. 12. The Salaries and Allowances of Members of Parliament, Amendment, Bill, 1964, it was introduced by Raghunath Singh in the Lok Sabha and was passed in 1964. It was aimed to raise the salaries and allowances of members of the Parliament in order to meet the high cost of living. Also to provide air travel facilities. 13. The Indian Penal Code, Amendment, Bill, 1967, it was introduced by Dewan Kaman Lal in the Rajya Sabha and passed in 1969. It was to enable works of art to be exempted from the penal clauses in the Principal Act relating to punishment for obscenity. 14. The Supreme Court, Enlargement of Criminal Appellate Jurisdiction, Bill, 1968, it was introduced in the Lok Sabha by Anand Narayan Mulla and passed in 1970, aimed to enlarge the appellate jurisdiction of the Supreme Court in regard to criminal matters. The Rights of Transgender Person Bill 2014 passed by Rajya Sabha is the first private member's bill to get upper house approval in the past 45 years. 3.2.3.3 Impact and value of private members' bill. Significance of these bills cannot be measured merely in terms of numbers passed. Even unsuccessful proposals of the bills had made members engaging in a meaningful debate on the subject of the bills and mobilizing support from different sections of the House. Another prime determinant of success of such bills is its passage into law. Given the challenges they face, it is not their primary objective in introducing bills. A number of different motivation exists, which includes addressing a gap in the law, seeking to change an existing area of government policy and raising the issue for further discussion and publicity. The impact and value of these bills may be considered under following heads. Various private member bills enacted for the following reasons. 1. Legislation on contentious issues. Private member bills are preferred methods for introducing legislation on contentious issues of social reform on which public and parliamentary opinion may be too sharply divided for the government to take initiative. 2. Introduction of new ideas. Private member bills are useful instrument in introducing new ideas into legislative process and ensure that they are discussed and enacted. 3. Benefit the government. Government gets the knowledge and expertise, vigilance, and attention of the private members, especially of the opposition, on issues of public interest. 4. Publicity and public opinion building. If this bill reflects an issue of abiding public interest to which government has not accorded any priority, such a bill is likely to attract much public attention. Proactive media reporting and an informed public debate can force government to consider the private members' bill. 103. 104. 5. Enhancement of the stature and profile of private members. it seeks to enhance the unique parliamentarian as legislator role of MPs. It enables MPs to articulate various shades of public opinion for common good. It sharpens their legislative acumen and empowers private members. 3.2.3.4 Obstacles to the success of Private Members Bill 1. The procedure is distinct from the government bill's procedure. The procedural hurdles which hampers the such bills are a 1-month notice for introduction. b. Ceiling to number of bills that can be introduced by a member during a session. c. The relative precedence of these bills to be held through ballot process, which is irrational, and some deserving bill to be discussed wait for long time. d. Prior presidential recommendation for introduction of certain bills, which includes matters concerning Article 3, Article 274, 1, and Article 117, 3. If President withholds his recommendation, then the bills cannot be introduced. This provision is derided as paternalistic relic of limited democracy. Since recommendation of the President is withheld on many occasions based on the advice of executive. e. Paucity of time and Friday schedule 2.5 hours earmarked on alternate Fridays is a limiting provision. Lack of adequate attendance of MPs on Fridays struggles to amass sufficient support in the plenary due to members' weekly constituency commitments. MPs are often not seen as lawmakers and seldom judged on policy accomplishments. Also, there is no regulation on the time taken by members while participating in the debate on these bills, which therefore leads to consuming vital time. F. Absence of drafting support. Legislative drafting requires legal knowledge, specialist competence, and adequate human and material resources. The expertise in lawmaking and financial support are not made available to private members. Often government holds back its support to these bills on grounds of flawed drafting. 3.2.3.5 Government influence and control. Government attitude is the most important factor in determining the success of such bills. Government looks for an opportunity to arrogate time available for these bills under one pretext or other. Since government does not want to be seen lacking legislative ideas, it lacks enthusiasm in supporting the private member's bill. It is evident from the fact that around 56% of private members' bills in Lok Sabha and 65% of private members' bills in Rajya Sabha are withdrawn, since in Lok Sabha, members are not able to mobilize requisite support and government assurance that it will be bringing out comprehensive legislation. The private members withdraw their bill. But government is seldom serious in bringing out legislation. Since this assurance is not monitored from the perspective of securing executive accountability. b. Since independence, 28% of these bills have been rejected when the government disagrees with the legislative intent of the bill. 104. 105. 3.2.3.6 Conclusion. Overall, it is important to note that as many as 712 private members' bills were taken up for consideration by both the hours during first 14 Lok Sabhas, but only 14 of those bills got enacted. This calls for serious analysis of the procedure and other aspects that impedes its success. The private member bill procedure should form a part of parliamentary reform agenda in India. 3.2.4 Criminalization of politics and politicization of criminals. A budding criminal generally begins his activity at the local level by starting with petty crimes. And in big cities, it moves on to selling country liquor, gambling, betting and prostitution, etc. The politicians use such criminals for their own selfish ends, and the criminals and their cartels seek patronage and protection to carry on their illegal activities. Napoleon may be quoted here. He stated that because of great complexity with politics, that there could be no established ethics associated with it. He noted that politics and ethics seldom went together. And it at all they did, it was because of an omission, or such an ethical principle itself was distorted to suit the political ends and goals. The administration and the police are the first causalities of the criminalization of politics, as it results in a situation of law which is neither fair nor impartial. What is could be constituted as crime at very outset? As per Oxford Dictionary, an action or omission which constitutes an offence and is punishable by law. And as per dictionary.com, an action or an instance of negligence that is deemed injurious to the public welfare or morals or to the interests of the state and that is legally prohibited can be defined as a crime. The political setup seems to be suffering from multi-organ failure, and every organ seems to have stopped functioning in so far as the life of a common man. There is clear evidence of degradation of political order everywhere. The state, which is both omnipresent and weak, has vacillated, and its responses vary over a wide range: indifference, intermittent concessions, and repression. The method of repression has been ineffective, and this in turn has showed the breakdown of civil machinery used for protection, creating a much worse law and order situation. This thus has led some section of citizens to take up protection themselves by organizing private army. The saddest situation was when the Home Minister expressed his inability to do anything regarding the prevailing lawlessness, and the Prime Minister himself being helpless in the face of corruption charges faced by his ministers, who refused to tender resignation despite his advice, as was seen in the previous UPA government, where despite averments of Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh to the presence of corrupt politicians in his cabinet, who were named in various scams such as the Commonwealth Games scam, 2G scam etc., was unable to remove them because of the coalition compulsion and electoral politics. The present Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in his maiden speech in the 16th Lok Sabha, made an appeal to all the members to raise above the petty political considerations and made a joint appeal on behalf of the members to the Chief Justice of India to ensure speedy trial of the lawmakers who were facing various charges under the law. But no headway has been made in this regard. As per the analysis made by the Association of Democratic Reforms, ADR, the candidates charged with crime have a 2:1 chance of winning elections compared with those who have a clean record. Hence, those who have criminal record have a better chance of winning than those who are clean. The Supreme Court in the recent case of Manoj Narula v. Union of India, noted that a democratic polity, as understood in its quintessential purity, is conceptually abhorrent to corruption and, especially, 105. 106. Corruption at high places, and repulsive to the idea of criminalization of politics as it corrodes the legitimacy of the collective ethos, frustrates the hopes and aspirations of the citizens and has the potentiality to obstruct, if not derail, the rule of law. And it also stated that, criminalization of politics is an anathema to the sacredness of democracy, and criminalization of politics, it can be said with certitude, creates a dent in the marrows of the nation. Despite such observations, the Supreme Court held that, while it may be necessary, due to the criminalization of our polity and consequently of our politics, to ensure that certain persons do not become ministers, this is not possible through guidelines issued by this court. It is for the electorate to ensure that suitable, not merely eligible, persons are elected to the legislature, and it is for the legislature to enact or not enact a more restrictive law. It is not for this court to lay down any guidelines relating to who should or should not be entitled to become a legislator or who should or should not be appointed a minister in the central government. This being the position, the burden of appointing a suitable person as a minister in the central government lies entirely on the shoulders of the Prime Minister and may eminently be left to his or her good sense. In this respect, the Prime Minister is, of course, answerable to Parliament and is under the gaze of the watchful eye of the people of the country. Thus, the Supreme Court refused to interfere with the matters of appointment of tainted members as ministers, as it was considered to be the prerogative of the Prime Minister and it would be encroaching upon the powers of the legislature if it does so. The political leaders are maintaining double standards and double faces, acting in public and revealing real intention in private. The entire election process has been taken over by the money power and the criminal elements surrounding it. Nani A. Palkhivala, the eminent constitutional expert, observes in Squandered Legacy, published in Hindustan Times in 1997, that I do not think India, in its entire history of 5,000 years, has ever reached a lower level of degradation than it has reached now. The picture that emerges is that of a great nation in a state of moral decay, of which crime, chaos, and corruption are three of the several facets. India at 50 is sick and sad. Despite this observation, it would be wise to recall the memorable words of Dr. Rajendra Prasad on November 26, 1949. He had this to say: "Whatever the Constitution may or may not provide, the welfare of the country will depend upon the way in which the country is administered. That will depend upon the men who administer it. It is a trite saying that a country can have only the government it deserves. Our Constitution has provision in it which appear to some to be objectionable from one point or another. We must admit that the defects are inherent in the situation in the country and the people at large. If the people who are elected are capable and men of character and integrity, they would be able to make the best even of a defective constitution. If they are lacking in these, the constitution cannot help the country. After all, a constitution, like a machine, is a lifeless thing. It acquires life because of the men who control it and operate it, and India needs today nothing more than a set of honest men who will have the interest of the country before them." 3.2.4.1 Vora Panel Report. The government constituted a committee with Union Home Secretary N.N. Vora as chairman, and Secretary R.N.W., Director IB, Director CBI. Special Secretary Home as members to look into the matters related to crime in politics and administration. The report categorically pointed out that the crime syndicates and the criminal mafia organizations have developed enough clout, money power, and has established associations with the administrators, political leaders and others. The report observes the following: 106. 107. An organized crime syndicate/mafia generally commences its activities by indulging in petty crime at the local level, mostly relating to illicit distillation/gambling/organized sada and prostitution in the larger towns. In the biggest cities, the main source of income relates to real estate, forcibly occupying lands/buildings. Procuring such properties at cheap rates by forcing out the existing occupants/tenants, etc. Over time, the money power thus acquired is used building up contacts with bureaucrats and politicians. The money power is used to develop a network of muscle power which is also used by the politicians during elections. The director of Central Bureau of Investigation has reported that the nexus between the criminal gangs, police bureaucracy and politicians has come out clearly in various parts of the country. The director of Intelligence Bureau in the report has also stated that there has been a rapid spread and growth of criminal gangs, armed senas, drug mafias, smuggling gangs, drug peddlers and economic lobbies in the country which have, over the years, developed an extensive network of contacts with the bureaucrats/government functionaries at the local levels, politicians, media persons, and strategically located individuals in the non-state sector. In this context, the Director of Intelligence Bureau in the report has given the following examples: 1. In certain states like Bihar, Haryana, and UP, these gangs enjoy the patronage of local-level politicians, cutting across party lines and the protection of government functionaries. Some political leaders become the leaders of these gangs/armed senas and, over the years, get themselves elected to local bodies, state assemblies, and national parliament. Resultantly, such elements have acquired considerable political clout, seriously jeopardizing the smooth functioning of the administration. 2. The big smuggling syndicates, having international linkages, have spread into and infected the various economic and financial activities. They indulge in various illegal activities including hawala transactions, circulation of black money and operations of vicious parallel economy causing serious damage to the economic fiber of the country. These syndicates have acquired substantial investigating and prosecuting agencies extremely difficult. Even the members of the judicial system have not escaped the embrace of the mafia. Director of Intelligence Bureau in the report has stated that the network of mafia is virtually running a parallel government, pushing that state apparatus into irrelevance. Criminalization of politics has been responsible for the problems related to law and order in our nation. Thus, the essence of the Vora Committee report is that crime syndicates flourish under political patronage and the politician-criminal nexus was running a parallel government, pushing the state to insignificance. 3.2.4.2 Criminalization of Politics. L.S. Rathore in his presidential address in 12 Rajasthan Political Science Conference on the topic Political Culture of India's Ruling Class observed that another feature in the political culture of ruling class is the politicization of crime and the criminalization of politics. Politicization of crime involves the competitive use of anti-social forces for the mobilization of party funds, for management of elections, for organizing meetings and conferences, and even for recruiting workers at lower levels from among anti-social elements. It also means the misuse of criminal intelligence as a political tool for blackmailing political opponents. Criminalization of politics means direct entry of criminals into the political parties and legislatures, including Parliament. It also means the use of criminal methods and tactics to influence political processes and procedures. 107. 108. No other vocation yields better and quicker results than politics, hence there is increase in taking over of the politics by crooks, rogues, criminals, and other anti-social elements. And today politics is no longer decent, the public life is encroached by hooligans and hoodlums. Notorious criminals, gangsters, smugglers, and murderers are gaining control over the political system. Till recently these elements were only at the periphery of the political system, and now they have got considerable clout and power to manipulate the system itself. The former Chief Minister of Bihar, Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav, once made a statement in the Assembly that some members came to the Assembly carrying arms and that very soon there would be firing inside the House if such practice is not curbed. Thus, such an incident shows how criminalization has grown in politics. Kuldip Nair, a renowned journalist, wrote in the Indian Express of August 7, 1995 that, according to the Chief Election Commissioner, 180 out of the 425 members of UP Legislative Assembly had criminal records, and the last general elections in Bihar were contested by as many as 243 candidates against whom charges were pending. In 1977, the Bihar Assembly had 10 Malays who were history sheeters. By 1990, there were 40. Kalyan Singh, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, expanded his ministry in the last week of October 1997 to include every defector and criminal who supported him in the Assembly. According to the leading magazine India Today, of the 424 members of the Vidhan Sabha, 132 are suspected criminals, 16 of them now actually sit cabinet in the meetings presided over by Kalyan. Former Election Commissioner GVG Krishnamurti, while addressing press persons on 20 August 1997, said as per records, 40 members of parliament have criminal cases pending against them, while nearly 700 members of state assemblies out of 4,072 are named in criminal cases. According to him, it was an internationally established norm that lawbreakers cannot be allowed to be lawmakers, and which India must also follow. Harinder Bajaj, in his Changing Face of Indian Parliament report published in India Today, 1996, observes that the teak-panelled walls of the 11th Lok Sabha will shelter a host of elected representatives charged with the most brutal of crimes. Name the crime, and chances are you'll find an MP charged with it. Uttar Pradesh leads the way. A record 435 candidates with criminal backgrounds stood for election, 27 of these actually made it to Parliament. Leading the list is the BJP with 14 MPs, though they are charged mostly with petty cases. The SP has 7 MPs with criminal records, of whom 4 are history sheeters. The BSP has 3 MPs named in criminal cases and the Congress, 1. As per the report published in Hindustan Times in 1998, at the eve of 12th Lok Sabha elections, there were 150 out of 4,708 candidates all over the country, against whom charges of murder, rape, robbery, and extortion had been made at one point of time or the other. In spite of the initiative taken by the Election Commission, EC, to debar history sheeters from seeking election to legislatures, at least 15 persons with criminal antecedents have made it to the Lok Sabha. As per the report published in Outlook magazine in 2004, 128 MPs in the 14th Lok Sabha had criminal charges against them. Of these, 5 MPs across the political spectrum score roughly the one-third of the crimes committed. A dozen had murder charges against them, another 10 had been charged with attempted murder. Around 11 of these were in public perception, known as dons. India Today magazine published in 2004, that the NDA has 37 MPs with criminal charges. Of 138 BJP MPs, the EC lists 26, about 20%, are with criminal charges. Out of 145 Congress MPs, 15 close to 10% have criminal charges against them. The RJD has 40% MPs with criminal charges while the BSP has over one-third tainted MPs. 108. 109. A preliminary analysis of the candidate data compiled by the Association for Democratic Reforms, ADR, for the Lok Sabha and Assembly elections gives an idea of the degree to which criminalization has seeped into Indian politics. This report examines the self-sworn affidavits submitted to the Election Commission of India by over 10,700 candidates who contested the Lok Sabha 2004 and 2009 elections and also takes a preliminary look at the number of criminal candidates who contested for the current Lok Sabha election. The analysis done by ADR from these affidavits has been further used and analyzed to understand the patterns of criminalization in our political system. From ADR's compilation of data on 5,380 candidates who contested the Lok Sabha election 2014, 17% have declared criminal charges in the affidavits submitted to the Election Commission, 10% have declared serious criminal charges such as murder and rape charges. Aam Aadmi Party, AAP, Candidate SP. Udayakumar, Kanyakumari constituency, Tamil Nadu, faces the highest number of criminal cases, 382, including 19 charges related to attempt to murder, IPC Section 307, and 16 charges related to sedition, IPC Section 124A. He is closely followed by M. Pushparayan, also an AAP candidate, Thoothukudi constituency, Tamil Nadu, with 380 criminal cases. Figure 3.1 shows the proportion of candidates with criminal charges fielded by some major parties. Among the 6 national parties, the Indian National Congress Inc., the Bharatiya Janata Party BJP, the Nationalist Congress Party NCP, the Bahujan Samaj Party BSP, the Communist Party of India CPI, and the Communist Party of India, Marxist, CPIM, the NCP has the highest percentage of candidates with criminal candidates, 57%, followed by the CPI, M, 40%. The NCP also has the highest percentage of candidates with serious criminal charges, 39%, followed by the BJP, 18%. The current Lok Sabha has 76 MPs accused of multiple serious crimes with an average of 3 cases each. See Table 3.1. Out of the 37 political parties represented in the Lok Sabha, MPs from 22 parties face serious criminal charges. In 25 constituencies, the number of candidates with criminal charges was higher than the number of candidates without any criminal charges, without taking independent candidates into account. For the recent Lok Sabha elections, out of the 1,566 candidates analyzed by ADR, 18% have declared criminal charges and 10% have declared serious criminal charges in their affidavits. 3.2.4.3 Criminality and winnability. The evident link between criminality and the probability of winning is further reinforced when we look at the winnability of a candidate. While any random candidate has won in 111 16 hours 36 minutes and 17 seconds. 112. 8 chances of winning a Lok Sabha seat, a candidate facing criminal charges is twice as likely to win as a clean candidate. The picture is no different for women candidates. Among the major parties, with more than 10 candidates, those that lost the election were on an average cleaner, 14% candidates had criminal charges, than those that won, 26% candidates had criminal charges. 24 MPs who had criminal charges against them and won in the 2004 Lok Sabha election, won again in the 2009 Lok Sabha election, see Figure 3.4. 11 current MPs facing serious criminal charges have been given tickets to contest the Lok Sabha election, 2014. Of these, Ganesh Singh, BJP, Naveen Jindal, Inc., and Avtar Singh Badana, Inc., won both the Lok Sabha 2004 and the 2009 elections. This shows that political parties continue to give tickets to candidates despite the fact that they have criminal cases pending against them. Another notable pattern is the vital link between money power and muscle power. There are more candidates as well as MPs with criminal backgrounds in the top 25% of declared asset value than in the bottom 25%. While a clean crorepati had a 29% chance of winning the Lok Sabha 2009 elections, a crorepati facing criminal charges had a 29% chance of winning. The chances increased further to 32% for a crorepati facing serious criminal charges. For major parties, Figure 3.5 shows that the value of assets increases from candidates to winners and to winners with criminal charges. NCP is an exception. The public perception that has been built over years is that politics and criminals have come to join hands together. The politics has been criminalized and the criminals have been politicized. The important reason for this is the reduction in quality of people entering politics. The days are gone when the MP or an MLA was considered to be a gap closer between the government and the public, acting as a catalyst between the masses and the government, and instead today he is considered to be a potential blackmailer or freewheel dealer. The days are gone when stalwarts like Nehru, Kamaraj, Sardar Patel, Lal Bahadur Shastri, the people who wore their integrity and honesty on their sleeves. They had strong pro-people behavior and commitment and dedication towards public cause. When the violence, booth capture, election rigging became order of the day, the advantage was with those who could either themselves resort to doing such acts or get others do it for them. Many of such gangsters realized that rather than helping other people win election through such acts, they themselves could, through such illegal and anti-social acts, get elected, and become ministers and legislators. And from that pedestal they could not only mock the state police but also plunder the wealth of the state. Former Bihar Director General of Police says that, until 1967, criminals were helping their political masters. Then they began to seek power themselves. And the result therefore was entry of criminals into the legislature. L.S. Rathore in his presidential address observed that, so brutalized has become politics today that we are handing over the country to underworld. The day is not too far when India shall have a new generation of ruling class led by these buccaneers and criminals, and that day is too near when the gangsters are going to take giant strides in politics. The Lok Sabha passed a historic resolution at the special session of the Parliament on the occasion of the Golden Jubilee of Independence, August 26 to September 11,997 observed the following. The meaningful electoral reforms be carried out so that our Parliament and other legislative bodies be balanced and effective instruments of democracy, and further that political life and processes be free of the adverse impact on governance of undesirable extraneous factors including criminalization. 3.2.4.4 Consequences of criminalization. The primary sacrifice at the altar of criminalization is that of governance, along with transparency and accountability. Expensive election campaigning favors candidates with strong financial background. Such candidates, when elected, seek to recover their expenses besides securing a corpus for the future election as quickly as possible, especially in the era of coalition governments with tenuous stability. The average number of years that criminal cases against MPs have been pending is 7, until 2009. Kameshwar Baitha, JMM, Palamo, Jharkhand, has declared 10 cases of murder, which have been pending for an average of 12 years. Ramakant Yadav, BJP, Azamgarh, Uttar Pradesh, has declared a murder case which has been pending for 25 years, see Table 3.2. Not all is lost though. A comparison of top 10 MPs with criminal charges in 2004 and 2009 Lok Sabha elections reveals that the number of MPs with serious criminal backgrounds has declined. For the top 10 MPs with serious criminal charges, the total number of cases 116. 117. Decreased by 42%, count of serious IPC charges reduced by 32% and murder charges were reduced by 55%. 3.2.4.5 Efforts to prevent entry of criminals into politics. CPI's Indrajit Gupta says that criminalization of politics is worrying because Parliament is losing its credibility. Jaypal Reddy, a leader of JD, says, all parties have a nexus with criminals. The links just differ in degrees from party to party, and in nature from state to state. As far as India is concerned, the criminal politics nexus goes beyond politics, it is not just the scramble for power. This runs so deep and wide that it virtually occupies every space in the state. As Justice V.R. Krishna Iyer stated, corruption in public life begins with money in elections. Our system of elections is loaded with muscle power and money power, and these are abundantly available with the underworld. Section 77 of the Representation of Peoples Act puts an upper limit on the expenses incurred by a candidate. Other such election laws also recognize the danger of illegitimate money entering the political system through the election process. But there are no regulations to control the money entering as donations to the political parties. These remain unaccounted for and are used in the election process. During the initial period, big businessmen and the industries sponsored and supported the political parties and its candidates. This practice continued and continues, and is supplemented by the kickbacks and the commissions received from foreign transactions. Experts are of the opinion that the political parties do not have enough legitimate money to fight elections, and hence are dependent on other sources for funding their campaign. And if the state starts to fund elections, maybe such practices can be controlled and avoided. Such a state funding of elections is followed in Germany and United States of America. Justice M.B. Shah's judgment in electoral reforms case on May 2, 2002, struck a blow to the Indian democracy by giving the voters right to know the full details about the person they are voting for. And the Election Commission immediately on June 28, 2002, implemented the Supreme Court's order within the specified time of 2 months. The Election Commission also sent recommendation to the government to amend the Forms 2A to 2E of the Conduct of Election Rules, 1961, which deals with the nomination process. The Commission also ordered the candidates to file the following information to the returning office: 1. Past criminal convictions. 2. Pending criminal cases carrying a conviction of more than 2 years. 3. Assets. 4. Liabilities. 5. Educational qualifications. The Supreme Court's judgment is based on two important principles: I. The citizen's right to know and informed, under Article 21. 2. The power and duty bestowed upon the Election Commission by virtue of Article 324 to conduct elections. Every citizen has the right to know about the background of the person whom he is electing, and such information should not be hidden from the electorate. The candidates have no reason to hide their background from the people whom they are going to represent, and if they do, they have no business in public life. The Supreme Court has not invented anything new, it has worked out the provisions within the framework of the 117. 118. Constitution. There is sufficient precedent in both relating to right to know as well as the powers of the Election Commission. 3.2.4.6 Recent decision by the Supreme Court in a landmark judgment. The Supreme Court in 2013 ruled that the elected representatives cannot remain and continue in their office even if they had appealed to the higher court. The court ruled that the representatives will be immediately disqualified from such date, if they are convicted. The bench presided over by Justice A.K. Patnaik struck down Section 8(4) of Representation of People's Act as unconstitutional. This provision protected the membership of an MLA or an MP if he/she files an appeal within 3 months of date of conviction. But this judgment did not act in retrospect, and thus sitting MLAs and MPs who were convicted before this verdict were not disqualified. Henceforth, an MLA or an MP will immediately be disqualified under Section 8(1), 2, and 3, if he is convicted. Their membership will be protected if their conviction is stayed by the appellate court. This ruling jolted the political class, as henceforth if convicted they had no protection and will immediately be disqualified. The political parties then have to be very careful in selecting the candidates for election, as candidates having pending cases against them have their fate hanging in balance, as the conviction will result in disqualification and therefore a new election to that particular constituency. No party would want to spend time, money, and energy fighting for another election, and people too will become apathetic and the party will lose their support. Hence, the parties will be very careful in selecting their members to be fielded in the election. The Supreme Court rejected the review petition filed by the government in the above-mentioned case and upheld its verdict. It was an embarrassment for the entire political class. The review bench termed the judgment as well considered, and stated that it was not inclined to grant review of the judgment which struck down the Section 8(4) of the Representation of the People's Act. The government immediately reacted by enacting an ordinance which was withdrawn subsequently due to public pressure. 3.2.4.7 Time-bound trials for legislators. The Supreme Court has once again intervened to cleanse the political system. In trials involving MPs and MLAs, it has fixed a deadline of 1 year from the date of framing of charges. The court now wants to ensure the tainted persons do not continue office, hence methods such as repeated adjournments, dilatory tactics etc. which delay the conviction and subsequent disqualification has been sought to be removed. The Apex Court has asked the trial courts to expedite trials and finish them within a year, and if they are unable to do so, they should explain the reason for such delay to the Chief Justice of the concerned High Court. The delay in criminal justice system has worked to the advantage of the political class who are facing various charges in offences relating from corruption to attempt murder. Many political leaders have managed to prolong their trial for years and they in the meantime stand in elections and get elected repeatedly and rise even to become chief ministers. Many such leaders stall the trial process by getting stay order or interlocutory orders from the higher court. The Criminal Procedure Code does not mention any time limit for completion of trials, but Section 309 says that once the examination of witness begins, then the trial has to be proceeded on a day-to-day basis until examination of all witnesses is over. This provision is rarely 118. 119. Followed because of various reasons. It is impossible for a trial court to conduct the proceedings as the MLAs and MPs are influential and they engage lawyers who act to delay and thwart the legal process. And thus the present judgment addresses this issue and empowers the trial court to refuse to grant routine repeated adjournments. 3.2.4.8 Conclusion India Today magazine in 2004 published that, it is unfortunate that no countervailing force to check criminalization of politics is emerging. In recent court orders ranging from Supreme Court to high courts to lower courts, the judiciary has been busy stumping the criminal politician, quashing his bail applications, ordering his arrest warrants and sending him to jail from hospitals. Unlike the campaign against tainted ministers in Parliament, this battle is neither partisan nor for each finger accusing the rival 3 points towards you. The Association for Democratic Reforms, ADR, in its report, suggests the following: the Supreme Court and the Election Commission of India, ECI, have undertaken some commendable steps for reforming the electoral process. But these two constitutional bodies are also bound by the laws enacted by the elected legislative body. The ECI has achieved considerable success in containing the role of muscle power through measures such as the effective implementation of the Model Code of Conduct and the setting up of the Expense Monitoring Cell. Mandatory declaration of assets and existing criminal charges in self-sworn affidavits to the ECI prior to elections has brought in some transparency. Supreme Court judgments disqualifying convicted MPs and MLAs, Lily Thomas v. Union of India, 2013, barring those in jail from contesting, Chief Election Commissioner vs. Jan Chowkidar, 2013, directing the EC to bring the issue of election-related freebies under the ambit of the Code of Conduct, the Allahabad High Court banning caste and religion-based political rallies are all attempts to change the system. However, implementation of these judgments has faced unequivocal opposition from all the political parties. When the Supreme Court in its recent intervention, Lily Thomas v. Union of India, 2013, sought to prevent convicted MPs from continuing in office, the legislators promptly geared up to nullify the judgment through an ordinance. While the Supreme Court should be commended for taking long strides, judicial reforms targeting speedy disposal of cases could go a longer way in decriminalizing the Parliament. The Supreme Court's recent order setting a deadline for the lower courts to complete trial in cases involving lawmakers within a year of framing of charges is a welcome step in this direction. There is a widely anticipated participation of first-time voters who are likely to constitute 10% of the electorate. This expected increase in voter turnout and recent civil society activism over issues, such as corruption, have stirred some awareness among voters in the 2014 Lok Sabha election. Whether this will make a difference to the criminal composition of the Parliament remains to be seen. Leveling the electoral field by addressing the role of money power in elections is a pressing imperative. Deeper research into state funding of elections and devising a metric to quantitatively measure the performance of individual MPs are areas of far-reaching consequences to the criminalization of politics. 3.2.5 Rival representative claims of Parliament and civil society. 3.2.5.1 Representative claim of Parliament. Parliamentary government presumes that legislature holds the delegated sovereignty of the people, popular sovereignty. The locus of popular sovereignty remains unspecified in the Constitution due to the multiplicity of views within the Constituent Assembly on this question. Some argued that the Parliament is repository of sovereignty of people and some were of the view. 119. 120. That sovereignty of people rests with head of the state since the government cannot by definition be representing the whole people. It was assumed that popular sovereignty needed a fixed locus. K.T. Shaw's self-styled innovation of a referendum can be cited for sovereignty of people. Now this constitution does not provide for reference to the people, notwithstanding the fact that we talk again and again of the people's sovereignty, of the people being ultimate sovereign of this country. Our reference to the people, or consultation with people, is expressed if at all only in a quinquennial election, a general election to the Parliament. In a general election, however, so many issues are mixed up, so many cross-currents take place, so many moves and counter-moves happen that the consultation with the people, or the verdict of the people on such variety of issues, is only nominal, if I may say so without any disrespect. If you sovereign, if you want that the people be consulted in emergency when your two organs of power, viz., the legislature and the executive, are unable to agree, then the test will lie in your readiness to consult people. Cad. Vol. 7, December 10, 1948:980. 3.2.5.2 Claim of Parliament. Recent times power of the representative claim of the Parliament has been indeed derived from the delegated power of electorate. In various conflicts with judiciary, this principle has been deployed repetitively to contrast the unrepresentative character of judiciary. This is quite evident in Shah Bano judgment. The Supreme Court in Maud. Ahmed Khan v. Shah Bano Begum and others held that if a divorced woman is able to maintain herself, the husband's liability ceases with the expiry of the period of iddat, 3 menstrual courses after the date of divorce, that is, roughly 3 months, but if she is unable to maintain herself after the period, she is entitled to have recourse to Section 125 CRPC. In the general election, 1984, Indian National Congress won absolute majority in the Indian Parliament. After the Shah Bano judgment, there was uproar in the Muslim community, fearing that the Congress will face decimation in the polls. Congress headed by the then Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi enacted an act titled the Muslim Women, Protection of Rights on Divorce, Act 1986, that nullified the Supreme Court's judgment in the Shah Bano judgment. Diluting the Supreme Court judgment, the Act allowed maintenance to a divorced woman only during the period of iddat, or till 90 days after the divorce, according to the provisions of Islamic law. This was in stark contrast to Section 125 of the Code. The liability of husband to pay the maintenance was thus restricted to the period of the iddat only. 3.2.5.3 Microscopic representation in India. Important shift occurred in principle of representation, moving towards greater descriptive representation, which mandates MPs to mirror the composition of diverse society. There is an increase in representation of backward castes due to mobilization by political party representing these groups. In case of Muslim minority or women, both of which remain hugely underrepresented, compared to their proportion in the population. The idea that members of a particular group can comprehend and represent interest of these groups remains the basis for parliamentary system of government. It's being argued that despite becoming more representative, Parliament has become less mindful of its representational role as an assembly of people as a whole. The civil society activists want the representative democracy to 120. 121. 1. Properly represent the preference and aspirations of the citizen. 2. Be accountable to those who have elected them. 3.2.5.4. Executives undermining the legislature. A. India-United States Civil Nuclear Agreement. The United States of America and the Republic of India signed an agreement of nuclear cooperation. It is known as the U.S.-India Civil Nuclear Agreement or Indo-US Nuclear Deal. The joint statement was made by then Indian Prime Minister Manmohan Singh and then U.S. President George W. Bush on July 18, 2005, under which India agreed to separate its civil and military nuclear facilities and to place all its civil nuclear facilities under International Atomic Energy Agency (IAEA) safeguards and, in exchange, the United States agreed to work toward full civil nuclear cooperation with India. As details were revealed about serious inconsistencies between what the Indian Parliament was told about the deal, and the facts about the agreement that were presented by the Bush administration to the U.S. Congress, opposition grew in India against the deal. Left Front, whose support was crucial for the ruling United Progressive Alliance, UPA, to prove its majority in the Indian Parliament, continued to oppose the nuclear deal. The Left Front had been a staunch advocate of not proceeding with this deal, citing national interests. UPA faced confidence vote in the Lok Sabha after the Communist Party of India, Marxist-led Left Front withdrew support over India approaching the IAEA for Indo-US nuclear deal. The UPA won the confidence vote with 275 votes to the opposition's 256, 10 members abstained from the vote, to record a 19-vote victory. This is a very clear indication of executives' dominance in the parliament, and the representatives' opposing voices are ill-considered. B. Representative claim of civil society. One among the pillars of democracy, judiciary, which has been the principal antagonist of the parliament, is being replaced by civil society in recent times. This recent phenomenon of confrontation between civil society and the parliament can be interpreted as contest of two principles, the Republican and liberal citizenship. Judiciary, a premier institution in India, has been challenging the parliament on what sort of departures from the constitutional principle of equality are consistent with the constitutional commitment to social, economic, and cultural differences. The judiciary appears to be the conservative protector of individual rights and freedom, and executives in legislature as the progressive socialist force for social justice. Today, role of judiciary in relation to the parliament has been replaced by the popular mobilization of civil society. Theorists of democracy have also paid attention to questions of participatory democracy, strong democracy, and deliberative democracy. These express the profound dissatisfaction with the quality of democracy trapped inside representative institutions. There has been greater ineffectiveness of representative institutions in achieving the core ideals of democracy, which includes I. Active political engagement of citizens, 2. Creation of political consensus through dialogue means, 3. Design and implementation of public policies. 121. 122. In the context of India's democracy, its representative institutions seem to define its democracy. The apprehension of more popular mobilization of civil society seems to be a sign of vulnerability and fragility of its democratic institutions to substantiate their representative claim in responsive legislation and policy. Though the idea of popular sovereignty and popular rule that ultimately authorizes representative institutions, it is the very same principle of popular sovereignty that questions the legitimacy of these institutions. The contest is much over the questions of who really represent the people, parliament or civil society, and not much about the institutional arena in which democracy is expressed. Parliament, civil society. Authorized by Constitution and representatives elected by legitimate procedure. Represented by popular leaders outside political institutions, backed by visible support of society. See Nirbhaya case in December 2012, a 23-year-old student was brutally gang-raped and tortured in Delhi and later succumbed to her injuries. Uproar followed the incident in the capital, and the parliament was compelled to introduce stricter laws to deal with sex crimes against women. A judicial committee headed by J.S. Verma, a former Chief Justice of India and one of India's most highly regarded Chief Justices and eminent jurists, was appointed by the central government to submit a report within 30 days to suggest amendments to criminal law to sternly deal with sexual assault cases. The committee urged the public in general, and particularly eminent jurists, legal professionals, NGOs, women's groups, and civil society to share their views, knowledge and experience, suggesting possible amendments in the criminal and other relevant laws to provide for quicker investigation, prosecution, and trial, and also enhanced punishment for criminals accused of committing sexual assault of an extreme nature against women. The report indicated that failures on the part of the government and police were the root cause behind crimes against women. On February 3, 2013, the Criminal Law Amendment Ordinance 2013 was promulgated by President Pranab Mukherjee. It provides for amendment of the Indian Penal Code, Indian Evidence Act, and Code of Criminal Procedure, 1973, on laws related to sexual offences. The ordinance provides for the death penalty in cases of rape. On December 22, 2015, Rajya Sabha passed the Juvenile Justice Bill, which proposed that the accused who are above 16 years of age will be treated as an adult in the court of law. D. Nejavasal hydrocarbon project agitation. On February 15, 2017, India's central government announced the award of contract for development and extraction of hydrocarbons from 44 contract areas nationwide, including 28 on land fields and 16 offshore. Within a day of the announcement, protests broke out in Nejavasal, a village in Pujakottai district in southern Tamil Nadu. People from all walks of life participated in the protest, garnering support for villagers' claim of damage to agricultural land and environmental degradation, if the project is furthered. The agitation halted the project, and union and state ministers ensured the agitators that their demands will be met, and the central government has assured the protesters that further permission will not be granted to the project till the people are 122. 123. Consulted, and operators are required to follow strict environmental norms for the use of operational land. E. India against corruption, IAC. The civil society attack on Parliament. A people's protest was organised in over 50 cities across India, to demand the passage of a strong Lokpal, Ombudsman, Bill, in the wake of revelations about misconduct in Commonwealth Games and corruption in allocation of 2G spectrum. A draft of such bill was prepared by Team Anna, with Anna Hazare being iconic leader of the team, comprising Kiran Bedi, Santosh Hedge, Prashant Bhushan and Aravind Kejriwal. Over few months, Team Anna was consulting with different political parties with a view to build consensus on their proposed draft of Lokpal legislation. Anna went to fast at Yantar Mantar in Delhi to press this demand. There was a popular anger against the deluge of scams, and the government capitulated to demand for a joint drafting committee that would include government nominees and members of civil society in equal proportion. The committee couldn't meet consensus due to disagreement on details of the bill's provisions. When this exercise failed to yield results, Anna again went to fast and found enthusiastic support from across the country. Parliament passed a sense of House resolution accepting 3 principles, which was put forward by Anna Hazare as non-negotiable: a citizens' charter, the lower-level bureaucracy to be brought within the ambit of the Lokpal, the establishment of lokayuktas in the states. Issues of giving Lokpal a constitutional status remained a point of contention, and there was inadequate support for constitutional amendment. When there was a lag in passing of Lokpal bill in the Parliament, Aravind Kejriwal decided to start a political party, Aam Aadmi Party, AAP, which reiterates the commitment to the passage of a strong anti-corruption law applicable to both politicians and bureaucrats, but now seeks to achieve through participating in electoral system, and also achieved stunning success in Delhi Legislative Assembly, though it couldn't sustain a government. A mobilization has been split into a movement and a party, each representing one pole of the debate about representation. In the recent confrontation by the civil society and parliamentarians, political parties' arguments have been more in nature of ring-fencing the parliament and asserting rather than justifying or defending its supremacy. Civil society argues by dismissing parliamentary supremacy as they reiterate the original principle of popular authorization, while also denying that popular authorization lies at the root of constitutional parliamentary supremacy. Kejriwal's solution to this problem is that people be given direct control over lawmaking process to a certain degree. And he proposes two ways in which this can be accomplished. The first is to give people the initiative to propose laws via gram savas, and his second proposal is to ascertain the people's opinion on all laws in the parliament and state legislatures. 123. 124. Even in countries which have referendum provided in their constitution, this is a mechanism only of the last resort on particular contentious issues. It is not a routine method of decision-making, and making every citizen participate in every single legislation will elongate the time to pass any law, and also the more fundamental question is the envisioning of state legislatures and parliament as simple post office, processing the aggregate wisdom of gram savas. The second claim by IAC, that of authentically representing the wishes and aspirations of Indian people by citing the number of people who gathered in Anna Hazare's fast. This has become unfortunate because the validity of the claim became a simple function of numbers instead of strength of arguments offered in public reason and persuasion. There is also a further risk that other groups which claiming large supporters may make other claims that are less acceptable. On what basis can we arbitrate the representational claim of one segment of civil society as legitimate and other is not? For instance, both corporates and civil society can call to speak in national interest, first in the name of prosperity of nation, and the second for welfare of citizens. As both claim to represent in name of collective good, how, and by whom, might such representational claims be arbitrated? F. Conversation of rival claims. In modern democracies, both legislatures and civil societies make legitimate representational claim, and these forms of representation be viewed as complementary, rather than adversarial. In Indian context, civil society has three intertwined fallacies of concept, precept, and practice. First, civil society overstepped its role of demanding accountability and sought to blur the boundaries by dictating the exact content of legislation by insisting on particular draft of the law. Second, civil society paid no attention to the fact that power shifted from the parliament to be centralized to executive. Under conditions of increasing concentration and centralization of power to executive, neither the civil society nor parliamentarians take adequate cognizance of this reality of shifting of power. Finally, it is arguable that the democratic deficit that the IAC pointed to is substantively a problem of the party system and unaccountability of political parties that have domesticated the parliament rather than performance of the parliament itself. The parliament has become more representative in descriptive terms, simultaneously become unresponsive in legislation and governance, and avoid accountability. There is no evidence in constitutional debates that MPs argued for parliamentary sovereignty, which asserts that they have been more inclined in increasing their sphere of operations. In the debate on Lockpool Bill, MPs defended Parliament's prerogative and exclusive mandate to legislate. They asserted the principle of constitutional supremacy, checks and balances in the Constitution, exclusive power of lawmaking by the Parliament. In spite of these assertions of parliamentary supremacy, 34 of the 40 amendments proposed by the non-governmental members were accepted by the Joint Drafting Committee. Parliamentarians' position on this matter was summed up by T.K. S. Elagovan in a simple, straightforward way. 124. 125. The Parliament has certain powers. It has its own supremacy and its own inherent powers. We are here to enact laws in the country. There may be demands, but it is for the Parliament to decide whether these demands are right or otherwise. It is because after 2.5 years from now on, the members, if this House has to go to people to seek their votes, tell them what we have done, tell them how we have acted, and tell them what steps we have taken against corruption. We have to go to the people. It is the responsibility of not only the ruling party but also of the opposition parties. The people will judge us. Then it is left to civil society to go to the people and say that this government has not acted against corruption. So you need not to vote for them. This is democracy. This establishes quite clearly the absence of any principled justification for parliamentary sovereignty, and its relationship of sovereignty to people. Parliamentarians also do not acknowledge the constitutional ambivalence on this question. Parliament is having a legitimate right to represent, since they derive legitimacy from election covering entire adult population of the country. Also, the Constitution gives it legitimate functional competence as the preeminent forum for lawmaking. Civil society has been described as domain of action of bourgeois citizen and also been considered as undermining the democratic governance, at least until such time as they can prepare themselves to become mass organizations, internally democratic, and can generate the ability to connect citizens across the spectrum with the institutions of state. These raise questions that whether the claims of anti-corruption campaign less deserving of attention since it was made by civil society and not by political society. A section of IAC entering politics suggests that it accepts superior legitimacy of elected bodies and centrality of elections on universal adult suffrage to the principle of representation is established even when the locus of popular sovereignty remain unresolved. 3.2.5.5 Conclusion. Returning to introduction, the representational claim of the Parliament bespeak the liberal conception of citizenship, which is challenged by Republican conception of citizenship articulated by civil society mobilization against corruption. The liberal concept permits us to have elected institutions that may not adequately reflect views of every citizen but provide an institutional framework within which rival claims can be articulated. The Republican conception is more appealing for active citizens who are willing to participate in public affairs and holds the key to a polity marked by civic engagement. The conversation between these two distinct principles is today at stake in India. 3.2.6 Measuring the effectiveness of the Indian Parliament. The questions of how effective the particular session of a parliament is, or how effective is this Lok Sabha from the previous one, are hard to answer in an objective manner. At a macro level, it can be said that the objective of the party elected to power is to improve the well-being of the citizens. This may be carried out by enacting appropriate laws, keeping effective control over the executive for implementation of such laws, and allocating such finance as required. The overall effectiveness on improving the quality of life of the citizens by such policies can be measured with help of indicators such as the Human Development Index, and measuring changes associated with it. 125. 126. At a more detailed level, the effectiveness can be seen by focusing on the specific functions of the Parliament which are prescribed by the Constitution. In this chapter, to help measure the effectiveness of the Parliament and its various functions, a list of metrics has been given which is based on the research done by PRS India. There is a limited scope of subject and content of evaluating the effectiveness of the legislative bodies. A few international assessments in this subject have been listed as follows. 1. The Commonwealth Parliamentary Association has recommended benchmarks for the democratic legislature. They have set standards for the procedural and institutional structures of the legislature. 2. The World Bank Institute has published a study, Legislative Oversight and Budgeting: A World Perspective, Stapenhurst, Palizzo R., Olson D., Von Trapp L., World Bank Institute, 2008. This includes a metric to assess the effectiveness of the legislature. For example, they list out a number of oversight tools such as committee hearings and questions, and they measure the number of times these tools have been used. 3. The Inter-Parliamentary Union has developed a toolkit to measure performance of the legislatures, evaluating Parliament. A self-assessment toolkit for parliaments, Inter-Parliamentary Union, 2008. In this they have asked the parliamentarians to grade a number of parameters on a scale of 5. For example, they ask how effective is the Parliament in scrutinizing the appointments to executive posts and holding their occupants accountable, and the parliamentarians have to list the choice based on the scale. The criteria to judge the effectiveness of the Parliament can be either qualitative or quantitative. The qualitative criterion, though, is very difficult to assess and measure in an objective manner. For example, we can easily count the number of bills passed, but it is difficult to judge the quality of such legislations. Even while measuring quantitatively, it would be difficult to say whether higher number is positive or negative indicator. For example, a large number of government bills passed in a particular session might indicate the effective functioning of the legislature, but on the other hand this may mean that very less time is dedicated for the discussion of the bills and that legislature is not able to effectively scrutinize the proposals of the demands made by the executives. With these constraints, the following framework for measuring the effectiveness of the Parliament has been devised. The following are the main functions of the Parliament based on which a number of parameters have been suggested to measure the effectiveness. They are legislation oversight, representation, budgeting. The main challenge is to identify which of these parameters can be used effectively to measure the performance, and another is whether an aggregate index could be made by combining all these parameters. The following are some of the metrics used to evaluate the effectiveness of the Parliament. 126. 127. 3.2.6.1 Legislation. Metric remarks: type of legislation. Total number of original bills and legislations introduced by the government and private members, respectively. The ratio of government bills to that of private members' bills. Total time spent in discussion of the private members' bills. The number of times the government has given assurance to take up a private member bill. The number of private members' bill reflects the initiative taken by the MPs in formulating new laws. Government assurance to take up these bills by private members demonstrates the impact it has on initiatives made by private members on the legislative process. Keeping track of legislation. Monitoring whether the legislation is effectively implemented, also checking whether adequate finance has been allocated for effective implementation of the legislation. While determining the financial provision allocated, it should be borne in mind that such finance allocated to achieve the bill's stated objective is often quoted less. Work of standing committee and ad hoc committees on bills. Number of recommendations of committees that have been accepted and adopted by the government as amendments to bills. Average number of sittings per bill. This measures the effectiveness a standing committee has on the lawmaking. And the quality aspect of such recommendation is difficult to measure. Quantity of law. Total amount of time the MPs spent on debating the bills in the Parliament. Percentage of time spent on legislative activities in the Parliament. Average time spent in discussing the bills. The time taken to discuss each bill shows the effective time spent in scrutinizing the bill. The number of new laws and the time spent on discussing them are easily measurable and describes the priority of the Parliament to legislate. Quality of law. Quality of speeches made during a debate. Quality of the laws enacted. 1. Percentage of enacted laws struck down by the courts on grounds of constitutional invalidity. 2. Percentage of enacted laws amended subsequently by the Parliament, within A 3 years, B 3 to 5 years. It is almost impossible to devise an effective measure to judge the quality of legislative debates. When laws are struck down by the courts as unconstitutional, shows inadequate and ineffective scrutiny by the legislature, and if the law is amended within a short period of time, this also shows that it was not well drafted in the first place. 127. 128. Metric remarks: monitoring of delegated legislation. Number of times objection has been raised by MPs to the enactment of delegated legislation under relevant statute, and such has been discussed in the Parliament work of Parliamentary Standing Committee on Subordinate Legislation. 1. Number of sittings of the committee. 2. Number of reports issued by the committee. Many laws delegate the implementation to the executive subject to the approval by the Parliament. MPs perform this duty both on the floor of the House and in the Standing Committee on Subordinate Legislation. The quantity of work carried out by this committee is measurable, but its quality is not. 3.2.6.2 Oversight. Metric remarks oversight through the committee system. Number of issues taken up for discussion. Average number of sittings of the committee for issuing report. This measures the effective use of the committee system and the extent to which the committee examine issues and their keeping check on the executive. Oversight through parliamentary questions and interpretations. Quality of the questions asked. Number of starred questions actually discussed during the question hour. Time lost due to interruptions. Considerable amount of time is lost because of the interruptions made, hence this metric is used to determine the actual time spent for questioning the executive activity. While determining the quality of the questions asked is critical to determine the effectiveness of the Parliament. 3.2.6.3 Representation. Metric remarks total number of issues raised by the Lok Sabha MPs under Rule 377 which have an impact on their constituencies. This metric enables quantitative ascertainment of amount of time spent by the MPs in monitoring government activities that have an impact on their constituencies. Total number of questions asked by the Lok Sabha MPs during the question hour which will have an impact on their constituencies. 128. 129. 3.2.6.4 Budgeting. Metric remarks ex ante consideration and approval of the budget of the government. Quantity of time devoted to discussion of budget in the Parliament. The proposal of the government is first examined by the Standing Committee and then it is discussed on the floor of the House. Several other parameters may be used to measure the effectiveness of this scrutiny at these levels. 1. Number of meetings of Parliamentary Standing Committee to discuss on budget. 2. Ratio of amount of money spent to that of number of pages of the report of the committee. It is used to ascertain the time spent on discussing the big-ticket spending. 3. Ration to the number of pages in the report to that of number of line items in the budget. Number of recommendation of Standing Committee accepted and incorporated into the budget. Monitoring government expenditure after the approval to ensure that it has conformed to the terms approved by the Parliament. Number of issues raised in the debates based on the reports of Controller and Auditor General of India. Time spent on questioning the financial improprieties based on reports of the media. Number of issues raised by the Public Accounts Committee. Number of their recommendations accepted by the government. The Public Accounts Committee holds the executive accountable to the findings made by the CAG. It also inquires whether the government funds were used for the purpose for which it was allocated. Time spent in discussion of CAG reports and debates over financial improprieties indicates the parliamentary vigilance over expenditure of public finances. 129. 130. In this, you will learn about Judiciary under Indian Constitution and Supreme Court. Position of Supreme Court under the Constitution. Independence of judiciary. Issues and judicial appointments. Conceptualizing relevant terms and expressions. Meaning of judicial review. Judicial activism in India. Judicial reforms. Bangalore Declaration. Justice is a virtue which transcends all barriers, and the rules or procedures or technicalities of law cannot stand in the way of justice. R.P. Sethi, J. and Lily Thomas v.S. Union of India, 2000, 6 SCC 224. 4.1 Judiciary under Indian Constitution and Supreme Court. The Constitution of India, which came into force on January 26, 1950, contains a number of provisions concerning the structure, function, and powers of the judiciary. It envisaged a unified judicial system both in centre and states, union territories. It brought in a three-tier judicial system, viz. Supreme Court at the apex, High Court as the highest courts in the states and union territories, and finally subordinate judiciary in every state and union territory arranged in a hierarchy. However, the Constitution contains only the provisions relating to Supreme Court and the High Courts and leaves the subordinate judiciary to the respective states. The position and role of the Supreme Court came up before the Constituent Assembly for consideration. A special committee was then set up to consider and give report on the Constitution and powers of the Supreme Court. This committee comprised of Aladi Krishna Swamy IR. Issues concerning the judiciary. 4. 132. Km. Munshi, S. Varadakari, B.N. Ra, and B.L. Mitter. The report of this committee was mostly based on the provisions of the Act 1935. These recommendations are summarized as follows. Supreme Court has to be regarded as a necessary instrument in any federal setup. The Supreme Court should have final and appellate jurisdiction on questions concerning constitutional validity of the laws. Supreme Court should be the effective forum for the adjudication of all disputes concerning union and constituent states or between two states, and the court should have exclusive and original jurisdiction in such matters. Apart from this, the Supreme Court should be vested with advisory jurisdiction. And hence, based on this fundamental idea, the framers of the Constitution provided for a Supreme Court, the position of which with reference to its powers is considered to be an appellate court, as a federal court and as the guardian of the Constitution. 4.2 Position of Supreme Court under the Constitution. Under the Constitution which was adopted by the people, the Supreme Court was bestowed with wide powers which were essential to the concept of constitutionalism. In a federal setup, the written Constitution is considered to be the supreme. Protection of the values enshrined in the Constitution, which is the supreme lex of the land, lies with the judiciary. This is the fundamental duty given to the court by the makers of the Constitution. Though the parliamentary form of government was adopted from the British, the setup of judiciary was taken from that which was prevailing under the U.S. Constitution. Unlike in Britain, the judiciary has been given a prominent position under the Indian Constitution. The constitutional expert Granville Austin points out that, during the British period, even though there were a number of Indians in the government, they were not involved or responsible for the laws made. Neither the law nor the courts were for the Indians, they were established only to promote the colonial interest. Such position of courts under the Constitution was considered to be as one the most significant evidences of independence. Though after independence the country inherited a well-constructed and a smooth-functioning judicial system from the British, which could have been directly adopted, the constitutional makers sought to make the judicial system reflect the needs and aspirations of an independent nation. Hence, at the time of framing the Constitution, the members raised the following queries: which provisions should be retained, and if, indeed they were retained, how they should be changed, and how the jurisdiction and the powers of the courts be increased to meet the changing needs. With regard to establishment of the Supreme Court, an ad hoc committee comprising of 5 members, Aladi Krishna Swamy IR, B.N. Ra, S. Varadakari, K.M. Munshi and B.L. Mitter took upon the work. The very first recommendation by this committee bestowed upon the court the power of judicial review. The court should be empowered with jurisdiction to decide upon the validity of the laws and acts, as it is essential in a federal setup. The important reason for preferring the American system of judiciary to that of system in Britain, is because of the fact that the Constitution provided for a federal system of government, and hence if the judiciary is weak or insignificant as the one prevailing in Britain, it would not be able to uphold the federal principles. Moreover, there was no separate provision on the fundamental rights in Britain, whereas India, like in the United States, has a separate section within the Constitution providing certain inalienable and inherent fundamental rights. Since the Constitution has set up a federal state, the judiciary should therefore uphold the supremacy of the Constitution besides that of the federal principle. Hence, without the power of judicial review, the judiciary could not have accomplished such tasks such as that of limiting the power of the government. Thus, it was for the fitness of things that the framers of the Constitution opted for a stronger judiciary than that of the one prevailing in the United Kingdom. The position of Supreme Court of India can be seen with reference to its power as an appellate court, guardian of the Constitution, and as a federal court. 4.2.1 As a federal court, it is understood that a federal court is an essential element in a federal constitution. It is the final interpreter and guardian of the Constitution, and it also determines the disputes between the constituent elements in the federal setup. It is understood that every federal constitution aims to distribute power between the Union and the constituent state governments, which are the units in the federal setup. While in a unitary constitution, there arises no such problem, as the local or legislative bodies are mere subordinates of the central authority. Hence, there is no need for the judiciary to determine disputes between the center and the states. In a federal state, which is having a written constitution, the powers are divided between the center and the state governments, and it is therefore essential for some authority to determine and decide upon the disputes between them, and to maintain the distribution of the powers guaranteed by the Constitution. In a federal setup, the judiciary is given additional burden, apart from its role of guarding the Constitution from the transgressions by the other organs of the state, to effectively maintain the distribution of powers as recommended by the Constitution as to prevent encroachments by the Union and the state governments. In short, the Supreme Court is considered to be the umpire in federal system. There is no explicit agreement or treaty to distribute powers in the federal setup, but there is nevertheless division of legislative as well as administrative powers between the center and the states. It is important to mention here that the Schedule 7 to the Constitution contains 3 lists, namely the Union, the state, and the concurrent lists, clearly separating the domain of power of legislature of the center and the states. Administrative powers are dealt by the Articles 256 to 263 of the Constitution, which lay down the respective jurisdiction of the Union and the states. The Articles 264 to 293 deal with the financial relation between the center and the states. Apart from this, other disputes may occur in other areas such as demarcation of the boundaries, usage of water, power, and other natural resources. Hence, the Article 131 of the Constitution vets the Supreme Court with original and exclusive jurisdiction to determine and decide upon the disputes between the center and the states inter se. The article is read as under. Subject to the provisions of this Constitution, the Supreme Court shall, to the exclusion of any other court, have original jurisdiction in any dispute A between the Government of India and one or more states, or B between the Government of India and any state or states on one side and one or more other states. 133 16 hours 37 minutes and 15 seconds. 134. C between two or more states, if and in so far as the dispute involves any question, whether of law or fact, on which the existence or extent of a legal right depends, provided that the said jurisdiction shall not extend to a dispute arising out of any treaty, agreement, covenant, engagements, and or other similar instrument which, having been entered into or executed before the commencement of this Constitution, continues in operation after such commencement, or which provides that the said jurisdiction shall not extend to such a dispute. It is the interpretation made by the Supreme Court in particular cases that will hold all the forces in balance and save the original distribution of powers between the center and states from encroachment by the Union. In this context, we can observe from the words of Sir Alladai Krishna Swami IR to quote, "The Supreme Court has to keep the poise between the seemingly contradictory forces. In the process of the interpretation of the Constitution, on certain occasions it may appear to strengthen the Union at the expense of the units, at another time it may appear to champion the cause of provincial autonomy and regionalism. Thus, it is essential that the Supreme Court maintains the fine balance between the power of the Union and the rights of the states, while exercising its original power under the Article 131 of the Constitution. 4.2.2 As a court of appeal, the Supreme Court of India is considered to be the final appellate authority of the land, and most of the functions performed by the apex court are in relation to its appellate jurisdiction. The Supreme Court thus exercises jurisdiction in relation to civil, criminal, and constitutional matters. Articles 132 to 136 deal with that of the appellate jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. According to Article 132 of the Constitution, an appeal to the Supreme Court lies to the apex court from any judgment, decree or final order of any high court, in the territory of India in any civil, criminal, or other proceedings, provided it involves a substantial question of law as to the interpretation of the Constitution, and the concerned High Court certifies to that effect. Thus, this Article 132 ensures that though the High Court may decide upon the validity of an act or any other question involving interpretation of the Constitution, in all such cases the decision of such High Court shall not be the final, and that the authority of interpreting the Constitution must rest with only the Supreme Court. A. Civil appellate jurisdiction. Under Article 133 of the Constitution, the Supreme Court exercises appellate jurisdiction in civil matters as decided by the High Courts. According to this article, an appeal lies to the Supreme Court from the High Court from any decree, judgment or final order in a civil proceeding of a High Court in the territory of India, and if the High Court itself certifies under Article 134a that the matter involves substantial question of law of general importance and that in the opinion the High Court has to be addressed by the Supreme Court. Before the 30th Constitutional Amendment, there were 3 alternative grounds for appeal to the court from the High Courts in a civil proceeding, which were similar to the provisions under Sections 109, 110 of the Code of Civil Procedure, 1908. These grounds were 134 16 hours 37 minutes and 15 seconds. Issues concerning the judiciary 135. 1 value of the appeal being 20,000 and above. 2. The matter on appeal indirectly involving some value. 3. The case being otherwise fit for appeal. And as per aforementioned amendment, all these grounds were replaced by practically 1 ground, viz., that the case involved substantial question of law and in the opinion of the High Court, it needs to be decided by the Supreme Court. Hence, no appeal shall lie to the Supreme Court after the date of amendment, 27-2-1973, on the grounds of pecuniary value. The most important aspect in relation of the civil appellate jurisdiction of the Supreme Court is that because of the 30th Amendment, in civil cases there is no category as a matter of right of appeal to the Supreme Court. B. Criminal appellate jurisdiction. Prior to the enactment of the Constitution of India, there was no court of criminal appeal over and above the High Courts. Only the Privy Council had the power to entertain appeals in matters relating to criminal cases, though only within a limited range. The Privy Council was vested with the discretionary power and was the sole judge to grant special leave to adjudge the appeal worthiness of a criminal appeal, and these were granted only in exceptional cases. The Constitution, by Article 134, set up a criminal court of appeal above the High Courts, although with limited jurisdiction. This Article 134 empowers the Supreme Court to hear appeals from any sentence, judgment or final order in criminal proceedings of High Courts, in 3 cases. 1. If the High Court, on appeal, reverses the decision of acquittal of an accused person and sentences him to death. This will be the case of second appeal in a criminal case. 2. If the High Court has withdrawn for trial, to itself any case before a subordinate court and, after trial, sentences him to death. 3. Besides the above 2 grounds, if the High Court under Article 134a certifies that the case is a fit one for appeal to the Supreme Court. Thus, it can be clearly seen that the criminal appellate jurisdiction of the Supreme Court is limited and is only sparingly invoked. See Constitutional Appellate Jurisdiction. The Supreme Court is empowered under Articles 132, 1, 133, 1, and 134, 1, of the Constitution to hear appeals in matters related to civil, criminal, or other proceedings, if the case involves a substantial question of law as to the interpretation of the Constitution itself. The High Court under Article 134A has the power to certify, if it is satisfied, that a particular matter in reference to civil, criminal, or other proceedings involves a substantial question as to the interpretation of the Constitution. This power can be invoked either suo motu by the High Court itself, or by application made by the aggrieved party to it. This certificate can be granted only when such application is made immediately after passing of such decree, judgment, final order or sentence. List of instances which can be said to be instances of question involving constitutional interpretation are as follows. 135 16 hours 37 minutes and 15 seconds. 136. 1 Cases involving direct interpretation of some particular provision of the Constitution. 2. The question of application of a particular act to the facts of a case. 3. A conviction under a law which is challenged as ultra vires. 4. A suit or proceeding challenging particular statute as ultra vires or inconsistent with some mandatory provision of the Constitution. Once such certificate is granted under Article 134A by the High Court, the jurisdiction to hear such appeals is then vested with the Supreme Court, and the aggrieved party can then file an appeal before the apex court by virtue of it and as a matter right, provided other provisions under the Article 134A is complied with. D. Special leave appeal to the Supreme Court. Apart from the provisions of regular appeals from the proceedings of the High Court given under Articles 132 to 134A, there still may be some cases where justice might require the interference of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court thus can not only intervene in matters coming from High Court, but also from matters arising in any other court or tribunals. The framers have given the power to decide about the appeal worthiness of a case to the Supreme Court and not to the lower courts. Hence, Article 136 of the Constitution grants discretionary power to the Supreme Court to allow special leave appeals from any judgment, decree, determination, order or any sentence in any cause or matter passed or made by any court or tribunal in the territory of India. Thus, this article vests an extraordinary power upon the Supreme Court in the matters of entertaining and hearing of appeals from any courts or tribunals by grant of special leave of appeal. In this context, any court includes the High Courts also, but does not include those of the Army Court or Tribunal. The Supreme Court opined that this power was rather a duty vested with it, to interfere in matters of serious miscarriage of justice, and it is not curtailed by any limitation as to who may invoke this discretionary jurisdiction. As far as matters related to High Courts are concerned, Article 136 can only be invoked in cases where the court refuses to grant certificate under Article 134A of the Constitution. This provision of granting special leave under Article 136 is sparingly used by the Supreme Court. Hence, it is clear that unlike the court in United States which deals with only the federal and constitutional law issues, the apex court here is the final court of appeal on not just such issues, but also on any other matters of the ordinary law, civil, criminal or revenue. This gives wide scope for the Supreme Court to assert itself whenever the need is felt and found necessary based on the facts and circumstances of the case. 4.2.3 As a guardian of the Constitution, the Supreme Court of India has the duty and the obligation to guard and protect the Constitution by upholding the constitutionalism. This obligation overshadows its other roles as a federal court and as the court of final appeal in non-constitutional matters. The Constitution is regarded as the supreme law of the land by various constitutional systems around the world. 136 16 hours 37 minutes and 15 seconds. Issues concerning the judiciary. 137. Many of the written constitutions which follow the theory of constitutional supremacy, have expressly declared in the Constitution itself that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. The question whether the courts shall be guardian and interpreter of the Constitution is not based on the written or unwritten nature of the Constitution, but is rather based on the theory of constitutional supremacy and the parliamentary sovereignty whereby the powers of the legislature are restricted. The British concept of parliamentary sovereignty can be cited as an example in this context. As far as India is considered, the Constitution sets up a federal system, and also guarantees certain fundamental rights. There is no express provision in the Constitution itself, declaring it to be the supreme law of the land. Such declaration was considered to be superfluous by the framers of the Constitution, as all the organs derived power from the Constitution, and the Constitution cannot be easily altered save in the manner laid down in the Constitution itself. It has also to be stated that there is no specific provision in the Constitution empowering the courts to invalidate the laws, but the Constitution has imposed certain limitations upon each of the organ, and any transgression of such limitations will make those acts void. And the power is vested with the courts to decide whether any of the constitutional limitations has been transgressed or not. The following constitutional provisions substantiate the above-mentioned statement. 1. Article 13 of the Constitution declares that any law which contravenes any of the provision of Part 3 of the Constitution dealing with the fundamental rights, shall be declared void. 2. Articles 251 and 254, in case there is inconsistency between Union and States law, the state laws are declared as void. 3. Article 246 expressly provides that the center and state legislatures have legislative powers over a specified list of subjects, List I, 2 and 3. 4. Article 245 makes the powers of both Parliament and state legislature subject to the provisions of the Constitution. Thus, the Constitution has imposed certain limitations upon the legislative powers in the form of 1. Fundamental rights guaranteed under Part 3 of the Constitution. 2. Legislative competence. 3. Territorial limitation of the state legislatures. So the courts have the power to pronounce upon the validity of any law on the above said grounds. The transgression of its powers by any legislature can be effectively checked by the higher judiciary in general and the Supreme Court in particular, with the powers of judicial review bestowed upon them under various provisions in the Constitution. The court is also vested with the powers to check upon the excesses committed by the executive. Apart from its jurisdiction to hear cases from alleged illegal acts, the Supreme Court has been given extraordinary revisional powers through the judicial writs of quo warranto, certiorari, habeas corpus, prohibition, and mandamus under Article 32. The Supreme Court is thus vested with power to issue appropriate writ when the fundamental right is infringed by any administrative or quasi-judicial body. 137 16 hours 37 minutes and 15 seconds. 138. Sir Aladi Krishna Swamy IR, the illustrious member of the Constituent Assembly, summed up the position and powers of the Supreme Court as follows. With the expansion of the sphere of governmental activity, inevitable, under modern conditions in spite of the strong criticism of the late Lord Chief Justice of England, the institution of administrative tribunals and agencies invested with judicial or quasi-judicial functions will continue to be a feature of modern government and has almost become unavoidable. The only safeguard against the abuse of powers vested in such tribunals and bodies is in the ultimate or revisory jurisdiction being vested in the higher courts of the realm and in the Supreme Court. Thus, it can be clearly seen that the Supreme Court of India is the supreme and the fundamental guardian of the Constitution of India and also the supreme protector of fundamental rights of the people. 4.2.4 As a protector of fundamental rights, the Constitution in its Part 3 contains Articles 12 to 35, which guarantees and protects the fundamental rights of the people. The unique feature of these fundamental rights is that these are not only considered to be fundamental but also their implementation is considered to be a fundamental right in itself. The last fundamental right in the Part 3, namely the right to constitutional remedies, makes the Supreme Court the protector of the fundamental rights of the citizens. Articles 32 to 35 deal with this most important fundamental right. Article 32 reads as follows: 32. Remedies for enforcement of rights conferred by this Part 1. The right to move the Supreme Court by appropriate proceedings for the enforcement of the rights conferred by this part is guaranteed to. The Supreme Court shall have power to issue directions or orders or writs, including writs in the nature of habeas corpus, mandamus, prohibition, quo warranto, and certiorari, whichever may be appropriate, for the enforcement of any of the rights conferred by this Part 3. Without prejudice to the powers conferred on the Supreme Court by Clause 1 and 2, Parliament may by law empower any other court to exercise within the local limits of its jurisdiction all or any of the powers exercisable by the Supreme Court under Clause 2. For the right guaranteed by this article shall not be suspended except as otherwise provided for by this Constitution. The mere declaration of fundamental rights is not sufficient unless there are proper judicial remedies for their enforcement. Article 32 provides such remedy and bestows upon the Supreme Court the status of champion of fundamental right, as the right to move to court in case of violation of fundamental right is itself a fundamental right. The Supreme Court is hence considered to be the protector and guarantor of fundamental rights, and under Article 32, it is the duty of the courts to grant relief, where the existence of fundamental rights and its violation is clearly established. The Supreme Court considers the jurisdiction conferred to be by the Article 32 as an integral and important part of the basic structure of the Constitution. Because it is meaningless to give fundamental rights without providing effective remedy for their enforcement if and when the rights are violated. A right. 138 16 hours 37 minutes and 15 seconds. Issues concerning the judiciary 139. Without a remedy is a legal conundrum of most grotesque kind, and that Article 32 confers one of the highly cherished rights. 4.2.5 As an advisory body under Article 143, the Supreme Court has been designated as an advisory body to the President of India. Thus, apart from playing the role as an appellate court, federal court, guardian of the Constitution and guarantor of the fundamental rights, the Supreme Court has also been called upon to play the role of an advisory court. It is important to note that this feature is unique to Indian Constitution, and even the American Federal Court or the House of Lords do not exercise such powers. Article 143 of the Constitution, which vests the Supreme Court with advisory jurisdiction, is as follows: 143. Power of President to consult Supreme Court. 1. If at any time it appears to the President that a question of law or fact has arisen, or is likely to arise, which is of such a nature and of such public importance that it is expedient to obtain the opinion of the Supreme Court upon it, he may refer the question to that court for consideration, and the court may, after such hearing as it thinks fit, report to the President its opinion thereon too. The President may, notwithstanding anything in the proviso to Article 131, refer a dispute of the kind mentioned in the said proviso to the Supreme Court for opinion, and the Supreme Court shall, after such hearing as it thinks fit, report to the President its opinion thereon. A clear analysis of this article makes it clear that it vests a consultative function upon the Supreme Court. Such kind of power is not vested with any other democratic constitutions in the world. As far as India is concerned, this Article 143 is not the first provision to vest such power. Under the Government of India Act, 1935, similar kind of power was given to the then highest court of India, namely the Federal Court of India. In fact, the Clause 1 of the Article 143 is similar to the Clause 1 of Section 213, 1 of the Government of India Act, 1935. This power conferred upon the Supreme Court is not a formal power, rather it is a discretionary power given to the court to give its opinion on any question of public importance that may be referred to it by the President. This can be justified from the fact that such advisory opinion rendered by the Supreme Court is not binding on the government. 4.3 Independence of judiciary. A post-colonial democracy has survived more than half a century due to the presence of a strong and independent judiciary. Its independence is safeguarded by the Constitution. The constitutional framers envisaged a judiciary which was both independent and powerful. Sir Krishna Swami Ir, one of the eminent members of the Constituent Assembly, has summarized the need to maintain the independence of judiciary in the following words in one the Constituent Assembly debates. While there can be no two opinions on the need for maintenance of judicial independence, both for the safeguarding of individual liberty and the proper working of the Constitution, it is also necessary to keep in view one important principle. The doctrine of independence is not to be raised to the level of a dogma so as to 139 16 hours 37 minutes and 15 seconds. 140. Enable the judiciary to function as a kind of super-legislature or super-executive. The judiciary is there to interpret the Constitution or adjudicate upon the rights between the parties concerned. However, the eminent scholar warned that the judiciary, as much as the legislature and executive, depends for its effective functioning upon the cooperation of the other two pillars. A closer scrutiny of the Constitutional Assembly debates concerning the judicial provisions make it clear that the discussions were mainly concerned with the administrative aspects of the judicial system, such as the tenure, salaries, allowances, and retirement age of the judges and the mechanism of choosing the judges. But an in-depth analysis of these debates points us to the fact that the members were actually concerned with a desire to insulate the judiciary from forces within and outside of the government. The following section will deal with the provision and features of the Constitution which explain the extent of independence of judiciary. 1. Special mode of appointment of judges. The previous section dealt elaborately with the appointment procedure and process of the judges. We are thus able to understand that why appointment process was kept free from interference by the legislature and the executive. It was carried out in order to maintain the independence of the judiciary. We will now deal briefly with the landmark judgments that brought about the present system of collegium. There has been a controversy as to the meaning of the expression consultation occurring in the Articles 124 and 217. Prior to 1993 there was a consensus that consultation did not amount to concurrence. In the first judges transfer case, that is in SP. Gupta vs. Union of India, Air 1982 SC 149, a 7-judge bench held that the ultimate power to appoint judges was vested with the executive. The court held that consultation meant full and effective consultation. This principle was overruled subsequently in the Supreme Court Advocates on Record Association vs. Union of India, 1993, 4 SC 441, by a 9-judge bench with a majority 7-2 ruling. It held that in matter of appointment of judges of Supreme Court and High Courts, the President is bound to act in accordance with the opinion of the Chief Justice of India. The Chief Justice would tender his opinion after consulting with his senior-most colleagues. The court further held that the appointment of Chief Justice of India was made on basis of seniority. Justice J.S. Verma, who delivered the majority judgment along with Justices A.N. Ray, A.S. Anand and S.P. Baruch, made the following observation. The executive element in the appointment process has been reduced to minimum and political influence is eliminated. It is for this reason that the word consultation instead of concurrence was used in the Constitution, but that was done merely to indicate the absolute discretion was not given to anyone, not even to Chief Justice of India as an individual, much less to the executive. Thus, Supreme Court had effectively declared that consultation means concurrence. In Re. Presidential Reference, Air 1999 SC1, a 9-judge bench held that the majority view in the AIR 1994 SC 268 case in the matter of appointments to the Supreme Court and the High Courts, the opinion of the Chief Justice has primacy. 140 16 hours 37 minutes and 16 seconds. Issues concerning the judiciary 141. The opinion of the Chief Justice of India which has primacy in the matter of recommendations for appointment to the Supreme Court has to be formed in consultation with a collegium of judges, and it observed that it is desirable that the collegium should consist of the Chief Justice of India and 4 senior-most pune judges of the Supreme Court. 2. Security of tenure. The judges of both higher and lower judiciary in India have a security of tenure. A judge of Supreme Court of India retires at the age of 65 while a judge of High Court retires at 62 years. They can only be removed by the way of impeachment. And the only 2 grounds on which they can be impeached are proved misbehavior and incapacity. The process of impeachment is a complex one. The President can remove a judge only when an address is presented against the judge by each House of the Parliament. For record, it might be stated that no judge of either High Court or Supreme Court has been impeached. An attempt was made and aborted when a sitting judge of the Supreme Court was sought to be impeached, V. Ramaswamy, on the grounds of proved misbehavior, namely certain financial irregularities and excesses. But the impeachment motion was defeated in the Lok Sabha when the Congress party decided walkout. Another attempt was made in 2011 when Justice Sumitra Sen was sought to be impeached, but it fell through when the incumbent judge tendered his resignation. Another possible impeachment failed against Justice P.D. Dinakaran, who resigned as the Chief Justice of Sikkim High Court. 3. Immunity in respect of salaries and allowances of judges. Under Articles 125 and 218 of the Constitution, the Supreme Court and the High Court judges respectively are entitled to be paid salaries as determined by the Parliament. They cannot be changed by the legislature except in case of emergency. Once appointed, every judge is entitled to privileges and allowances, and the same cannot be altered to their disadvantage. It is important to note that the salaries of the judges are on higher scale than that of those of the members of the legislature and the executive. 4. Administrative power of the Supreme Court and High Courts. As per Articles 146 and 229, the Supreme Courts and the High Courts have been given authority to recruit their staff and frame other rules regarding their conditions of service. Hence, they enjoy administrative autonomy as regards to selection and appointment of non-judicial staff. 5. Salaries drawn from Consolidated Fund. The expenditure relating to the salaries and other allowances given to the judges are charged from Consolidated Fund of India, and they cannot be subjected to vote by the legislature. 6. Bar as to practice after retirement. The Constitution itself debars the judges of the Supreme Court after their retirement from pleading or appearing before any court or judicial authority in India. A similar but slightly different provision is imposed in respect to the judges of High Court who can appear only before the Supreme Court or any other high courts in which they did not serve as judges. 7. Bar as to discussion of conduct of judges. No discussion shall take place either in the State Assembly or in the Parliament regarding the conduct of any judge of Supreme Court or of a High Court while discharging his duties. The only exception for this is given during the impeachment proceedings. 141 16 hours 37 minutes and 16 seconds. 142. 8. Power to punish for contempt. Under the Articles 149 and 215, the Constitution vests the Supreme Court and the High Court with the power to punish for contempt. Moreover, the Supreme Court is considered to be a court of record. This is one of the most important features which uphold the independence of the judiciary. Contempt of court essentially constitutes anything which tends to bring the administration of justice to disrespect or interfere with the process of administration of justice. Such acts include scandalizing the judge himself and obstructing the due course of justice. The power of contempt is so important that even legislature has no power to abridge it. In Delhi Judicial Service Association vs. State of Gujarat, 1991, 4 SCC 406, the Supreme Court held that the court has the power to punish a person for contempt of itself as well as the subordinate courts. Recently in Re Vinay Chandra Misra, 1995, 2 SCC 584, the Supreme Court held that the power under Article 129 and 142 cannot be curtailed by any statute, and the purpose of such power is to uphold the majesty of law, the rule of law, and the special function of the judiciary is to see whether the other two organs of the state function within the constitutional limitations. From the above discussion it can be clearly seen that the framers of the Constitution envisaged a free and independent judiciary. They have also provided enough safeguards to enable the judiciary to work in an impartial atmosphere. This is one of the reasons why the judiciary is bold and never hesitates to take action against the erring executive or the legislature. In C. Ravichandran Iyer vs. Justice A.M. Bhattacharjee, 1995, 5 SCC 457, while dealing with the nature, role, and meaning of independence of judiciary, Justice K. Ramaswamy, speaking for the bench, held. In this ongoing complex adjudicatory process, the role of judge is not merely to interpret the law but also to lay down new norms of law and to mold the law to suit the changing social-economic scenario, to make the ideals enshrined in the Constitution meaningful and reality. The society demands active judicial roles. Writs formerly were considered exceptional but now a routine. The judge must act independently if he is to perform the function as expected of him, and he must feel sure that such action of his will not lead to his downfall. This concept of independence of judiciary is now considered to be one of the basic features of the Constitution. The Constitution provides wide powers and enough grants to make the judiciary a completely independent entity. Almost every constitution around the world strives to create an independent and impartial judiciary, and they include such provisions to ensure that the same is continued and practiced. Eminent jurist Nani A. Palkhivala declared that independence of judiciary is the very heart of a republic. The foundation of the democracy, the source of its continued existence, the condition for its growth and the hope for its welfare, everything lie in that great institution, an independent judiciary. 4.4 Issues in judicial appointments. The method of appointment of judges of the Chief Justice of Supreme Courts, High Courts have been laid down in the Constitution. This has been provided in Articles 124, 2, and 217, 1, of the Constitution. 142 16 hours 37 minutes and 16 seconds. Issues concerning the judiciary. 143. Art. 124, 2, reads: Every judge of the Supreme Court shall be appointed by the President by warrant under his hand and seal, after consultation with such of the judges of the Supreme Court and of the High Courts in the states as the President may deem necessary for the purpose, and shall hold office until he attains the age of 65 years, provided that in the case of appointment of a judge other than the Chief Justice, the Chief Justice of India shall always be consulted, and Art. 217, 1, reads: Every judge of a high court shall be appointed by the President by warrant under his hand and seal, after consultation with the Chief Justice of India, the Governor of the state, and, in the case of appointment of a judge other than the Chief Justice, the Chief Justice of the High Court. These constitutional provisions were incorporated after several meaningful debates on the basic issue of judicial independence. After a long debate, the Assembly adopted the system by which the President would appoint the judges with mandatory consultation with the Chief Justice of India. This consultation with the Chief Justice was done in order to check the politically motivated selections in the appointment process. There has been two different but crucial phases in relation to the judicial appointments. 1. First, the phase of appointments by the executive 1950–1993. 2. Second, the phase of appointments by the Collegium 1993 present. First phase. This was considered to be true intention of the constitutional makers that the executive be involved in the appointment process of the judges. Independence of judiciary was ensured by securing their tenure and creating a tough impeachment process of removal of the judges. The judges, as per the Constitution, were not given freehand or an exclusive privilege to make their own appointments. This phase carried on smoothly until the period of emergency. This emergency period saw several turnarounds in various sections, and one area which got severely affected was the judiciary. The seniority of appointment was bypassed, and a judge, because of his political connections, got appointed as the Chief Justice of Supreme Court. Several other subsequent judgments were taken in favor of the government. This severely dented the concept of independence of judiciary. Judiciary thus became a handmaiden of the government. Such a practice was resented, and voice rose from several quarters, especially from the judiciary, to rectify such a practice. In light of these developments, in order to maintain independence and to create an appointment which was free from political motivations, the Supreme Court, between the years 1980–1999, the issue of appointment was examined and reinterpreted. S.P. Gupta v. Union of India, Air 1982, SC 149, SC. Advocates on Record Association vs. Union of India, Air 1994, SC 268, in Re. Special Reference, Air 1999, SC 1. Since then, a system of collegium, consisting of Chief Justice of India and other senior-most judges of the Supreme Court, gave recommendations for appointment of judges to Supreme Court and High Court, to the President. 143 16 hours 37 minutes and 16 seconds. 144. Second phase. At present, after the striking down of the National Judicial Appointments Commission Act, the collegium system of appointment is followed. Nowhere in the world there is a system of appointment of judges by the judges themselves. In this system, the executive acts as a mere conduit, as rest of the consultation, approval, and acceptance is taken by the judiciary, and executives are not involved in any of such process. The below is the appointment process carried out in various countries, and from this we can clearly understand that the system of appointments by collegium is unique to our country. Appointment of judges to the highest court in different jurisdictions. Country method of appointment to the highest court. Who is involved in making the appointments? UK Supreme Court judges are appointed by a 5-person selection commission. It consists of the Supreme Court President, his deputy, and 1 member, each appointed by the Jacks of England, Scotland and Northern Ireland. The Jacks comprise lay persons, members of the judiciary and the bar, and make appointments of judges of lower courts. Canada appointments are made by the Governor in Council. A selection panel comprising 5 MPs, from the government and the opposition, reviews list of nominees and submits 3 names to the Prime Minister. USA appointments are made by the President. Supreme Court justices are nominated by the President and confirmed by the United States Senate. Germany appointments are made by election. Half the members of the Federal Constitutional Court are elected by the executive and half by the legislature. France appointments are made by the President. President receives proposals for appointments from Conseil Supérieur de la Magistrature. Appointments by the Collegium. The Memorandum of Procedure for appointing the judges of Supreme Court of India is given in the following list. And from this procedure we can understand how the system of collegium operates. 1. Whenever a vacancy is expected to arise in the office of a judge of the Supreme Court, the Chief Justice of India will initiate proposal and forward his recommendation to the Union Minister of Law, Justice, and Company Affairs to fill up the vacancy. 2. The opinion of the Chief Justice of India for appointment of a judge of the Supreme Court should be formed in consultation with a collegium of the 4 senior-most pune judges of the Supreme Court. If the successor Chief Justice of India is not one of the 4 senior-most pune judges, he would be made part of the collegium, as he should have a hand in selection of judges who will function during his term as Chief Justice of India. 3. The Chief Justice of India would ascertain the views of the senior-most judge in the Supreme Court, who hails from the High Court from where the person recommended. 144 16 hours 37 minutes and 16 seconds. Issues concerning the judiciary 145. Comes, but if he does not have any knowledge of his merits and demerits, the next senior-most judge in the Supreme Court from that High Court should be consulted. 4. The opinion of members of the collegium in respect of each of the recommendations, as well as the senior-most judge in the Supreme Court from the High Court, from which a prospective candidate comes, would be made in writing, and the Chief Justice of India, in all cases, must transmit his opinion as also the opinion of all concerned to the Government of India as part of record. If the Chief Justice of India or the other members of the collegium elicit views, particularly those from the non-judges, the consultation need not be in writing, but he, who elicits the opinion, should make a memorandum thereof in its substance in general terms, which should be conveyed to the Government of India. 5. After receipt of the final recommendation of the Chief Justice of India, the Union Minister of Law, Justice, and Company Affairs will put up the recommendations to the Prime Minister, who will advise the President in the matter of appointment. The following is the Memorandum of Procedure for appointment of Chief Justice of High Court and of other judges of High Court. And it is carried out on similar line of appointment of the judges of the Supreme Court. 1. Initiation of the proposal for the appointment of Chief Justice of a High Court would be by the Chief Justice of India. 2. The Chief Justice of India would send his recommendation for the appointment of a pune judge of the High Court as Chief Justice of that High Court or of another High Court, in consultation with the 2 senior-most judges of the Supreme Court. 3. After receipt of the recommendation of the Chief Justice of India, the Union Minister of Law, Justice, and Company Affairs would obtain the views of the concerned state government. After receipt of the views of the state government, the Union Minister of Law, Justice, and Company Affairs will submit proposals to the Prime Minister, who will then advise the President as to the selection. 4. The proposal for appointment of a judge of a High Court shall be initiated by the Chief Justice of the High Court. However, if the Chief Minister desires to recommend the name of any person, he should forward the same to the Chief Justice for his consideration. 5. The Union Minister of Law, Justice, and Company Affairs would consider the recommendations in the light of such other reports as may be available to the government in respect of the names under consideration. The complete material would then be forwarded to the Chief Justice of India for his advice. The Chief Justice of India would, in consultation with the 2 senior-most judges of the Supreme Court, form his opinion in regard to a person to be recommended for appointment to the High Court. The Chief Justice of India and the collegium of 2 judges of the Supreme Court would take into account the views of the Chief Justice of the High Court and of those judges of the High Court who have been consulted by the Chief Justice, as well as views of those judges in the Supreme Court who are conversant with the affairs of that High Court. 6. After their consultations, the Chief Justice of India will in course of 4 weeks send his recommendation to the Union Minister of Law, Justice, and Company Affairs. 145 16 hours 37 minutes and 16 seconds. 146. Consultation by the Chief Justice of India with his colleagues should be in writing, and all such exchange of correspondence with his colleagues would be sent by the Chief Justice of India to the Union Minister of Law, Justice, and Company Affairs. Once the names have been considered and recommended by the Chief Justice of India, they should not be referred back to the state constitutional authorities even if a change takes place in the incumbency of any post. 7. The Union Minister of Law, Justice, and Company Affairs would then put up as early as possible, preferably, within 3 weeks, the recommendation or the Chief Justice of India to the Prime Minister, who will advise the President in the matter of appointment. Drawbacks in collegium system as seen from the above memorandum of procedure: the appointments are devoid of any consultation with the executive and all decisions are solely taken up by the higher echelons of the judiciary. Some of the major drawbacks of this system are as follows. 1. There prevails secrecy in the collegium's meetings, as the minutes of collegium are not being recorded, which undermines the plurality opinion of the judges in the collegium. It brings out manufactured consensus on the list of names of appointees and transfers brought in by the Chief Justice of India. 2. The Chief Justice of India is having more say in the collegium, thereby this Big Brother attitude is reflected in not disclosing the Intelligence Bureau (IB) report of candidates to the fellow members of the collegium, claiming that it is his discretion in revealing the reports. 3. The candidates rejected by the collegium on the basis of adverse report by the IB for the post of Supreme Court judge continue to serve their present position as judge of High Court or as advocates of high courts. It is due to the non-disclosure of the adverse report to fellow judges, or, even to the public. 4. Those who opt for public must be prepared for certain degree of public scrutiny. Reasons for elevation and non-elevation as a judge therefore can be disclosed. 5. The dissent within the collegium is being supposed on many instances, which violates the judgment provided by the third judge's case, which says the recommendation must be based on the decision of Chief Justice of India along with the senior-most judges. 6. The collegium system lacks performance audit of the candidates to be elevated as the judges of Supreme Court. 7. Absence of separate secretariat for judicial appointment, which is being done by the judges themselves, consumes the time of judicial activity, which is also a prime reason for piling up of cases in the judicial backyard. 8. The provision of All India Judicial Service is included in the 42nd Amendment Act of 1976. But no such law has been made so far due to the opposition from High Court Chief Justices, who label it as an infringement of their rights. 9. Other defects in collegium are as follows: Chief Justice of India acts as initiator as well as appointer. Increasing influence of Bar Council. Competence of judges is not measured, only seniority prevails. 146 16 hours 37 minutes and 16 seconds. Issues concerning the judiciary. 147. Increasing workload, utmost secrecy. The answers for why someone is appointed and why one is rejected are not given out. Requirement of Independent Judicial Appointments Commission. There is presently a need for an Independent Judicial Appointments Commission because of the following reasons: it reduces the work burden of the judges in appointment. To bring transparent, fair and merit-based selection. To bring public confidence and promote diversity. Reduce politicization in appointments. Timely filling of vacancy as and when it arises. Criteria-based selection. It has been constantly recommended by various law commissions, National Commission on Review of Working of Constitution. The recommendations made by various commissions and bodies in line to appointment to the judiciary can be seen from the below table. It gives proper description of the composition of the body which is to make recommendation of the appointment. Recommendatory body suggested composition. Second Administrative Reforms Commission, 2007, Judiciary, Chief Justice of India, for High Court judges, Chief Justice of the relevant High Court of that state, executive, Vice President, Chairperson, Prime Minister, Law Minister, for High Court judges, includes Chief Minister of the State Legislature, Speaker of Lok Sabha, leaders of opposition from both houses of Parliament. National Advisory Council, 2005, Judiciary, Chief Justice of India, for High Court judges, Chief Justice of the relevant High Court of that state, executive, Vice President, Chairman, Prime Minister or nominee, Law Minister, for High Court judges, includes Chief Minister of the State Legislature, Speaker of Lok Sabha, Leader of Opposition from both Houses of Parliament. National Commission on Review of Working of Constitution, 2002, Judiciary, Chief Justice of India, Chairman, 2 Senior-most Supreme Court Judges Executive, Union Law Minister Legislature, no representative other, 1 eminent person. 147 16 hours 37 minutes and 16 seconds. 148. Law Commission, 1987, Judiciary, Chief Justice of India, Chairman, 3 Senior-most SC Judges, immediate predecessor of the Chief Justice, 3 Senior-most Chief Justices of High Courts, 4 High Court Judges, Chief Justice of the relevant High Court of that State Executive, Law Minister, Attorney General of India, 4 High Court Judges, includes Chief Minister of the State Legislature, no representative other, 1 Law Academic. National Judicial Appointments Commission. This was the recently proposed body which would have been responsible for both appointments and transfer of judges in higher judiciary. This commission was set up by amending the Constitution through 99th Constitution Amendment passed by the Lok Sabha as the Constitution, 99th Amendment, Act, 2014. This commission would have replaced the collegium system of appointment as propounded by the Supreme Court. But this constitutional amendment, which was also ratified by 16 states, was struck down by the Supreme Court bench by a 4:1 majority as unconstitutional. This was struck down as unconstitutional because of the following reasons. 1. This commission was considered as an executive inroad in judicial appointment which violated the Article 50, which favors separation of judiciary and executive. 2. Section 6(6) of NJAC says, if any 2 members object, the recommendation is nullified, by which a veto power provided to the executive. 3. The role of eminent person is questioned, as no specific qualification is provided and a greater say for executive in his appointment. Section 124, d, in the NJAC Act, talks about such eminent person. 4. Section 5(1) of NJAC Act says that the recommendation for senior-most judge of the Supreme Court is the Chief Justice if he was considered fit to hold the office. The bench noted that the Act carried no definition of fitness. 5. The inclusion of law minister in the composition of NJAC militated against judicial independence. The ongoing tussle between the judiciary and the executive for their involvement in the judicial appointment becomes baseless when a completely apolitical and autonomous body like in England's Judicial Appointments Commission is given importance. Judicial Appointments Commission of United Kingdom has a set of reliable criteria for appointment of judges, which includes candidate's intellectual capacity, his ability to understand, communication skill, leadership and efficiency. These qualities are identified by the Judicial Appointments Commission, where more than half members are selected on the basis of merit and open competition. In similar way, National Judicial Appointments Commission could also include members based on merit and open competition rather than giving importance to the seniority of their positions in the judiciary and executive. 148 16 hours 37 minutes and 16 seconds. Issues concerning the judiciary. 149. Indian judiciary lacks a constitutional code of conduct as like in United States of America, which is used to measure the performance of judge, whereby appointment to the higher office by promotion is justified. Transparency can be pushed further by requesting the minutes of meeting to be submitted to Parliamentary Standing Committee, by which reasons for appointment and rejection is conveyed to the people's representatives. 4.5 Conceptualizing relevant terms and expressions. The following are some of the important terms which are relevant to understand judiciary and constitutional laws. These terms are discussed in brief hereunder. 4.5.1 Judicial Review. It denotes the power given to higher judiciary to test the validity of any legislation or any other executive action taken by the government. This power is inherent and given by the Constitution. Hence, judiciary can strike down any legislation which goes beyond or violates the provisions of the Constitution. This is the biggest check in all laws and legislations. Rules which are covered under Article 12 must satisfy the test of constitutionality, else it is liable to be struck down by judiciary through the process of review. This power is given both to the Supreme Courts and the High Courts. 4.5.2 Judicial power. It is an expression having widest meaning. It denotes the power exercised by the judiciary as an organ of the state. And this power varies according to the type of system in which it is present, that is adversarial or inquisitorial system of justice. As far as India is concerned, the judiciary is given power under the Constitution. It is made independent and it is one of the fundamental pillars of democracy. It keeps check on the other organs of the state, thereby upholding the principles of the Constitution. 4.5.3 Judicial policy making. This is associated with the related terms such as judicial activism, judicial creativity, and judicial legislation. These all terms mean that judiciary is not simply an organ to interpret law and read the rules and make the other organs of state abide the principles of the Constitution. This means that they are also lawmakers. Thus, judiciary do not merely declare the law, they also create the law. As far as India is concerned, the courts have interpreted the laws giving prominence to the rights of the individual and considering the state to be a welfare state and the courts to be the guardians of the Constitution. This concept of judicial legislation by the Supreme Courts and the High Courts has remained a controversial issue even today. Only in certain exceptional cases, the higher judiciary has resorted to the judicial legislation by framing rules and regulations which in normal course had to be carried out by the legislature. These include guidelines in the case of sexual harassment of women at workplace, Visakha vs. State of Rajasthan, 1997, 6 SCC 241, Guidelines for Adoption of Minor Children by Foreign Parents in Lakshmi Kant Pandey vs. Union of India, 1984, 2 SCC 244. 149 16 hours 37 minutes and 16 seconds. 150. Guidelines in University of Kerala vs. Council of Principals of Colleges, 2009, 16 SCC 712. Where steps to be taken by the educational institutions to contain the menace of ragging was suggested. In Rajdeo Sharma vs. State of Bihar, 1998, 7 SCC 507, and Rajdeo Sharma, 2, vs. State of Bihar, 1999, 7 SCC 704, the Supreme Court laid down guidelines for speedy disposal of criminal cases. These above-mentioned measures were not norms and courts in certain instances has frowned upon legislation by the judiciary. In Common Cause vs. Union of India, 2008, 5 SCC 511, the Supreme Court refused to provide guidelines to regulate traffic as this would fall under the domain of the legislature. Similarly in P. Ramachandra Rao vs. State of Karnataka, 2002, 4 SCC 578, the courts held that giving directions of a legislative nature is not function of the judiciary. The people opposing this concept say that judicial legislation is in violation of the principle of separation of powers and that it does not represent the will of the people, and also that courts are not fully equipped to legislate. These arguments cannot simply be brushed aside. The problem is the legislature is taking time and there is delay in the political process in taking decisions and actions, hence there is no option but the judiciary to intervene and make legislation. The legislature was functioning effectively then all these issues would have been dealt earlier through legislations and laws, since there is lacunae, the judiciary through its own inherent power of legislation is filling up these gaps. This can be seen from the fact that even after several years after framing on sexual harassment, the legislature has not taken steps to legislate the same, hence it has to be agreed that such judicial legislation was a step in the right direction. 4.5.4 Judicial activism. This term describes the assertive nature of use of judicial power. The extreme model of judicial activism is when the court begins to be intrusive and dominates all the institutions of the government. It has otherwise been termed as judicial supremacy, judicial absolutism, judicial legislation, and judicial policy making. Some of the judges and advocates think that judicial activism is only the extension of the powers under judicial review and not an extraordinary power. However, for others this term means encroachment of the court in the powers of legislative and executive field. 4.5.5 Judicial restraint. It is antithesis to judicial activism, and thus it denotes the self-control exhibited by the judiciary. The Encyclopedia of American Constitution describes the judicial restraint as follows: the judicial restraint of a court is that it decides virtually nothing at all. It strains to find reason why it lacks jurisdiction, it avows deference to the superiority of other departments or agencies in construing the law, it finds endless reasons why the constitutionality of laws cannot be examined. It is a model where the government cannot take recourse to courts to enforce principles of constitution. And courts also do not involve themselves in such acts. 150 16 hours 37 minutes and 16 seconds. Issues concerning the judiciary. 151. 4.5.6 Constitutionalism. It has both descriptive and prescriptive connotations. Descriptively, it refers mainly to the historical struggle for the constitutional recognition of the rights, freedom, and privileges of the people. Prescriptively, it incorporates those features of the government which are seen as important elements of the Constitution. Simply put, constitutionalism is the spirit of the Constitution which commands respect from both the ruler and the ruled. 4.5.7 Separation of powers. This principle was propounded and popularized by the French political analyst, Montesquieu. It represents assigning of the three, namely legislative, executive, and the judicial powers in three separate organs of the government, that is, in the executive, the legislature and the judiciary. It provides that each of these organs is separate and distinct functionally and structurally, and there is no overlapping between them. But in the present times, this concept has been substituted by the more flexible theory of checks and balances. This concept also means that one organ of the government should not perform or exercise the function of the other. The effective and strict implementation of this doctrine is not possible in the present era because of the growth of delegated legislation and administrative tribunals. 4.5.8 Public interest litigation. It is a new concept which denotes a new use of judicial power to provide common man, the socially and economically disadvantaged section of the society, easy access to justice. It also denotes a type of representative litigation which is called the social action litigation. This concept has been induced and led by the Supreme Court of India since the early 1980s. This public interest litigation had opened the doors of Supreme Court to the ordinary citizen. Any matter of public importance could now be taken up to the Supreme Court. And by way of this process the court had delivered several landmark verdicts which had paved way for development of social consciousness of the people. 4.6 Meaning of judicial review. As per the Encyclopedia of American Constitution, the judicial review is defined as the power of courts to consider the constitutionality of acts of other organs of government when the issue of constitutionality is germane to the disposition of lawsuits properly pending before the court. This power to consider constitutionality in appropriate cases included the court's authority to refuse to enforce, and in effect invalidate, governmental acts they find to be unconstitutional. The term acquired different meanings in various countries. and its origin can be traced to United Kingdom, which has no written constitution. But this concept has been firmly established in United States of America, having a written constitution and a federal polity. 4.6.1 Judicial Review in United Kingdom. The foundation of the concept of judicial review can be traced to the basis of natural law, and the understanding that the human conduct is guided by fundamental laws which have natural or divine origin and sanction. In the famous Dr. Bonham's case, 1610, Chief Justice Coke stated that 151 16 hours 37 minutes and 16 seconds. 152. When an act of Parliament is against common right or reason, or repugnant, or impossible to be performed, the common law will control it and adjudge such act to be void. The meaning of judicial as it is understood now to strike down the unconstitutional legislations failed to establish in England because of its historical conflict between the royal prerogative on one hand and the Parliament and the people on the other. Finally, the people stood victorious. It also meant that the Parliament was also victorious as it was the representative of the people. This strengthened and firmed the concept of parliamentary sovereignty as propounded by A.V. Dicey. The Parliament thus became supreme. Hence, Dicey states that English judges do not claim or exercise any power to repeal any statute. Moreover, Dicey proceeds to state that judicial lawmaking is, in short, subordinate legislation because acts of Parliament may override and constantly do override the law of the judges. Hence, the courts in England have exercised only a limited power of judicial review in the sense that they strike down the subordinate legislation or executive action if they are ultra vires of the parent acts under which they are made. But the English courts and the House of Lords do not have the power to declare any act of the Parliament to be null and void on any ground. The absence of a written constitution and the legal recognition of doctrine of parliamentary sovereignty have restricted the development of a full-fledged concept of judicial review in England. 4.6.2 Judicial Review in United States of America. Unlike in United Kingdom, the United States had a written constitution and a federal polity, and this provided the fertile ground of development of judicial review. Alexander Hamilton, one of the founding fathers of the American Constitution, argued that the limited Constitution can be preserved in practice no other way than through the medium of courts of justice, whose duty it must be to declare all acts contrary to the manifest tenor of the Constitution, void. But it was Chief Justice John Marshall who propounded the modern doctrine of judicial review in the Marbury v.s. Madison in 1803. Marshall demonstrated in this classic case that the court must have power to invalidate the acts of the Congress when it is in violation of the provisions of the Constitution. Marshall started from the understanding that the government of United States created by the Constitution is a limited government and that a legislative act, contrary to the Constitution, is not law. Marshall declared, "It is emphatically the province and duty of the judicial department to say what the law is. Those who apply the rule to particular cases must of necessity expound and interpret that rule. If two laws conflict with each other, the courts must decide on the operation of each. So, if a law be in opposition to the Constitution, if both the law and the Constitution apply to a particular case, so that the court must either decide that case, conformable to the law, disregarding the Constitution, or conformable to the Constitution, disregarding the law, the court must determine which of these conflicting rules govern the case. This is of the very essence of judicial duty." He also declared that as per all written constitutions, a law repugnant to the Constitution is void and the courts are bound by such an understanding. The analysis of this landmark judgment given by Marshall makes it clear that the learned Chief Justice had founded doctrine of judicial review on the following basic principles. 1. The Constitution is the supreme law of the land, it is fundamental and paramount law of the nation. 152 16 hours 37 minutes and 16 seconds. Issues concerning the judiciary 153. 2. In the cases of written constitution, especially of federal character, the courts have to play the role of an arbiter to maintain the balance between various constituent elements of the federating units with respect to the distribution of legislative powers. 3. The power of judicial review is inherent in a federal constitution, though it is not explicitly mentioned. 4. It is emphatically the province and duty of the judicial department to say what the law is. 5. The President of the country and the judges of the Supreme Court have taken oath to uphold the Constitution. Over a period of time, this concept of judicial review has become the cornerstone of the American Constitution. Now this power of judicial review is now come to be exercised by federal as well as by the Supreme Court to test the validity of the legislations made. Judicial review in the interest of federalism has played a vital role in United States. This is viewed as one of the important functions of judicial review. It is importantly judicially enforcing the principles of the Constitution and recognizing that Constitution is a law rather than a policy document. From the beginning made in the Marbury vs. Madison, the courts have now come a long way, and at present they exert a dominant role while interpreting the Constitution. This also does not mean that Supreme Court is above all and immune from criticism. The courts are still subject to political restraints emanating from the Constitution. The Congress can still impeach the judges, can able to restrict the jurisdiction of the federal courts, and can even amend the Constitution in order to overrun a ruling by the court. Despite these checks, the role of Supreme Court has outgrown them and has become the ultimate power in the country. It can be said that scarcely any question arises in United States which does not become, sooner or later, a subject matter of judicial debate. 4.6.3 Judicial Review in India. The power of judicial review is not explicitly mentioned in the Indian Constitution. But this power of judicial review of Supreme Court can be traceable to Article 13, 1, and 2, and Article 32, 1, and of High Courts to Article 226. In State of Madras vs. V.G. Roe, Air 1952 SC 196, Chief Justice Patanjali Shastri observed, "Our Constitution contains express provisions for judicial review of legislation as to its conformity with the Constitution. This is specially true as regards the fundamental rights as to which the court has been assigned the role of sentinel on the qui-vive." In Kesavayan Bharati vs. State of Kerala, Air 1973 SC 1899, Kanna J. observed, "If the provisions of the statute are found to be violative of any article of the Constitution which is touchstone of the validity of all laws, Supreme Court and the High Courts are competent to strike down the said provisions." Article 13, which is under Part 3 of the Constitution dealing with the fundamental rights, provides two clauses, 1 and 2, which reads as follows: 1. All laws in force in the territory of India immediately before the commencement of this Constitution, in so far as they are inconsistent with the provision of this part, shall, to the extent of such inconsistency, be void. 2. The state shall not make any law which takes away or abridges the rights conferred by this part, and any law made in contravention of this clause, to the extent of the contravention, be void. Article 32, 1, provides the right to move the Supreme Court by appropriate proceedings for the enforcement of the rights conferred by this part is guaranteed. 153 16 hours 37 minutes and 16 seconds. 154. Article 226, 1, confers powers on different high courts the power to enforce any of the rights conferred by Part 3 and for any other purpose. Thus, it can be clearly seen that powers have been conferred with the courts to declare any law made by the legislature as null and void if they are found to be violative of the provisions in Part 3, that is, the fundamental rights. but there are no provisions in the Constitution to provide for when laws or rules are in violation of other articles and parts of the Constitution. But reading of Article 226, we can clearly come to understand that the High Courts have been granted power to strike down laws contravening laws not just in violation of provisions of Part 3 but also for any other purpose. Hence, power of High Court extends to other provisions of the Constitution as well. Thus, from the above, the Supreme Court's power of judicial review while exercising its original jurisdiction under the Article 32 is confined to only the Part 3, whereas in its appellate jurisdiction, the Supreme Court can exercise this power over the entire Constitution. This power of Supreme Court can be traced to the written Constitution in a federal polity. The unconstitutionality of a law is same whether it violates Part 3, which are specially protected by Articles 1332 and 226, or whether it violates rest of the Constitution which are not specially protected with regard to the Supreme Court. Hence, tracing the power of judicial review to Articles 13 and 32 will be an incomplete effort. In A.K. Gopalan vs. State of Madras, Air 1950 SC 27, Kania CJ stated that the Article 13 was inserted in Part 3 ex abundanta cautela, and that in India it is the Constitution that is supreme, and that a statute law to be valid, must be in all conformity with the constitutional requirements, and it is for the judiciary to decide whether any enactment is constitutional or not. As far as India is concerned, the judicial review comprises of the following three aspects. 1. Judicial review of legislative action. 2. Judicial review of judicial decision. 3. Judicial review of administrative action. The Supreme Court has always held that the power of judicial review under Article 32 and 226 to scrutinize the legislative action, even the constitutional provisions and amendments to be subjected to verification by the judiciary, to be integral to our constitutional scheme. In a landmark judgment having far-reaching consequence, a 7-judge bench of Supreme Court has held that even the administrative tribunals established under Articles 323A or 323B of the Constitution can exercise the power of judicial review like that of Supreme Court or High Court, even though their role in this regard is supplementary. Thus, sweeping powers are vested with the Supreme Courts, High Courts, and the tribunals due to the provisions of the Constitution and also because of the judicial innovations. 4.7 Judicial activism in India. It is difficult to trace the origin of judicial activism in India. Since its establishment, the judiciary has come to be regarded as independent and separate entity of the government. The activism can be traced back even prior to the Government of India Act 1935. Some of the judges of the High Courts established under the Indian High Courts Act 1861 exhibited flashes of activism. Back in 1893, Justice Mahmood of Allahabad High Court delivered a dissenting judgment which sowed the seed of activism in India. 154 16 hours 37 minutes and 16 seconds. Issues concerning the judiciary. 155. The judicial activism can be seen from the decisions and directions given by the Supreme Court. This trend can be seen in the following list. 1. The concept of basic structure was introduced in 1973, whereby even the constitutional amendment is liable to be struck down if it changes any of the basic structure of the Constitution. This kind of judicial control over the Constitution has been seen only in India. Kesavayan Bharati vs. State of Kerala, Air 1973 SC 1463. 2. Even the privileges of the legislators are not absolute, and they have now been brought under the purview of the courts. Re Keshav Singh, Air 1965 SC 745. 3. The power of judicial review exercised by the Supreme Courts and the High Courts has not been recognized to be unchangeable basic structure of the Constitution. Indira Nehru Gandhi vs. Raj Narain, 1975, SCC Sup 1. 4. The entire governmental administration is corrected by the Supreme Court at the apex and the other 21 high courts under it. 5. The concept of state has not been given wider meaning to include all public and quasi-public authorities. This was made possible so by various successive judgments by the Supreme Court. 6. The concept of locus standi has been widened by the courts in case of public interest litigations. 7. The Supreme Court has often resorted to make judicial legislation by virtue of the power given under Article 141 of the Constitution to fill the legislative lacunae, Vishekha vs. State of Rajasthan, 1997, 6 SCC 241. Hence, it is clear that a clear origin of judicial activism cannot be found after the independence. Analyzing the various judgments and directions given by the Supreme Court, we can come to understand that there have been flashes of activism since 1950s till 1980s, and since 1980s there has been consistency in such decisions by the court. Another important aspect is that there is no uniformity in areas where such decisions have been taken. The decisions were taken in varied areas such as interpreting the Constitution, guarding the fundamental rights of the citizens, strengthening of the concept of judicial review, expanding the scope of locus standi in cases of public interest litigation, expanding the meaning of Article 21 and restructuring certain directive principles as fundamental rights. 4.7.1 Judicial Activism Definition. There is no precise definition of judicial activism which is accepted by all. But the widely accepted view is that it is related to problems and processes of political development in the country. Hence, judicial activism deals with the political role played by the judiciary, like its counterparts in other branches of the government, that is, the legislature and the executive. Judicial activism is the exercise of the judicial power in order to fundamentally alter the power relations in the state which is governed by the ruling elites. It is also the use to such power to infuse and enforce counter-ideologies which enable to recodify the power relations among the institutions of governance. The justification of such activism stems from the near collapse of the responsible government and the mounting pressure on the judiciary to step into aid, which forced it to react by venturing and making political and policy-making judgments. 155 16 hours 37 minutes and 16 seconds. 156. The terms judicial activism and judicial restraint are used to describe the assertive nature of the courts. They are two extremes in the spectrum of judicial power. The most extreme form of activism would be when the courts are so intrusive that it virtually dominates all spheres of the government. These above-mentioned terms are generally used as descriptive approach to understand whether the court is exhibiting activism or restraint in particular cases. The definitions to these terms come from personal or professional view of the right role of the court. Hence, the courts are either condemned or commended for their right role in such cases. As far as United States is considered, individual judges have interpreted the Constitution, which is highly ambiguous and based on their personal understandings. Hence, individual judges have had different understanding of what is proper or right judicial role. The term judicial activism can be equated with judicial supremacy, judicial absolutism, judicial imperialism and judicial anarchy. This is opposed to the term restraint, which is popularly called judicial conservatism. The understanding of an activist or a restraintivist judges are based on definitions of groups of people who define them. Some of the major groups of people who participate in such process are mainly the managerial class of bureaucrats, the set of advocates, the victims, which include the police and other government machinery, and finally the beneficiaries, the common man, students, disadvantaged sections who benefit from such actions of the court. Thus, the definition is based on the understanding of each group of people, hence we cannot come to a concrete definition of what is judicial activism. And it is impossible for the judge to satisfy all the groups, therefore there is no uniformity in calling what activism is. It thus means different things to different people. It can be understood to be the dynamism of the judges, some consider it to be the creativity of the judiciary, and some other as bringing social or cultural revolution through judiciary. Though such concept of revolution seems far-fetched, it does aim in bringing change in the society. 4.7.2 Reasons for judicial activism. The following are some of the important reasons which make the courts to be active while discharging their function as per the Constitution. 1. Near collapse of responsible government. When the two branches of the government, that is the legislature and executive, fail to perform, there will be a near collapse of the responsible government. Responsible government is said to be the hallmark and basis of a successful democracy and constitutionalism. And its collapse necessitates immediate and drastic action. When the legislature fails to enact legislations to suit the changing scenarios, when the administration fails to function sincerely and with integrity and honesty, all this would lead to collapse of confidence of people on the Constitution and the government. In such extraordinary circumstances, the judiciary may step in the shoes of legislature and executive and take upon the functions which usually come under their purview. Thus, the result is judicial legislation and the government by the judiciary. 156 16 hours 37 minutes and 16 seconds. Issues concerning the judiciary. 157. 2. Pressure on judiciary to step in aid. Presently it has been clearly established that the courts cannot be a silent spectator when the fundamental rights of the citizens are being violated either by the government or by any other third party. The judges, being the members of the society, feel that they too have a role to play in ameliorating the worsening conditions of the people in the country. Moreover, people in our country are infatuated with salvation by the judiciary. Thus, it has become natural for the citizens to look up to the judiciary to step in for their aid and help. Thus, this creates tremendous pressure on the judiciary to do something for the suffering masses. And therefore this may lead the judiciary to take up an activist role. 3. Judicial enthusiasm to participate in social reform and change. The judges who are from the society cannot be silent spectators when the times and things around them are changing. As persons who are involved in interpreting and applying law, which is a dynamic concept, the judges themselves would like to involve in the social reforms process happening due to changing times. Judiciary has thus become an active participant in the social reform process. It has thus encouraged and also initiated various instruments such as the public interest litigation, PIL, also called the social action litigation. In such cases the courts have disregarded the usual and necessary procedures and forms and therefore have assumed the functions of investigator, counselor, and monitor of the functions of the administration. This has thus led to relaxation of procedural and customary rules. And it invokes the jurisdiction of the courts in a far and wide manner. And thus when the courts themselves initiate action to correct the social ills, such acts become indistinguishable from that of commissioners of grievances. 4. Legislative vacuum left open. In administrative law there is a saying that even when the Parliament and the state legislature work every day for 365 days and enact legislations on every such day, they will not be enough to address the changing needs of the society. Even though there exists wide plethora of legislations, there are still large areas which are still left uncovered by the legislations. This may be because of inadvertence, lack of coverage of the issues, absence or indifference of the legislature. Thus, when the competent legislature fails to act or perform their legitimate role to meet the changing needs of the society, the court thus indulges in judicial legislation. It has to be understood in terms of statutory interpretation. The courts have thus acted to fill the void created by relinquishment of legislative responsibility. 5. The constitutional scheme. The India Constitution contains a number of provisions which provide wide scope for judiciary to assert itself. Under Article 13, the judiciary is empowered to declare any law or legislation as void if it is in violation of Part 3 of the Constitution. Under Article 32, any aggrieved citizen may approach the Supreme Court for enforcement of the fundamental rights. The right under this article has been made a fundamental right under the title Right to Constitutional Remedies. Thus, the Supreme Court is designated as the guardian of the fundamental rights of the citizens, and while fulfilling that role it indulges in judicial legislation making and judicial government. Under Article 131, the Supreme Court is vested with the power to uphold the federal principle. The Supreme Court is also the highest appellate court and it hears appeals in all matters relating to civil, criminal and constitution. The Supreme Court is also given advisory powers to advise the President under Article 143 on any 157 16 hours 37 minutes and 16 seconds. 158. Question of law or fact, referred to it. The Supreme Court also has the rule-making power under Articles 142 and 145. It has the power to punish for contempt under Article 129. Thus, it is clear that judiciary in India, especially the Supreme Court in particular, has been given vast powers under the Constitution and therefore it has enough scope to be active and uphold the fundamental principle of constitutionalism. 6. Authority to make final declaration as to validity of a law. Supreme Court is the final arbiter of validity of the laws. Under Article 141, the Supreme Court has the power to declare any law and such declaration is binding on all courts in India except the Supreme Court itself. In Indira Sawhney vs. Union of India, Air 2000 SC 498, a three-judge bench encountered a peculiar situation where one of its directions in the Mandal Commission judgment, Air 1993 SC 477, to identify the creamy layer in order to exclude them from the reservation process. In the case, the Kerala government enacted a legislation to give retrospective effect that there are no creamy layer in Kerala. The court found this unconstitutional and took a serious note of action of the Kerala government and initiated contempt proceedings against it. The Supreme Court, being the final authority to decide the validity of a law, gives it wide discretionary powers without any accountability, thereby creating ground for activism by the judiciary. 7. Role of judiciary as guardian of fundamental rights. The Constitution has designated the higher judiciary as the guardian of fundamental rights of the citizens. As per Articles 13, 32, and 226 of the Constitution, it is the duty of the courts to uphold the fundamental rights of the citizens of the country. A. As per Article 13, it empowers the Supreme Court and High Courts to declare any law as void if it is in violation of any fundamental right. B. Under Article 32, the Supreme Court can issue writ, order, or direction to any person or authority violating the fundamental rights of the citizens. C. This approach to Supreme Court has been made a fundamental right under the Constitution as per Articles 32 to 35. D. Under Article 226, the High Courts have been given far and wider power to enforce the fundamental or other rights of the citizens. E. All these powers have been vested with the courts, which enable them to exercise vast powers of judicial review with respect of any legislative, quasi-legislative, executive, quasi-judicial, or other actions of the government concerned. This is the role which has been effectively carried on by the courts. The result therefore is the growth and development of judicial activism. 8. Public confidence on the judiciary. The most important and potent weapon in hands of the judiciary is the confidence and respect it commands from the people. It also inspires faith in the mind of the people. It tries to keep the scales in balance in any dispute. Even in a recent survey it was revealed that nearly 85% of the people trust the Supreme Court than the Parliament. The concept of public interest litigation and judicial activism by the Supreme Court is said to be the reason behind such popularity. The study also revealed that there is an extraordinary support for the institutions, and in no other country can such support be seen for the constitutional courts by the 158 16 hours 37 minutes and 16 seconds. Issues concerning the judiciary 159. Ordinary public. This therefore clearly shows the public confidence and trust reposed by the masses of the country on the Supreme Court, which is the ultimate guardian of their fundamental rights. The Supreme Court has withstood the test of times with the help of the weapon of judicial activism. 9. Enthusiasm of individual players. The application and development of the judicial activism can be attributed to many individual players. Some of them are civil rights activists, consumer rights groups, women rights advocates, groups for environmental action, bonded labor groups, assorted lawyer-based groups, etc. This is just a segment and not the complete list of the participants. This may seem then judicial activism is because of such collective measures, but it has also to be understood that individual role played by the judges too have contributed immensely to the growth of such activism. Without the role played by Krishna Iyer, P.N. Bhagwati, Ochan Apparetti and D.A. Desai, during the formative years of public interest litigation, there would not be the present case of wide activism by the judges in the areas of social action litigation. The following are the types of judicial actor classified based on the concept of judicial activism. I. The first judicial actors who laid foundation of judicial activism, personalities such as Desai, Chinnappareddy, J.J., extended the sphere of judicial activism for the protection of the bonded laborers. Other actors such as Kuldip Singh J. in case of environmental jurisprudence, Justice K. Ramaswamy in case of rights of depressed class, Justice J.S. Verma in area of corruption in high places have contributed significantly for the growth of activism in these areas. 2. Restraintivist judicial actors, Justice R.S. Pathak and Justice Venkatramaya. 3. Eclectic judicial actors, neither favorable nor hostile to the concept of judicial activism. 4. Gatekeeper judicial actors, v. Anti-activism judicial actors. 6. Revisionist judicial actors. There is yet another category of superannuated judicial actors who are primarily the retired judges who have come to occupy important positions in various commissions such as the Law Commission, National Human Rights Commission, Press Council of India and Minorities Commission, etc. These visible individuals play a vital role as conscience keepers. And one name if to be mentioned as the embodiment of all these roles and processes, Justice V.R. Krishna Iyer depicts a shining example of activist superannuated judicial actor. The above-mentioned reasons are the basis that compel the judiciary to play an active role or a conservative role based on the prevailing circumstances in the given society, government, and in the world at large. 4.7.3 Judicial Activism and its Parameters, p. 84. There has been accepted there is a concrete relation between judicial power and judicial activism. The judiciary under any constitution can play an active role when it carries out the following functions. 159 16 hours 37 minutes and 16 seconds. 160. A. Interpreting the meaning and scope of the legislation made up by a competent authority. B. Maintaining the balance between various constituent elements of the federation and between the union and the individual units. C. Upholding the supremacy of the Constitution when such question is posed before it. D. Protecting and upholding the fundamental rights of the people when such is guaranteed under the Constitution. E. Dealing with the matters of institutional conflicts between legislature, executive, and the judiciary. F. Interpreting the Constitution as per the intention of its framers, etc. Thus, in all the above cases, the judiciary in an active democracy can play a vital role through means of judicial review. The judiciary also, on the other hand, can refuse to entertain any matter posed before it. Such refusal is based on the grounds such as lack of jurisdiction or doctrine of political questions. The way, degree, and the amount of activism vary depending on the limitations as imposed by the Constitution and other factors like strength of other organs of the state and the willingness of the judiciary to play a political role in a changing society. The criticism against such activist role of the courts is that it has usurped the legitimate powers of the other two organs of the state. Considering the role played by the American Supreme Court, it has never tried to block any legitimate major policy initiative taken by the Congress and the President. It did certainly strike down any law which was in contravention of the Bill of Rights, and it also struck down the means adopted by the Congress to bring about such legislations. The above-mentioned position is also applicable in case with India. Though the Supreme Court started to play activist role occasionally from Golanath vs. Punjab, Air 1967 SC 1643, and consistently from Kesavayan Dabarathi vs. State of Kerala, Air 1973 SC 1461, it never came in the way of Parliament to pursue the objectives as desired by the government. The traditional role of courts to keep in check whether the other organs are functioning within the constitutional boundaries has always been carried out. The purpose of an independent court was to ensure that supremacy of the Constitution continued without any interference. The real foe of absolutism is considered to be the law. It is the judicial realism and reason technique which resulted in emergence of judicial activism, although its parameters differ in different constitutions around the world. 4.7.4 Typical examples of judicial activism in India. Judicial activism in India is far wider and more varied compared with its American counterpart. This is because of the fundamental ideals present in the Constitution. Apart from adhering to the principles of judicial review, the Supreme Court has also upheld the idea of constitutionalism, thereby giving itself even more and wider powers. As under Article 142(1) of the Constitution, the court exercises the power to do anything or give any direction to render complete justice. The court has also now assumed power aftermath of Kesavayan Dabarathi case to test the validity of even the constitutional amendment under the Article 368. And no court anywhere in the world exercises such power. This provision itself can be cited as the best example of judicial activism in India. 160 16 hours 37 minutes and 16 seconds. Issues concerning the judiciary. 161. Another instance which can be considered as activism by the judiciary was when the court exercised its mandate to give directions to some political leaders and bureaucrats, to compensate the state, for abusing the discretionary powers vested with them. This kind of direction to political leaders and bureaucrats is unheard of anywhere in the world. Such kind of power is exercised by the court itself, and it does not exist anywhere in the Constitution or in any statute. The Supreme Court also refused to exercise its advisory jurisdiction under Article 143 in the matter of Ayodhya dispute, Ismail Faruqi vs. Union of India, 1994. 6 SCC 360. Such a kind of refusal itself is an act of judicial activism. And the Supreme Court has also resorted several times to Article 129 to punish for contempt against judiciary. In a case, the Supreme Court initiated contempt proceedings against the person who had committed against a high court and not the Supreme Court itself, Re Vinay Shanra Misra, 1995. 2 SCC 584, but this was subsequently overruled and the question has been kept open. The Supreme Court has also broadened the scope of locus standi in cases involving violation of fundamental rights of the citizens, by initiating the concept of public interest litigation. The credit for bringing in such change can be attributed to individual judges of the Supreme Court like Justice P.N. Bhagwati, Justice V.R. Krishna Iyer and Justice Kuldip Singh etc. The courts have also assumed the role of supervisors in certain criminal cases involving political bigwigs. In the popular scandal called the fodder scam, the Patna High Court asked the CBI, a central agency, to report its findings directly to the court. Further, the Supreme Court has assumed primacy in appointment and transfer of the judges of Supreme Courts and of the High Courts. The Supreme Court has held that the Chief Justice of India alone has the primacy in recommending the names of the judges. The Supreme Court has widened the scope of consultation under Article 124 by interpreting that the Chief Justice should consult 2 senior-most, and 4 senior judges before submitting such recommendation. Thus, the Supreme Court has the upper hand in the appointments of judges. The other area where the Supreme Court exhibited such activism is while interpreting the directive principles of the state contained in Part 4 of the Constitution. It made some of its provisions to be justiciable while interpreting the fundamental rights. The court even directed the Parliament to enact a uniform civil code within a time-bound period. Sarala Mudgal v. Union of India, 1995, 3 SCC 635. 4.7.5 Judicial activism in India before 1980s. It is indeed difficult to draw a clear pattern of behaviour of the courts before 1980s. The courts seemed to be mechanical in its approach of interpreting the laws and approaching the problem presented before it. The Supreme Court rarely exhibited any activist behaviour before the 80s, more precisely before the emergency of 1975. There has been an overwhelming opinion that the courts in India during the 1940s and 1950s served the elite of the society who used it to further their interests, but within the 161 16 hours 37 minutes and 16 seconds. 162. Framework of the law. The law then generally favoured the landed class and the agrarian reforms did not happen. Thus, the circumstances forced the judges to side with the landlords and hence the judiciary took a not-so-progressive outlook. During 1950s the government lost an opportunity to establish a people-friendly judiciary. One important fact to be noted